Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to have you here at chilly midnight. I'm Leanh. Before I take you into tonight's story, I'd like to spend just a moment with you. How are you doing today? More importantly, how is your health? I hope you've been feeling well, getting enough rest, and finding a little space for yourself among all the work, responsibilities, and unexpected things that life tends to bring. If today has been a difficult one, I hope the next few hours can give you somewhere quiet to disappear for a while. I'm also wondering where all of you are joining me from tonight. Where in the world are you listening right now? Are you somewhere in the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, Asia, or perhaps in a place I've never seen mentioned in the comments before? And what time does your clock show? Is it already past midnight? Are you listening before going to sleep? Maybe you've just started your morning, or you're keeping one of my stories with you during a long afternoon or a late shift at work. Whenever you have a moment, tell me your city or country and the time where you are. I genuinely enjoy reading those comments. It gives how far these little stories have traveled and reminds me that while we may be separated by thousands of miles, somehow we can still gather here for the same tale. So wherever this voice has found you today, I hope you're doing well. Take care of your health, be kind to yourself, and give your mind permission to forget the outside world for a little while. Thank you for joining me. The lights are low, the night is waiting, and now our story begins. Story 1. By the time Jonah Vale heard the book drop into the returns bin, the library had been closed for almost 3 hours. The sound carried farther than it should have. One hard wooden knock from the staff corridor, followed by the dry slide of paper against metal. Jonah looked up from the folio beneath his lamp. Around him, the conservation room of the Hallowell Historical Library remained still. Linen tape, bone folders, brushes, shallow trays of wheat paste, the old brass sink with its stained porcelain. Beyond the tall windows, Boston had disappeared into sleet. He checked the wall clock. It was well past 11 at night. No one used the exterior return slot after closing. The public entrance was gated at 9, and the slot itself had been sealed 2 winters earlier after rainwater ruined a box of church bulletins. Jonah knew because he had written the damage report. Another sound came from the corridor. A small scrape, as if the book had settled. Jonah remained still for several seconds. He had been working late because the quiet helped him concentrate, although lately he suspected that was only the reason he gave other people. His mother had called twice that evening from the memory care residence in Brookline. Or rather, a nurse had called for her. On the second call, Evelyn Vale had asked Jonah whether he was still frightened of the black dog that lived under the kitchen table. There had never been a black dog. At least, Jonah had told himself so. He removed his magnifying lenses and went into the corridor. The returns bin stood beneath a dead security camera. A strip of yellow tape still crossed the old exterior slot behind it. The tape was unbroken. Jonah opened the cabinet. One book lay inside. It was bound in dark calfskin without a title. No call number marked the spine. No donor plate, accession stamp, barcode, or penciled notation appeared anywhere on the cover. The leather was not cracked with age. It had the dull finish of something handled often. He lifted it. Warm. not room temperature. Warm like a book someone had been holding against their chest. Jonah almost dropped it. He carried it to the conservation table and placed it beneath the inspection lamp. The end papers were blank. The first page was blank as well, except for a narrow brown stain near the gutter. He turned another page. A charcoal illustration showed a kitchen Jonah recognized immediately. Cheap yellow linoleum. A dented refrigerator with alphabet magnets. A square table pushed against the radiator. Rain-darkened windows over the sink. The room had belonged to the apartment in Somerville, where he had lived until he was 9. At the table sat a woman with long black hair braided over one shoulder. Her face was unfinished, only pale shading where features should have been. Beside her, a little boy held a spoon above a chipped blue bowl. Jonah touched the page. The charcoal felt slightly raised beneath his fingertip. Under the picture, written in faded brown ink, was a sentence. When the thunder came, his mother told him the sky was only moving furniture. Jonah stopped breathing. Evelyn used to say that. Not in public. Not in any interview. Not in any of the recordings Jonah had digitized when he began collecting her stories. It belonged to the years before he understood stories could be sold, before he learned how easily an editor could be persuaded by the words oral tradition. He turned the page. Another illustration. His mother kneeling beside his childhood bed, holding a glass of water. This time, the skin of her drawn hand was darker than the rest of the image. Not charcoal gray, but a soft brown, close to Evelyn's actual complexion. Below it, he said there was breathing inside the wall, and she promised that houses remembered every family that slept in them. His phone began vibrating on the table. Leanh memory care. He answered. A nurse spoke quietly. Mr. Vale, your mother is awake. She's upset. Jonah stared at the open book. What happened? A pause. She keeps asking, who taught you to be afraid of thunder? Jonah's eyes returned to the first illustration. The sentence beneath it was gone. The sentence beneath the illustration was gone. Jonah kept the phone pressed to his ear while the nurse continued speaking, but for several seconds he heard only the soft electrical hiss of the line and the blood moving behind his eyes. Mr. Vale? I'm here. Would you like to come in? He looked at the book. Yes? He closed it before leaving, though he could not have said why. Leanh Memory Care occupied a converted brick convent on a hill above a row of pharmacies and take-out restaurants. By the time Jonah arrived, sleet had thickened into wet snow. The night nurse buzzed him through 2 locked doors and led him past a lounge where a television played silently to 4 sleeping residents. Evelyn was awake in her room. At 78, she had become smaller without becoming frail. Her hair, once black, was silver and cut bluntly at her jaw. She sat upright beneath a knitted blanket, her hands folded around a paper cup of tea. When Jonah entered, she smiled. There you are. Relief came too quickly. He hated himself for it. You know me? Evelyn frowned. Don't be ridiculous. He sat beside her. On the wall opposite the bed hung framed covers of his books. Staff had arranged them there. after learning that Evelyn Vale's son was the folklorist whose collections were used in university courses across New England. The first cover showed a row of winter houses beneath the title "The Rooms We Were Told Not to Enter." Jonah had published it at 28. The introduction described the stories as anonymous oral accounts gathered from immigrant households across eastern Massachusetts. He had gathered almost none of them. Evelyn had told them while washing dishes, folding laundry, waiting for buses, or sitting beside his bed when storms shook the windows. Some came from her mother. Some from neighbors. Some Jonah now suspected she had invented herself. At university, he had transcribed one for a seminar assignment. His professor called it extraordinary. The story became an article, then a lecture, then the foundation of his first collection. Jonah told himself that naming Evelyn would reduce the work to family anecdote. He said anonymity protected oral tradition from being mistaken for autobiography. Later, when publishers asked about provenance, he became more careful, not more truthful. Evelyn never confronted him. That had made it easier. He leaned forward. "Mom, the sky moving furniture." Her face remained pleasant. "What?" "When I was little. During thunderstorms. You used to tell me the noise was the sky moving furniture." Evelyn gave a short laugh. "I said that? You don't remember?" She searched his face with the patient embarrassment of someone trying to recognize a joke they had missed. "No, love." Jonah felt something cold settle beneath his ribs. "What about the wall?" "What wall?" "You told me houses remembered the families inside them. I thought I heard breathing in my bedroom wall." This time Evelyn's smile faded. "I wouldn't tell a child something like that." "You did." "Then I was cruel." "No, it helped." Evelyn looked toward the book covers. Her gaze stopped on the rooms we were told not to enter. "That one did well, didn't it?" Jonah followed her eyes. "Yes." "What's it about?" He stared at her. "You know what it's about." "Do I?" "You told me most of those stories." For the first time that night, Evelyn looked frightened. "No," she said softly. "I don't think I did." Jonah stayed another hour. They spoke about ordinary things until her attention began drifting. Before he left, Evelyn touched his wrist. "You always liked stories," she murmured. Jonah waited. "But you used to get upset when they belonged to somebody else." He looked at her sharply. Her eyes had already closed. When Jonah returned to Hallowell, the building was dark except for the conservation room. He had locked it. He was certain of that. Now light spilled beneath the door. The unnumbered book lay open on his work table. He approached slowly. The first two illustrations were still there, but a new section had appeared between them and the blank pages that followed. At the top of the first new page, in brown ink, was a chapter heading. "The first thing he took." Below it was a date from Jonah's university years. And beneath the date, the opening sentence of the first story he had ever published under his own name. Jonah read the opening sentence 3 times. He knew it, exactly because he had spent years pretending he had forgotten where it came from. The story was called "The Guest in the Orchard," first published in a regional folklore journal under Jonah Vail's name alone. In later interviews, he described it as an amalgam of several northeastern oral traditions. It was not. Evelyn had told it to him when he was 19, after he came home from university furious that his professor had called his writing technically competent but emotionally hollow. She had been peeling apples. There had been a bruise on her thumb. Jonah remembered both details now with painful clarity. He closed the book. Then he opened Hallowell's catalog. No result appeared for the title because the volume had no title. Searching physical description, binding type, approximate age, and acquisition notes produced nothing. Jonah widened the parameters until nearly every uncatalogued item in the library appeared on the screen. Still nothing. That should have ended the question. At Hallowell, even damaged fragments had histories. A torn sermon without a preacher's name still had a donor file, storage location, or accession estimate. Objects did not simply exist inside the collection. Jonah went downstairs. The restricted stacks occupied the oldest part of the building, where 19th century brick had been reinforced with steel and the temperature remained low enough to make exposed skin ache. He carried the unnumbered book beneath one arm. The nightlights came on in sections as he passed. Shelf. Darkness. Shelf. Darkness. His footsteps sounded delayed. In the catalog office at the rear of the stacks, Jonah pulled open a bank of archival drawers containing the pre-digital circulation records. Most had not been consulted in decades. The smell of dust and dry cloth rose around him. He searched by binding descriptions first, then by unusual returns, then by unidentified volumes. Nothing. Only when he opened a ledger labeled Manual, Circulation, Special Holdings did he find handwriting that made him stop. The first entry was from 1891. Untitled volume. Dark binding. Returned without borrower. Another appeared 8 years later. Then 1912. 1926. 1943. The handwriting changed across generations of staff, but the wording remained almost identical. Returned. No accession. Returned again. No borrower located. Do not shelve with numbered holdings. Jonah turned pages faster. The book appeared irregularly across more than a century. Sometimes years passed. Sometimes decades. A note from 1978 had been underlined twice. If received after closing, do not open. Jonah leaned closer. Below it, in a different hand. It only asks for what was already taken. Something shifted in the stacks behind him. Jonah looked up. Silence. He closed the ledger. On his way back, he noticed a book protruding from a shelf. It was a municipal history of Charlestown, ordinary, except for a white paper label pasted across its spine. The label bore a name, Martha Keller. Jonah knew Martha. She worked mornings at the reference desk. He pulled the book free. The title page was unchanged, but beneath the publisher's mark someone had written, "Please use your full name." Jonah shut it. 3 shelves farther down, another label had appeared. Samir Patel, a graduate student who visited every Thursday. Then Anne Hollis, one of Hallowell's trustees. Then Thomas Wren, a man Jonah had helped with genealogical research the previous month. He stepped backward. The labels continued into the dark. Names belonging to people he knew. Names belonging to people he had only seen in passing. Some were printed neatly. Others looked handwritten. One appeared faintly beneath the leather itself, as though the name had formed inside the binding. Jonah returned to the conservation room and locked the door behind him. The unnumbered book remained where he had left it. Beside it now sat another volume. Small. Green cloth. No dust. Jonah was certain it had not been there before. His name was written across the cover. Not J. Vale. Not Jonah Vale, Ph.D. Not the formal credit used on his publications. Just Jonah Matthew Vale. He did not touch it for several minutes. Then he opened the cover. The first page described a university lecture hall. A younger Jonah stood before an audience while Evelyn sat in the front row. In this version, he introduced her before speaking. He named her as the source. He thanked her. The next pages showed a career smaller than the one Jonah had built. Fewer awards. Fewer invitations. No prestigious fellowship. But Evelyn appeared beside him again and again, at readings, interviews, community workshops, dinners. On the final page, Jonah was older. Unknown to most people. Evelyn was still alive. Beneath the illustration, a single sentence waited. This is the life you called less successful, because it did not belong entirely to you. Jonah read the sentence until the words lost their meaning. Then he shut the green book and told himself what he would have told any junior conservator who brought him an impossible object, establish the material facts before inventing explanations. Paper changed. Ink migrated. Leather retained heat. Mold produced odors and stains that looked intentional. Human beings saw patterns because they wanted patterns. He wrote those possibilities in his notebook. By morning, the list looked less like analysis than prayer. The unnumbered volume remained on his table, inside a fitted archival cradle. Jonah photographed every page under visible light, ultraviolet, and infrared. The brown ink fluoresced inconsistently, as if different sentences had been written decades apart. Yet the paper fibers showed no disturbance where the thunder sentence had vanished. There should have been residue. There was none. He tested the leather with a surface thermometer. Room temperature. He touched it anyway. Warm. Jonah withdrew his hand. Sleep deprivation, he decided. Expectation. Suggestion. He had spent enough years around damaged objects to know that anxiety could turn ordinary material behavior into omen. The sensible thing was to stop reading. Instead, he opened the book to the chapter titled, "The First Thing He Took." The next page showed Evelyn standing at a bus stop beneath a striped umbrella. Jonah knew the scene. When he was 11, she had told him about a woman who waited every evening for a bus route, abolished years earlier because she believed her dead husband would eventually step off it. Jonah had later published the story in his second collection. He had changed the city, changed the woman's age, changed the husband into a brother. But the sentence beneath the illustration was Evelyn's, word for word. He read it aloud before realizing he had done so. His phone rang. Brookline. This time Evelyn answered herself. Jonah? Her voice was clear. He almost laughed with relief. Mom, how are you feeling? Tired. They keep moving my sweaters. He closed the book. Do you remember waiting for the bus on Highland Avenue? The story about the woman with the umbrella? Silence. What woman? Jonah stood very still. You told me that story. No, darling. You did. A woman waiting for someone who was dead. Another pause. Then Evelyn said, with mild irritation, that sounds like one of your stories. His fingers tightened around the phone. After the call, Jonah returned to the page. The painted woman at the bus stop had changed. Her face was still unfinished, but the hand holding the umbrella was no longer flat pigment. Fine lines crossed the knuckles. The nail beds had a cloudy translucence. When Jonah pressed the back of one finger against the illustration, warmth entered his skin. He jerked away. A strand of hair clung to his cuff. Black. Long. Not paper fiber. Hair. He sealed it in a specimen envelope. When he looked back at the binding, 2 more strands protruded from the gutter. The leather cover lifted slightly. Settled. Lifted again. Jonah watched. A slow expansion. A pause. A slow collapse. Like breathing. He stepped away from the table. For several minutes, he did nothing except listen. The conservation room seemed suddenly too quiet. The ventilation system whispered through the ceiling. Somewhere beyond the locked door, wood contracted with a soft knock. Then the book breathed again. Jonah grabbed his coat and went to security. Hallowell kept 30 days of digital footage on a local server. He searched the exterior cameras first, then the staff corridor, then the conservation wing. No one had approached the sealed return slot on the night the book appeared. He rewound farther. 1 day. 3 days. A week. At last, movement appeared on the corridor camera from 9 nights earlier. Jonah leaned toward the monitor. A man entered the frame carrying something against his chest. Same height. Same gray coat. Same careful forward tilt of the shoulders. Jonah watched himself walk to the sealed return slot. Watched himself remove the yellow tape without tearing it. Watched himself place the unnumbered book through the opening. Then the man on the screen turned toward the camera. Jonah's face was pale and exhausted. His lips moved. The footage had no audio. Jonah replayed the moment until he could read the words. Please return this before I remember it. Jonah watched the silent footage until the image of himself became less convincing than the room around him. The man on the screen had his face, his coat, his hands. But Jonah could not remember being there. He replayed the clip once more, then shut down the monitor and left security without telling anyone. By the time he returned to the conservation wing, Hallowell had settled into its after-hours silence. Except it no longer sounded empty. The first voice came from somewhere inside the restricted stacks. Ann Hollis. Jonah stopped. The whisper was faint, almost lost beneath the ventilation system. Then another book answered from farther away. Samir Patel. A third voice followed. Martha Keller. Not spoken by people. Spoken through paper. The sounds had the dry softness of pages rubbed together. Jonah locked the conservation room and headed toward the main reading hall. He told himself he was following the sound. In truth, he wanted distance from Evelyn's book. The corridor, connecting conservation to the public reading rooms, was 64 paces long. Jonah knew, because he had once measured it while planning a humidity survey. That night he counted 93. At 93, the reading room doors were still ahead of him. He stopped. Behind him, the conservation door looked impossibly far away. The sconces along the wall illuminated identical stretches of dark oak paneling, each one separated by the same framed portrait of a Hallowell donor. Jonah resumed walking. The floorboards creaked beneath him. 94. 95. 96. The reading room doors arrived suddenly at 112. He entered. Green-shaded lamps glowed across long tables, even though Jonah distinctly remembered switching them off earlier. Something white protruded beneath the locked reference office door. A paper slip. He pulled it free. Return Noter. Beneath the heading was Ann Hollis's name. There was no book title. Only a sentence. What you caped after she left was not yours to keep. Jonah folded the slip and put it in his pocket. Another waited beneath the genealogy room. This one belonged to Thomas Wren. The family tree continues through the people you removed from it. Jonah found 6 more before he stopped looking. Each named someone who had visited Hallowell. Each described not a crime exactly, but an absence. A sister never contacted. A worker omitted from a company history. A child someone had refused to acknowledge. A colleague whose research had become another person's promotion. The library was not accusing them of secret murders. It was recording the smaller violences people survived by calling them necessary. Jonah understood that only when he reached the central reading table. 3 books lay open beneath a lamp. He recognized none of them. The first belonged to Martha Keller. It described a woman named June who had cared for Martha's father during the last years of his life. After he died, Martha had sold the house and discarded June's letters without answering them. The book showed another version of Martha visiting June years later. In that life, they became friends. The second volume described a patron Jonah barely knew. The man had abandoned a teenage son after remarrying. The pages contained 2 lives running side by side. The life he had chosen, and the life that might have existed if he had returned. The third book contained only blank pages, until Jonah touched it. A name appeared. Evelyn Vale. He dropped his hand. Something whispered from the shelves behind him. Not Evelyn's voice. His own. Jonah Matthew Vale. Every lamp in the reading room flickered. Then, one after another, the books on the nearest shelves began speaking names. Some softly, some urgently. Some with such tenderness that Jonah wished they had shouted instead. The air smelled of warmed leather. His mother's book was in the conservation room. He had left it there. Yet, when he looked down, it was lying on the reading table. Open. The pages moved without wind. One turned, then another. The illustrations had become darker, richer. Evelyn's unfinished face now showed the curve of one cheek, the beginning of an eyelid, the fine texture of pores along her temple. Jonah forced himself to keep reading. A new illustration filled the right-hand page. It showed the Hallowell reading room. The green lamps. The locked doors. The books spread across the tables. At the center sat Jonah. His head was bent over an open volume. He wore the same gray shirt. His left hand rested exactly where Jonah's hand rested now. Jonah lifted it. The illustrated Jonah lifted his hand, too. Not after him. With him. Jonah stared down at the page. Then the illustrated figure slowly raised its face and looked directly out at him. The illustrated Jonah kept looking at him. Not blinking. Not moving. Only waiting. Jonah shut the book so hard that the sound cracked across the reading room. For a moment, every whisper stopped. Then something breathed inside the wall behind him. A slow inhalation. A slow release. Jonah turned. The sound came from beyond the oak paneling between two portrait alcoves, where there should have been nothing except brick and service conduits. Another breath. Closer. He crossed the room. The panel was cold, except along one vertical seam, where the wood felt faintly warm beneath his fingertips. Jonah pressed. Nothing happened. He pressed again, harder. A narrow section of paneling shifted inward. Dust fell from the molding. Behind it was a stairwell. No light. No handrail. Stone steps descended below the level of Hallowell's known basement. Jonah knew the building plans. He had reviewed them during a climate control renovation 5 years earlier. There was no stairwell here. There was no sub-basement beneath the reading room. The breathing came again from below. He took a lamp from the nearest table and began descending. The stairs were steep and uneven, their centers worn smooth by feet that should never have used them. The air changed as he went down. Colder first, then strangely humid. The smell of old paper thickened until it became almost organic. Glue. Dust. Leather. Something faintly sweet beneath it all. At the bottom stood an iron door. Someone had painted a single word across it. Provenance. Jonah hesitated. Then he pushed it open. The room beyond was enormous. Not architecturally large. Impossible. Shelves extended farther than the beam of his lamp could reach, row after row, disappearing into blackness. Thousands of books. None had call numbers. None bore conventional titles. Every spine carried a human name. Jonah moved slowly along the first shelf. Clara Morrow. Isaac Bennett. Helen Ortiz. Malcolm Reed. Some names appeared in ink. Some were stamped into leather. Some looked scratched into the bindings by hand. Beneath each name was a smaller inscription. Not author. Not donor. Not subject. A role. Domestic worker. Translator. Research assistant. Uncredited photographer. Witness. Daughter. Nurse. Tenant. Informant. Jonah pulled one book free. Inside was the life of a woman who had spent 30 years recording neighborhood testimony for a historian whose name appeared on 4 celebrated volumes. Her interviews were quoted. Her observations were used. Her name appeared nowhere in the published work. The final pages did not describe her death. They described what happened to her memories afterward. Fragments of childhood. Recipes. Arguments. Faces. A song her father hummed while shaving. All cataloged under other people's names. Jonah closed the book. On the next shelf, he found a machinist whose design had been patented by his employer. A hospital orderly whose testimony vanished from an inquiry. A woman whose husband built a public reputation from stories she had written privately for him. The room seemed to narrow around Jonah. Not because the shelves moved. Because he understood them. These books were not records of wrongdoing in the ordinary sense. They were records of absorption. Lives taken into other lives. Labor without attribution. Testimony without witnesses. Love treated as raw material. Memory stripped of ownership. He thought of Evelyn peeling apples at the kitchen table. He thought of describing her voice in interviews as an inherited narrative tradition. The phrase suddenly disgusted him. A sound moved through the shelves. Breathing. Not from one place now. From thousands. The books expanded almost imperceptibly against one another. Leather shifting against leather. Jonah backed away. His lamp caught a gap farther down the aisle. An empty section of shelving. He approached it. The surrounding books were packed tightly, but here the shelves had been cut away vertically, leaving an opening nearly Jonah's height. Human-shaped. Head. Shoulders. Torso. The wood inside the recess was polished smooth, as though something had rested there for years. At chest height hung a small brass catalog plate. Jonah raised the lamp. The engraved letters were clean. Recent. Evian Vale. From somewhere inside the empty space came a warm, patient breath. The breath inside Evelyn's empty shelf space continued for 3 slow cycles. Jonah did not move. Then the sound stopped. A drawer slid open somewhere behind him. He turned. At the end of the aisle stood a narrow wooden cabinet he had not noticed before, built directly into the stone wall. Its upper drawer protruded several inches. Jonah approached. Inside were index cards tied in bundles with cotton tape. No catalog numbers. Only names. Thousands of them. Some cards were yellowed, almost brown. Others looked new enough to have been typed that morning. The first bundle contained correspondence from Hallowell librarians dating back more than a century. Not acquisition records. Internal memoranda. Jonah unfolded one. The language was formal, almost bureaucratic. Preservation is required when ordinary record has failed. Another described a mill worker whose testimony about a factory fire had been excluded from the official inquiry, while the superintendent later published a celebrated account of the disaster. The worker's memories had begun appearing in the superintendent's dreams. Hallowell intervened, not to stop the phenomenon, to organize it. Jonah kept reading. The library had apparently discovered long ago that certain lives resisted disappearance. When testimony, labor, authorship, or identity was deliberately absorbed by someone else, traces remained. First in records, then in objects, then in the people who benefited. Names appeared where they had been removed. Documents changed. Books acquired passages no one remembered writing. The Hallowell librarians had called it historical pressure. One memorandum used a different phrase. A life denied attribution seeks a surviving vessel. Jonah's mouth went dry. The pages explained the books downstairs. They were not biographies. They were transfers. When an erased person could no longer persist in public record, the library preserved what remained of them by placing their memories into the person whose life had expanded through that erasure. Not punishment. Preservation. That word appeared repeatedly. Jonah hated it more each time. A later memorandum warned that the process accelerated when the beneficiary engaged directly with the preserved material. Reading, quoting, handling, recognition. Jonah lowered the page. He thought of every time he had opened Evelyn's book, every sentence he had read, every illustration he had touched. The thunder, the bus stop, the wall breathing beside his childhood bed. He had not started this. He had only made it faster. The process had begun years earlier, perhaps with the first publication. Perhaps earlier, the first time he wrote down one of Evelyn's stories and removed her name, because his professor would take it more seriously without the complication of a mother behind it. He found another document. This one was recent. His own name appeared at the top. Vale Jonamatho, beneficiary. Below it, source identity, Evelyn Vale. Transfer status, active before accession. Jonah stared at the line. Before accession. Before the book entered Hallowell. Before he remembered seeing it. A handwritten note had been added at the bottom. Subject has repeatedly benefited from source erasure while maintaining conscious access to source material. High transfer viability. Jonah folded the paper badly. For the first time since descending into the hidden stack, he wanted to destroy something. He gathered the memoranda, shoved them under his arm, and hurried toward the stairs. The shelves seemed tighter now. Books brushed his shoulders. Names whispered as he passed. Not accusing. Calling. At the iron door, Jonah heard Evelyn's voice. Very softly. Don't make me anonymous. He stopped. The voice had come from the book in his hands. Her book. He did not remember picking it up. The cover was warmer than before. Almost feverish. Jonah carried it upstairs. In the conservation room, the lights were still on. He opened the volume beneath the lamp. More of Evelyn had appeared. Her portrait now filled nearly an entire page. Hair, cheekbones, the small crease beside her mouth, the mole beneath her left eye. The likeness was exact, except it was no longer an illustration. Jonah leaned closer. The surface beneath his fingers was not paper. It yielded slightly. Warm. Soft. Skin. He pulled his hand back. Then something moved beneath the page. A tiny contraction near the painted eye. Jonah froze. The eyelid trembled once and opened. The eye looked at Jonah, not like an illustration made convincing by shadow, not like paint catching light. It focused. The iris was Evelyn's brown, flecked near the pupil with the same pale ring Jonah had inherited. Moisture gathered along the lower lid. Then the page blinked. Jonah stumbled backward. The book remained open beneath the conservation lamp. The eye closed again. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the paper around Evelyn's cheek rose slightly. A breath entered it. Jonah understood before he wanted to. He pulled the hidden memoranda from beneath his coat and spread them across the table. One phrase repeated in different forms. Preservation requires continuity. Another, our transfer does not destroy the source. It reconstructs what can no longer remain there. He had read the entire process backward. The book was not eating Evelyn. It was building her. Jonah forced himself closer. Beneath the translucent surface of the page, something like a vein had appeared along her temple. He touched it with one fingertip. A pulse answered. His stomach tightened. The thunder story had disappeared from Evelyn's mind because it had gone somewhere. The bus stop woman. The breathing in the wall. The rhythm of Evelyn's sentences. The gestures she made while telling them. The remembered smell of apples beneath her knife. The particular way she paused before the frightening part of a story. Everything Jonah had separated from her. Story from storyteller, voice from name, memory from owner, was being assembled here. Not copied. Returned to form. A new body made from attribution denied. He turned pages. Details had accumulated rapidly. Evelyn's hands appeared in one illustration, with age spots Jonah knew from childhood. Another page contained the faint impression of fingerprints. On the next, a lock of silver hair had become woven through the binding. Then he found teeth. Not pictured. Present. Small white shapes beneath a layer of page fiber where Evelyn's mouth had been drawn. Jonah shut the book. Something inside it swallowed. He nearly screamed. His phone rang. Brookline. A nurse told him Evelyn had awakened confused and was asking why everyone called her Evelyn. She knows your face, the nurse said, but she can't remember being your mother. Jonah sat down. Across the table, the book gave another slow breath. He remained on the call while the nurse tried to soothe Evelyn in the background. Then Jonah heard his mother say faintly, "Tell him not to let them finish me." The line went quiet. Jonah looked at the cover. Until now, he had assumed its blankness meant an absent title. A book without classification. A story awaiting a name. But when he opened the volume again, he noticed that the leather on the front cover was not uniformly blank. There was a shallow rectangular depression in the center. Not large enough for a title. Large enough for a name. The old circulation ledger came back to him. Please use your full name. Jonah returned to the hidden records. He searched until he found a memorandum labeled reversal candidates. Most of the page had been blackened out. One paragraph remained legible. Where transfer has advanced beyond narrative retention and entered corporeal reconstruction, restoration to the source remains possible only through equivalent continuity. The beneficiary must relinquish the life enlarged by the erasure. Partial restitution is insufficient. Jonah read it twice. Equivalent continuity. A life for a life. Not death, exactly. Something worse. The career. The name. The remembered relationships. The place occupied in other people's minds. Everything that had grown around what he took. He carried the memorandum back to the book. The leather depression was darker now. Waiting. When Jonah placed his palm over it, letters appeared beneath his skin one by one. Not Evelyn's name. His. Jonah Matthew Vale. The book opened by itself. On the final blank page, a sentence formed in wet brown ink. To return what belongs to Evelyn Vale, provide the complete name of the life to be surrendered. Jonah did not write his name. Not at first. He stood beside the conservation table while the letters waited beneath the leather, dark and patient. Jonah Matthew Vale. The book had already supplied them. All he had to do was agree. His phone rang again. He answered before the second vibration. The nurse from Brookline sounded exhausted. Mr. Vale, I'm sorry. She's more confused. Jonah closed his eyes. Put her on. And there was movement on the line. Fabric. A chair scraping. Then Evelyn's voice. Hello. Mom. A pause. Jonah gripped the edge of the table. It's Jonah. Nothing. He tried again. Your son. Evelyn breathed quietly into the receiver. I don't have a son. The words were gentle. That made them worse. Jonah looked at the framed covers on the far wall. His books. His lectures. His reputation. All the rooms open to him, because people believed the stories belonged, in some essential way, to Jonah Vale. He had always known where they came from. That was the part he had edited out of his own conscience. He could have credited Evelyn. He could have told interviewers that his mother had given him the language that made his work valuable. He could have shared royalties, shared stages, shared the name. Instead, he had called anonymity a scholarly choice. He had made theft sound like methodology. On the phone, Evelyn said, "Are you still there?" "Yes." "Who are you?" Jonah looked at the book. "I'm the person who took something from you." Evelyn gave a faint, uncertain laugh. That sounds serious. It was. He heard the nurse trying to coax her back into bed. Jonah swallowed. "I'm going to give it back." Evelyn did not answer. Perhaps she had already forgotten the conversation. Perhaps that was mercy. Jonah ended the call. He went to the restoration cabinet and removed a bottle of archival ink. The absurdity almost stopped him. Even now he was choosing the proper material. Something permanent. Something reversible only with damage. He dipped a steel nib. The blank depression on the book's cover seemed to deepen as he approached. Jonah hesitated over the leather. Images moved through his mind. A conference room in London. His first hardcover stacked in a bookstore window. Students quoting him. A fellowship letter. An interviewer saying his work had rescued neglected voices. Then Evelyn in the kitchen, peeling apples. Evelyn on the bus. Evelyn beside his childhood bed. Evelyn asking who he was. Jonah lowered the nib. He wrote, and Jonah Matthew Vale. The leather drank the ink. Not absorbed. Drank. The letter sank beneath the surface. The book opened. Pages began turning violently. Jonah stepped back, but the room darkened around him. Warm air struck his face. The smell was his mother's kitchen. Apples. Dust from the radiator. Rain through an open window. Then he heard her telling a story. Not from the book. From everywhere. Her voice filled the conservation room as the pages blurred faster. Jonah's fingertips went numb. He looked down. The skin at the ends of his fingers had become pale and fibrous. Thin lines ran through them like paper grain. He tried to pull away from the table. His palm would not lift. Words appeared beneath his skin. Publication dates. Lecture titles. Acknowledgements. Awards. His entire professional life written in tiny brown script. Then the writing began to fade. On the wall, the framed cover of the rooms we were told not to enter changed. Jonah's name disappeared. A new line formed. Stories of Evelyn Vale. He laughed once. A broken sound. Something inside the book pulled. His arm flattened against the open pages. There was no pain. Only pressure. A terrible sense of becoming thinner. Less singular. He saw himself entering the paper, not as a portrait, but as material. Memory. Voice. Years. The life built around borrowed things. His face appeared faintly in the final illustration. Not beside Evelyn. Behind her. Part of the background. The library lights flickered. Then every printer in Hallowell came alive. Jonah heard them through walls, above him, below him, throughout the stacks. Paper feeding. Rollers turning. Hundreds of pages being produced at once. From beneath the conservation room door, a white slip appeared. Then another. Then dozens. Jonah managed to reach the first one before his hand lost its shape completely. It was a return notice. No title. No call number. Only a name. Then another slip slid beneath the door. And another. Across Hallowell, every book had begun printing a new return slip at once. Evelyn woke before dawn with a memory of thunder. The nurse found her sitting upright in bed, describing the old Somerville apartment in precise detail. The yellow linoleum, the rattling radiator, the chipped blue bowl Jonah had used as a child. She remembered telling him the sky was moving furniture. She remembered the woman at the bus stop. She remembered the breathing inside the wall. By breakfast, she was asking for Jonah. That was when the confusion began. Brookline Memory Care had no emergency contact named Jonah Vale. The receptionist searched twice. Evelyn insisted. My son. Her file listed no children. A physician reviewed the chart and found something stranger. Evelyn's cognitive testing had improved overnight in ways the staff could not explain. Memories, documented as inaccessible for months, had returned with astonishing specificity. She could name childhood neighbors, teachers, addresses, songs. She remembered stories she had not told in decades. But every time she asked for Jonah, people gave her the same apologetic expression. No one knew who she meant. At Hallowell, Martha Keller arrived for work and found a gray coat hanging in the staff cloakroom. No one claimed it. There was a mug in the conservation room, with cold coffee dried along the bottom. A pair of magnifying lenses rested beside a bone folder. Someone had left meticulous restoration notes beside an 18th century folio. The handwriting belonged to no employee. Hallowell's staff directory contained no Jonah Vale. Payroll contained no Jonah Vale. Security credentials showed no such person had ever been issued a badge. The office beside conservation was empty. It had apparently always been empty. Martha stood in the doorway for a long time, disturbed by the certainty that a desk should have been there. Across Boston, Jonah's books changed. Some vanished from catalogs entirely. Others remained, but their authorship altered. The rooms we were told not to enter now carried Evelyn Vale's name. Reviewers who had once praised Jonah's research remembered interviewing Evelyn instead. University archives contained photographs from lectures. In several, Evelyn stood alone at the podium. In others, there was an unexplained gap beside her, a blurred human absence no archivist could identify. Only Evelyn continued remembering him. Not always clearly. Some mornings Jonah was 5 years old. Some afternoons he was 19 and angry about a professor. Sometimes she remembered him at 42, sitting beside her bed and asking about thunder. She began writing his name on scraps of paper. Jonah Matthew Vale. She kept them in her pockets. Weeks passed. At Hallowell, the unnumbered book remained locked in conservation because no one could determine where it belonged. Martha eventually opened it. The first pages contained Evelyn's stories. Not adaptations. Not fragments. Her stories. Her language. Her memories. Farther inside, the material became stranger. The paper warmed beneath Martha's fingertips. A pulse seemed to move beneath certain illustrations. Then she reached the final image. A man sat at a conservation table inside a room that looked exactly like Hallowell. Martha did not recognize him. He was thin, pale, and bent over a damaged page. In one hand, he held a brush. With the other, he smoothed torn fibers together with endless concentration. Behind him stood Evelyn Vale. or something made from everything Evelyn remembered herself to be. Her face was perfect. Too perfect. Every age of her seemed present at once. The young mother beside a thunderstorm window, the woman peeling apples, the old woman in the memory care bed. She watched the man restoring pages. He never looked up. Martha closed the book. From inside the cover came one quiet breath, then another. She placed it in a locked cabinet. 3 weeks later, Hallowell's electronic catalog malfunctioned. At first, staff assumed a corrupted database import. Thousands of unfamiliar records appeared overnight. Then tens of thousands. Each entry contained a personal name. No title. No publisher. No subject classification. Only a name, a status, and a due field. Martha searched her own. Mart Haw Keller. A variable. Below, it was a return date. She stared at the screen. Then she searched Samir Patel. Another date. Anne Hollis. Another. Thomas Wren. Another. Someone contacted the city and compared the records with municipal databases. The catalog was not listing Hallowell patrons. It was listing Boston. Every resident they checked appeared as a volume. Children. Judges. Teachers. Paramedics. Unhoused people. Students. People who had never entered the library. Nearly every human name in the city had become searchable. And beside each one, under return date, was a different date. Some were decades away. Some were next year. Some were tomorrow. Martha stopped searching when she understood what the catalog was counting. Deep beneath Hallowell, thousands of unnumbered books shifted against one another. And somewhere among them, a man no one remembered kept repairing pages for lives that had not yet been returned. Perhaps the most frightening thing about Jonah's fate is that the library never truly punished him. It corrected an imbalance he had spent years calling preservation. He believed a story could survive without the person who gave it life. Hallowell believed otherwise. But by the end, the question had grown larger than Jonah or Evelyn. If every person can become a volume, then every life contains things borrowed, withheld, forgotten, or taken from someone else. And somewhere, perhaps, a return date is already waiting beside the name. What would your life have to give back? Story 2. By August, Calder Reservoir had fallen low enough to reveal things Daniel Rusk had spent most of his career pretending were gone. Tree stumps appeared first. They stood along the receding shoreline in gray ranks, stripped smooth by nearly 3 decades underwater. After them came fence posts, lengths of rusted cable, sections of asphalt, warped into black scales by silt and heat. A concrete culvert emerged near the northern inlet, still carrying no water, but stained dark along its interior, as though the reservoir had withdrawn reluctantly and left a shadow behind. Tourists came to photograph everything. Daniel hated them for it. He watched from the access road above the dam while families climbed past warning signs to pose beside foundations that had once belonged to people. Children collected bottle caps from the mud. Someone planted a folding chair where the old county road surfaced and took a photograph, pretending to drive. The Temperature that afternoon was 106 degrees. The reservoir looked less like a lake than an enormous wound trying to close. "Another 14 inches since Monday," said Priya Nanduri. She stood beside Daniel at the railing with a tablet tucked beneath one arm. Priya supervised instrumentation for the dam, and unlike most younger engineers Daniel had worked with, she rarely filled silence simply because it existed. Daniel looked toward the exposed intake markers. "I saw the report. You signed it. I also read them." Priya gave him the faintest smile. Below them, the hydroelectric station hummed through concrete. The vibration was so constant that Daniel usually stopped noticing it within minutes of arriving. Today he felt it through the soles of his boots. A low mechanical breathing. Calder Dam had been built 27 years earlier across the western branch of the Ketterly River. Daniel had been 26 then, a junior civil engineer assigned mostly to slope surveys, access roads, and relocation maps. He disliked the word relocation. He always had. It suggested furniture. Boxes. A moving truck backed politely toward a porch. By late afternoon, they joined the Reservoir survey team aboard a flat-bottomed maintenance boat. The drought had exposed enough submerged terrain that navigation required updated depth measurements almost daily. Dead trees waited beneath the surface. Old utility poles appeared where charts still showed 30 feet of water. Daniel sat beside the sonar display while the boat moved slowly north. The screen painted the bottom in layers of amber and black. Mud. Stone. A collapsed wall. More mud. Then a rectangle appeared. Daniel leaned forward. "Back up." The operator, Luis Herrera, glanced at him. "What?" "Reverse 15 feet. Luis eased the throttle. The image vanished, then returned. A narrow, rectangular void stood several feet above the reservoir floor. Not lying across it. Standing. Daniel adjusted the gain himself. The shape sharpened. 4 boundaries. An open interior. Something like a box without a lid. Priya crouched beside him. "Foundation?" "No." "You sure?" "Foundations don't stand vertically." Luis looked over his shoulder. "Could be an artifact." Daniel nodded automatically. Sonar produced ghosts all the time. False returns, layered echoes, temperature distortions. "Run across it again." They did. The rectangle remained. A second appeared 20 yards farther east. Then another. By the 4th pass, Daniel stopped calling them artifacts. They were spaced irregularly across the drowned valley, some near the reservoir floor, others suspended above it at different heights. Their dimensions varied, but the proportions bothered him. 8 feet high, 10 feet across, 12 feet long. Human dimensions. Domestic dimensions. Priya enlarged one return. "What does that look like to you?" Daniel stared. Inside the rectangle were several smaller forms. One broad horizontal plane. 4 narrow vertical supports beneath it. Another shape nearby with a straight back and 4 legs. "No," Daniel said. Luis turned. "No what?" Daniel reached for the screen, though touching it changed nothing. The sonar boat drifted over a place where, 27 years earlier, people had eaten breakfast, argued over bills, washed dishes, put children to bed. He remembered maps, parcel numbers, colored evacuation zones. He remembered a neighborhood farther west that had always looked strangely blank on the final drawings. Priya pointed at the smaller shape. "That's a chair." Daniel said nothing. The boat passed above the rectangle. For a moment, the sonar image blurred. When it cleared, the chair was no longer beside the table. It was on the opposite side of the room. Luis stopped the boat. None of them spoke. Then, through the hull beneath Daniel's boots, came 3 slow knocks. Not from the engine. Not from the deck. From below. And after a pause, something knocked 3 times again. The second set of knocks did not come again. Luis killed the engine anyway. Without the propeller vibration, the reservoir became unnaturally quiet. Heat trembled above the surface. Somewhere along the exposed shoreline, a raven called once and stopped. Daniel waited with one hand resting on the gunwale. Nothing touched the hull. Priya looked at him. "You heard that. Thermal contraction." Luis frowned. "In an aluminum hull?" Daniel stood. "Restart the engine." By the time they returned to the dam, he had given the sonar anomaly 3 possible explanations and written all 3 into the preliminary inspection log. Submerged construction debris. Sediment shear. Acoustic multipath distortion caused by unusual temperature stratification. He did not include the chair. That evening, Daniel remained in his office long after the operations staff had left. His office contained almost nothing personal. 2 framed certifications. A steel ruler. Inspection manuals arranged by edition. A photograph of Calder Dam taken during its first year of operation. No family photographs. No souvenirs. No decoration that could not be measured. He reviewed the sonar passes 1 frame at a time. The rectangles persisted regardless of angle. That troubled him. Most false returns changed shape when the boat changed position. These did not. Their edges remained perpendicular. Their dimensions remained approximately consistent. One measured 11 feet 8 inches by 13 feet 2 inches. Another was smaller. 9 feet 3 inches by 10 feet 9. Bedrooms, Daniel thought. He immediately corrected himself. Rectangular cavities. He entered the measurements into a spreadsheet. Numbers behaved better when named correctly. At 7:30 that evening, Priya appeared in his doorway carrying 2 paper cups. "You're still here. So are you." "I went home." Daniel looked up and came back. She placed 1 cup near his keyboard. "You missed dinner?" "I wasn't hungry." Priya looked at the enlarged sonar image on his monitor. "You deleted the furniture note. It was speculative. It moved. The return changed. You said the dimensions didn't." Daniel removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. We are responsible for a dam supplying water and electricity to several counties during the worst drought in recorded regional history. I am not filing a report that says we found a dining room underwater. Priya leaned against the filing cabinet. What are you filing? That we found identified submerged structures requiring additional survey. Structures. Yes. Not rooms. No. She studied him for a moment. You ever work here before the reservoir filled? Daniel's hand stopped beside his glasses. For part of construction. You know where those structures are? Approximately. What used to be there? He put his glasses back on. Several residential parcels. Priya waited. Daniel turned toward the monitor. On the screen, amber lines formed a box beneath black water. The past returned in fragments when he least wanted it. A folding table inside a temporary county office. Maps covered in transparent overlays. Blue for flood boundary. Yellow for compensated property. Red for mandatory evacuation. Names typed beside parcel numbers. An older supervisor named Malcolm Vale tapping one column with a nicotine-stained finger. We cannot relocate people who technically aren't registered residents. Daniel remembered asking whether they lived there. Vale had looked at him as though the question were sentimental rather than procedural. Daniel closed the sonar file. I need the morning seepage readings. Priya did not move. Daniel. Tomorrow. She finally left. He waited until her footsteps disappeared before opening the oldest digital project archive. Calder Reservoir Construction Phase 4. Evacuation. Relocation. Property acquisition. He stared at the directory names for nearly a minute, then closed the archive without opening anything. At home, Daniel slept badly. He dreamed of houses with no roofs. Not ruined houses. Complete rooms standing under black water, arranged in long rows while people inside them continued ordinary lives. Someone washed dishes. Someone folded laundry. Someone tucked a child beneath a blanket. No one looked through the windows. In the morning, Daniel arrived at the dam before sunrise. The first call came shortly after 8. A woman named Evelyn Price lived on Ridgeway Drive, less than half a mile above the reservoir's eastern shore. She had called County Emergency Services because she believed part of her house had collapsed. There had been no collapse. Daniel drove there with Priya. Evelyn met them outside in slippers and a bathrobe. My bedroom is gone, she said. Daniel expected structural damage. Instead, the hallway ended at a smooth wall. Evelyn stood beside him, shaking. The door was here. Daniel examined the paint. No seam. No patchwork. No framing irregularity. The wall appeared original. What was inside the room? Priya asked. My bed, dresser, clothes. Evelyn swallowed. They're still here. Daniel turned. She pointed toward the living room. The dresser stood beside the sofa. Clothes lay folded across it. Her bed had somehow been placed against the opposite wall. Every object from the missing bedroom remained inside the house. Only the room itself was gone. Daniel measured the vanished space from the exterior. 11 feet 8 inches by 13 feet 2 inches. He did not speak during the drive back. At the reservoir, Luis was already waiting beside the sonar console. "There's another one," he said. Daniel looked at the screen. A new rectangular void stood beneath the water. Inside, it was a bed, a dresser, and along one wall, neatly folded clothes. Daniel spent the next morning trying to prove that the new room did not exist. He requested a second sonar pass from a different angle, then a third. He changed frequencies, adjusted gain, recalibrated the transducer, and made Luis repeat the survey path until the maintenance boat had traced the same narrow strip of reservoir 6 times. The room remained. 11 feet 8 inches by 13 feet 2 inches. The same dimensions as Evelyn Price's vanished bedroom. Inside it, the bed remained pressed against one side. Daniel stopped calling the shapes sediment deformation. He still refused to call them rooms. "We need visual confirmation," Priya said. Daniel disliked the phrase, because it implied there was something to confirm. By noon, they had mounted a tethered inspection camera to the survey winch. It was normally used to examine intake grills and underwater concrete. The housing was pressure-rated far beyond the current reservoir depth, with 2 LED arrays flanking the lens. Luis lowered it slowly. The screen first showed greenish water filled with suspended particles. 10 feet. 20. 30. The sunlight thinned. At 40 feet, the water turned the color of old glass. "Angle east," Daniel said. Luis adjusted the tether. The camera rotated. For several seconds, there was only silt. Then a wall passed into view. Not a ruined wall. Wallpaper. Blue flowers faded almost gray. Luis stopped lowering the camera. Nobody spoke. Daniel leaned closer to the monitor. The wall stood upright in open water, its edges sharply defined. There was no foundation below it, no ceiling above it, no adjoining structure extending into darkness. The camera drifted sideways. A corner appeared. Then another wall. A window. Beyond the window was not the reservoir. It was darkness. Not murky water. Not the blackness produced by depth. A clean, depthless darkness, like night seen through glass. Priya whispered, "There's no exterior wall." Daniel knew what she meant. The window opened into nothing. Luis moved the camera farther back. The entire structure came into view. It was a bedroom without a house. 4 walls. A ceiling. A floor. No supporting beams. No debris. The bed inside was neatly made. A dresser stood against one wall. Several folded garments rested on top of it. Evelyn Price's garments. Daniel recognized the yellow sweater she had held against herself while describing the missing room. "Move north," he said. His voice sounded distant to him. The camera traveled through open water. Another room appeared. Then another. Then 5 more. Some hung several feet above the reservoir floor. Others stood partially buried in silt. A kitchen contained cabinets, a table, and 3 chairs. A narrow hallway stretched from one doorway to another. though both doors opened directly into water. A child's bedroom contained a painted wooden horse. A bathroom mirror reflected something the camera could not see. Louise stopped, breathing loudly. Priya counted under her breath until she reached 27. Then she stopped counting. Daniel did not. 32. 41. 56. The camera rose slightly, and the view widened. Rooms filled the reservoir. Hundreds of them. They stood at different depths, scattered across the drowned valley in loose clusters, as though entire houses had been dismantled into individual interior spaces and suspended separately beneath the water. Daniel felt a pressure behind his sternum. He remembered evacuation maps. Rows of parcels. Handwritten corrections. Addresses crossed out. He forced the memory away. "Record everything," he said. Louise stared at him. "We are. Duplicate storage. Already running." Daniel nodded. Procedure. Replication. Evidence. Words that still belonged to the world he understood. The camera approached what looked like a sitting room. Inside stood a sofa covered in pale fabric, a side table, a bookcase, and an old brass lamp. Nothing moved. The room appeared dry. That was impossible. Daniel searched for bubbles, drifting fabric, suspended dust. There were none. The lampshade sat perfectly straight. On the side table was a ceramic cup. Its surface reflected warm light, although the lamp beside it was dark. Priya leaned closer. "Do you see that?" Daniel did. The lamp switched on. Louise jerked backward from the console. Soft yellow light filled the room. Not filtered light. Not underwater light. Warm household light. The kind that belonged beside a chair on an ordinary evening. Daniel could suddenly see the wallpaper more clearly. Small green leaves. A framed landscape. A doorway at the far end. The doorway opened. A woman crossed the room. She moved quickly, visible only from the shoulders up as she passed the window. Gray hair. Dark cardigan. One hand carrying what looked like a folded towel. Then she disappeared through the opposite wall. Priya whispered, "Daniel." He could not answer. The room had no corridor attached to it. No adjoining structure. No exterior space. Nothing beyond that wall except reservoir water. Yet somewhere inside the impossible architecture, the woman continued walking. A moment later, from a room 30 yards away, another lamp switched on. The second lamp was followed by a third. Then, a fourth. Within minutes, warm points of light appeared across the drowned valley, scattered through the suspended rooms like windows in a town that had decided night had fallen. Daniel ordered the camera raised. No one argued. Back at Calder Dam, he created a new incident category in the internal reporting system. Spatial structural anomaly. Priya read the heading over his shoulder. That doesn't mean anything. It means we don't know what it is. It means you don't want to type the word room. Daniel saved the report. By evening, County Emergency Services had logged 6 unusual residential complaints around the reservoir. By the following morning, there were 19. Daniel and Priya drove first to a house on Alder Creek Road. The owner, Martin Bell, met them in the driveway, holding a set of blueprints. My kitchen was here yesterday. The house looked ordinary from outside. Inside, the living room ended at a cream-colored wall. Martin pressed both palms against it. There was a doorway here. His wife stood behind him, crying quietly. Daniel measured the wall. No concealed opening. No fresh plaster. No difference in paint thickness. The baseboard ran continuously from one end to the other. "Where is the kitchen furniture?" Priya asked. Martin pointed toward the garage. The refrigerator stood beside a lawnmower. Cabinets had appeared along the garage walls during the night, fully attached and containing the family's plates, glasses, and food. Their dining table had somehow moved into the living room. Nothing had been destroyed. The kitchen had simply ceased to occupy space. Daniel asked for photographs. Martin showed him dozens. Birthday dinners. Thanksgiving. Their daughter icing a cake. Each image clearly showed the missing kitchen. "It existed," Martin said. Daniel looked at the blank wall. "I know." The words left him before he could replace them with something more professional. By midday, another family reported losing a hallway. Then, a linen closet disappeared from a house on Ridgeway Drive. A spare bedroom vanished near the Western Marina. In every case, objects survived. Space did not. Daniel created a table. Address. Room type. Approximate dimensions. Time last confirmed present. Time discovered missing. Distance from Reservoir. He worked until the pattern emerged. The missing rooms did not appear underwater immediately. There was a delay, usually between 2 and 6 hours. He compared residential measurements with the newest sonar survey. The Alder Creek kitchen appeared beneath the reservoir shortly after noon. 14 feet 1 inch by 11 feet 6. The same dimensions Daniel had recorded that morning. Its cabinets were intact. His dining chair stood beneath a hanging light fixture. The Ridgeway hallway appeared later. Then the closet. Then the spare bedroom. Every subtraction above the water became an addition below it. Priya stood beside the monitoring display with her arms folded. "It's collecting them." "Huh?" Daniel shook his head. "That assumes intention. What word would you prefer?" "Transfer. That assumes mechanism. Everything has a mechanism." Priya looked toward the dark reservoir beyond the control room windows. "Even this?" Daniel did not answer. He left shortly before sunset. His house stood on a slope east of the dam, a modest single-story structure he had purchased 8 years earlier because it required almost no maintenance. He liked that about it. Straight walls. Simple plumbing. No additions. No surprises. He unlocked the front door and entered. Something felt wrong immediately. Not visibly wrong. Shorter. Daniel stood in the entryway. The living room was where it belonged. Kitchen beyond it. Bedroom door to the left. He set his keys down. then stopped. His home office should have been at the end of the hallway. There was no hallway. A wall stood 3 feet beyond the bedroom door. Daniel stared at it. He walked closer. White paint. Baseboard. No seam. He touched the surface. Solid. This morning he had walked down that hallway, carrying coffee. He remembered avoiding a stack of inspection folders beside the office door. He remembered the small framed photograph on the wall near the thermostat. He remembered everything. His office still existed. He could see its exterior window from outside the house. But from inside, there was no route to reach it. Daniel went outside. The office window reflected the dry evening sky. He crossed the yard and looked through the glass. His desk was still there. Computer. Chair. Files. The hallway door stood open inside the room. Beyond it was darkness. Not a wall. Not another room. The same clean, depthless darkness he had seen through the underwater windows. Daniel stepped backward. His phone rang. Priya. He answered without speaking. "We just found another room," she said. Daniel looked through his office window at the impossible dark doorway. Priya continued. "It's small, narrow, about 4 feet wide and 16 feet long." Daniel closed his eyes. She read the measurements. They matched his hallway exactly. By the end of the week, Calder County stopped calling them structural anomalies. People called them missing rooms. There were 43 confirmed cases by Friday morning. A kitchen vanished while a family was eating breakfast. The table, chairs, plates, and people remained, compressed somehow into the adjoining living room without injury. A bathroom disappeared from a ranch house near the marina, leaving its toilet bolted inexplicably to a bedroom floor. In another house, 2 bedrooms survived while the hallway connecting them vanished, trapping a teenage boy behind a door that now opened onto solid drywall. Firefighters reached him through an exterior window. Nothing behaved like collapse. Nothing left debris. Space itself was being removed. Daniel slept at the dam. His own office remained inaccessible from inside his house, though every object within it could still be seen through the exterior window. He stopped going home after the second night. Instead, he occupied the small emergency cot beside the engineering archive and worked through lists. Dimensions. Locations. Transfer delays. Reservoir depths. He plotted each missing room against the underwater survey. Everyone appeared below Calder Reservoir. The transfer interval was shortening. 6 hours became 4. 4 became 90 minutes. By Friday afternoon, a pantry disappeared from a house while Daniel was still on the phone with its owner. 17 minutes later, sonar registered it underwater. Priya stood over his desk. "It's speeding up." Daniel highlighted another row. "It's correlating with reservoir decline." "That isn't what I said." He looked toward the window. The drought had lowered the water another 4 inches. "We need more cameras. We need evacuations." The word struck him harder than she intended. Evacuation. For a moment he saw an old temporary office again, A paper map. Colored pencils. Malcolm Vale's hand flattening a corner. Daniel pushed back from the desk. We don't know that. Leaving the houses prevents anything. We know staying in them is becoming dangerous. The structures aren't failing. Daniel, one family has a staircase that ends inside their ceiling. He said nothing. That evening, an alarm forced him into Inspection Gallery 3. The seepage monitor there had begun producing irregular pressure readings along the western abutment. Daniel descended alone. The gallery was narrow, concrete, and cold, despite the heat outside. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead. Water beaded naturally along several joints, feeding thin drainage channels cut into the floor. He had walked these tunnels hundreds of times. Halfway down the gallery, he heard dishes. Daniel stopped. A faint ceramic clink came through the concrete wall. Then water running from a faucet. A cupboard closing. He pressed his ear to the wall. Somewhere behind 6 feet of reinforced concrete, a woman laughed. Not loudly. Domestic laughter. Someone answered her, the words too muffled to understand. Daniel stepped back. The seepage monitor beside him clicked. From inside the wall came 3 knocks. He left the gallery without completing the inspection. Upstairs, he opened the original construction drawings. Not digital copies. Paper. The old sheets were stored in steel map drawers, organized by survey district. Daniel spread them across the conference table. Pre-impoundment roads emerged beneath his hands. Oak Street. Mill Road. St. Vincent Avenue. Residential blocks. He compared them against the underwater room coordinates. At first, the pattern seemed impossible. The rooms were scattered vertically, but their horizontal positions followed old property boundaries. Daniel traced one cluster. A kitchen. 2 bedrooms. A narrow passage. Bathroom. Sitting room. Separate underwater spaces. Together, they formed the exact interior plan of a house that had once stood at 318 Mill Road. He found another. Then another. The Reservoir had dismantled the old town room by room while preserving its layouts. Priya arrived as he opened the relocation archive. Look. Daniel showed her the overlays. Her expression changed. These aren't random. No. Huh. Whose houses? He searched the parcel index. Most had entries. Owner. Compensation amount. Relocation date. Demolition confirmation. Then he reached the western edge of the original valley. A dense block of small homes appeared on the construction map beside the former cannery and rail siding. Daniel remembered it. He remembered children riding bicycles through dust. Laundry lines between porches. Spanish spoken through open windows. Workers coming home after sunset with mud on their boots. He searched the relocation ledger. Nothing. He searched by street. Nothing. Parcel numbers skipped from the industrial zone directly to agricultural lots beyond it. Priya leaned closer. What neighborhood is that? Daniel already knew. People had called it San Aurelio, though the county maps had labeled it Western Service District. 38 houses, a grocery, a church basement, 2 boarding homes for seasonal workers. Daniel opened the final evacuation roster. San Aurelio was absent. Completely. Yet beneath the reservoir, the camera grid showed dozens of rooms clustered exactly where the neighborhood had stood. One of them was lit. Daniel enlarged the image. Inside a small kitchen, 4 people sat around a table. And on the wall behind them hung a calendar dated 27 years earlier. The calendar remained on Daniel's screen long after everyone else had stopped pretending it could be explained. The photograph was too clear. A red circle marked a date in late summer, 27 years earlier. Beneath it, written in dark ink, was a single word Daniel could not make out. Priya stood beside him. Those people shouldn't be there. Daniel looked at the 4 figures around the underwater kitchen table. No. You mean because the neighborhood was evacuated? He did not answer. Instead, he shut down the image and opened a cabinet containing the oldest physical plans for Calder Dam. There was one place he had not searched. The lower galleries. Most of the dam's internal passages remained active, but Gallery 6 had been closed shortly after commissioning. Officially persistent seepage and obsolete instrumentation had made it unnecessary. Daniel remembered something else. Boxes being carried down there during the final construction year. Paper records. Original field maps. Material no one wanted cluttering the administration building once the project was declared complete. Priya watched him pull a ring of maintenance keys from the emergency cabinet. Where are you going? Lower gallery. I'm coming. No. She stared at him. Daniel added, if I'm not back in 40 minutes, call operations. That is not reassuring. It isn't supposed to be. The entrance to Gallery 6 lay behind the turbine hall, below a stairwell Daniel had not used in years. The air changed as he descended. Cooler. Wetter. The concrete smelled mineral and old. At the bottom, a chain crossed the passage beneath a faded placard. Restricted, non-operating access. Daniel removed it. His flashlight beam ran across pipe brackets, drainage channels, flaking paint. The tunnel narrowed as it entered the western abutment. After 50 yards, he began hearing noises. At first, he assumed water was moving through conduit. Then he heard a spoon strike glass. A chair scrape. A child cough. Daniel stopped. The sounds came from beyond the concrete. Not echoes from above. Not mechanical vibration. A household existed somewhere on the other side of the wall. He kept walking. The gallery ended at a maintenance door he barely remembered. Its steel surface was orange with corrosion. The lock resisted the key twice before turning. Behind it was a storage chamber. Cardboard boxes had collapsed from moisture, but several metal drafting cabinets remained intact. Daniel opened the first. Inside were construction plans stamped pre-impoundment demolition. He carried them to a dry section of floor and unfolded them. San Aurelio. House after house. Detailed interior plans. Bedrooms. Kitchens. Passages. Closets. a boarding house with 8 small rooms upstairs. The St. Gabriel Workers' Chapel. Every building had a demolition notation. Come, P. laid. Daniel checked the dates. Several were impossible. One house was marked demolished 6 days after reservoir filling had already begun. Another was certified removed on the same date. Daniel remembered driving past it still occupied. His breathing became shallow. He opened another drawer. Inside lay photographs. Not demolition photographs. Occupancy surveys. Families stood in doorways, holding numbered placards. Names were written on the backs. Ortega. Mendoza. Ruiz. Villanueva. Some had handwritten notes. No verified title. Seasonal ASTP. Not eligible for full relocation. Daniel turned over another photograph. A younger version of himself stood at the edge of the frame. Hard hat. Clipboard. 26 years old. He remembered the day. A woman had demanded he enter mother's name on the relocation sheet. Daniel had told her the final roster came from county administration. He had said there was nothing he could change in the field. She had asked him whether the water would understand the difference. At the time, Daniel had thought she was being dramatic. Something knocked deeper inside the gallery. 3 times. Daniel raised his flashlight. Beyond the storage room was another passage. It did not appear on the modern dam plans. He followed it. The domestic sounds became clearer. Running water. A radio playing softly. Cutlery. Someone humming. The tunnel should have ended inside solid abutment concrete after 20 feet. It continued for more than 100. At last, Daniel's flashlight found something brown ahead. Wood. He slowed. A front door stood at the end of the passage. Ordinary wood. 4 recessed panels. Brass knob. A small peephole. There was no frame set into masonry. The door seemed embedded directly in the dam itself, surrounded on every side by uninterrupted concrete. Daniel touched it. Dry. Warm. On the other side, someone moved a pan across a stove. He could hear oil crackling. Then a woman called something in Spanish. A man answered. Daniel gripped the knob. Every part of his training told him not to open an unknown barrier inside a dam. He turned it anyway. The door swung inward. Warm yellow light spilled across his boots. Daniel smelled onions frying in oil. Tomatoes. Cumin. Fresh tortillas. Not mildew. Not reservoir water. Dinner. And somewhere just beyond the doorway, a chair scraped across a kitchen floor. Daniel did not step through the doorway. Not at first. He stood with one hand on the brass knob while warm kitchen air moved over his face. Someone was cooking on the other side. He could hear a knife tapping against a cutting board. A radio played low enough that he could not make out the song. A child laughed somewhere deeper in the house. The sounds were ordinary. That made them worse. Daniel pulled the door closed. The latch clicked softly. For several seconds, he remained in the concrete passage, staring at the wood. Then he returned to the storage chamber. He needed records, not voices, not smells. Records could still be sorted. The drafting cabinets contained more than plans. Behind the occupancy photographs, Daniel found 3 steel document boxes labeled Cost Revision, Western District. He carried the first beneath the nearest functioning light. Inside were budget memoranda from the final year before impoundment. Property acquisition had exceeded projections. Temporary housing costs had risen. Legal disputes threatened the opening schedule. Daniel turned pages until he found a memorandum signed by Malcolm Vale. The language was dry. Certain unverified residents within the Western Service District were to be excluded from formal relocation calculations because their inclusion would require supplemental appropriations and potentially delay Reservoir commissioning. Daniel read the sentence twice. Another document listed categories: temporary labor, unregistered tenants, extended family occupants, seasonal residents, persons without documented title. Beside each category was a projected savings figure. Not people. Savings. Priya's earlier words returned to him. Whose houses? Daniel opened the second box. Evacuation rosters. The original count for San Aurelio was 211 residents. A revised count listed 136. A final certified count listed 98. 75 people vanished between the first and second documents. 38 more disappeared before certification. Daniel knew before he reached the last page what he would find. Still, his stomach tightened when he saw it. At the bottom of the revised resident summary were 4 signatures. Project Manager, County Liaison, Relocation Administrator, Junior Field Engineer, Daniel Rusk. His handwriting was younger but unmistakable. The final stroke of the R extended too far beneath the surname. He remembered doing that. He remembered the room where he had signed. A portable fan rattling in the window. Vale smoking despite the posted notice. Stacks of maps tied with string. And Daniel asking why the Western District count had dropped. Vale had said, "We're counting eligible residents." Daniel had looked at the first roster. He had seen the names disappear. He had known they were people he had spoken to. A mechanic named Tomas, who repaired pumps behind his house. Mrs. Ruiz, who kept handing Daniel coffee during survey visits. Children who followed the engineering crews and collected orange marking flags. He had noticed. That was the part he had spent 27 years changing inside his own memory. He had not been unaware. He had not been too junior to understand. He had asked one question. Vale had answered it. Then Daniel had signed. Because the project was already delayed. Because refusing would have meant an investigation. Because everyone above him appeared to accept the revision. Because he was 26 and wanted Calder Dam on his resume. Daniel lowered the paper. For years, he had told himself that his signature merely confirmed field measurements. The document said otherwise. Certified resident count. He had certified an absence. A sound came from the passage. 3 knocks. Daniel looked toward the wooden door. This time, the knocking was not from behind concrete. Someone was knocking on the other side of the door. Then a woman spoke. "Senor Danny?" Daniel stopped breathing. No one at Calder Dam called him Danny. No one had for decades. But San Aurelio had. The residents had struggled with rust, and somehow Daniel had become Senor Danny during the survey months. Children shouted it when his truck arrived. Women called it from porches when they needed him to explain another notice. He had forgotten that, or convinced himself he had. "Senor Danny?" The voice was older now. Daniel approached the door. His hand shook as he reached for the knob. The woman spoke again, almost warmly. "You came back." Daniel opened the door. The kitchen remained lit. A gray-haired woman stood beside the stove, holding a wooden spoon. Daniel recognized her before he understood how. Mrs. Ruiz. Exactly as she had looked 27 years earlier. She smiled. Then she glanced past him, toward the concrete tunnel, and asked, "Is it morning yet?" Mrs. Ruiz was still waiting for an answer. Daniel stood in the doorway with the concrete gallery behind him and the warm kitchen ahead. "Is it morning yet?" He looked toward the window over her sink. Beyond the glass was darkness. Not night. Not sky. The same absolute blackness the underwater camera had seen. A small curtain hung motionless above the sink. On the sill sat a ceramic rooster Daniel remembered from 27 years earlier. Mrs. Ruiz followed his gaze. "Storms lasted a long time," she said. Daniel stepped inside. The kitchen floor was dry. No water leaked beneath the door. No pressure crushed the walls. The ceiling light glowed softly above a table set for 4. A pot simmered on the stove. "You've been here all this time?" Mrs. Ruiz gave him a puzzled look. All what time? Daniel could not answer. A man entered through the doorway behind her, carrying a folded newspaper. Daniel recognized Carlos Ruiz, her husband. Carlos had died 14 years earlier. Daniel knew because he had once seen the obituary while searching old county records. Here, Carlos looked 40. He nodded politely. "Danny." The newspaper beneath his arm carried a date from 27 years ago. Daniel backed toward the doorway. Beyond the kitchen was a hallway. That should have been impossible. The camera had shown this room floating alone. Yet from inside, the house continued. Bedroom doors. A bathroom. Family photographs. A narrow passage leading toward the front of the house. Daniel understood then that the reservoir had never preserved the buildings. It had preserved something more basic. The belief that a room continued beyond its walls. Inside, that was what had survived. Not lumber. Not foundations. Not roofs. Interior space. The certainty that a bedroom belonged to a hallway, that a hallway led to a kitchen, that a kitchen opened toward a porch, that beyond one door another familiar place waited. Home was not the structure. Home was the expectation of another room. Daniel looked back through the kitchen window. Blackness pressed against the glass. Mrs. Ruiz saw him staring. "You shouldn't drive until it clears," she said. "It's too dark." Daniel felt cold despite the heat of the stove. "You think it's night?" Carlos frowned. What else would it be? Daniel walked into the hallway. Every doorway connected naturally from inside. But through one bedroom window, he could see another isolated room suspended far away in black water. A lamp glowed there. A woman folded towels. She did not appear to notice the reservoir between them. Daniel returned to the kitchen. How many people are still here? Mrs. Ruiz laughed softly. Still here. He moved through the house until another door opened into a different kitchen. Then another hallway. Then a bedroom Daniel knew had belonged to a separate building 2 streets away. The reservoir had joined the rooms from within. An entire neighborhood existed without exterior architecture. Doors connected spaces that, underwater, floated hundreds of feet apart. People moved through them as though nothing had changed. Children crossed hallways that did not physically exist. Families ate dinners that had lasted 27 years. Outside every window was darkness. Inside every room, ordinary life continued. Daniel thought of Evelyn Price's missing bedroom, Martin Bell's kitchen, his own hallway, new rooms appearing beneath the reservoir. He understood the purpose before he wanted to. The old interiors were failing. The drought was lowering the water. The reservoir could no longer hold everything it had kept. So it was taking replacements. Fresh kitchens. Fresh bedrooms. Fresh corridors. Stealing space from the living to preserve the inside world of those it had refused to release. Not furniture. Not houses. The condition of being indoors. Daniel returned to Mrs. Ruiz's kitchen. What happens when a room disappears here? Her expression changed. For the first time, she looked afraid. Sometimes a door stops opening. How often? More lately. She glanced toward the hallway. We thought the storm was getting worse. Daniel pictured the reservoir shrinking under drought. Hundreds of preserved interiors pressed into less and less water. A system trying to maintain volume. Trying to keep everyone inside. Mrs. Ruiz, he said carefully, there isn't a storm. She stared at him. Carlos lowered the newspaper. Daniel continued. The reservoir filled 27 years ago. Silence entered the kitchen. Mrs. Ruiz looked toward the black window. Then back at Daniel. No. You were supposed to be evacuated. No. The dam was completed. The valley flooded. Carlos stood. You said buses were coming. Daniel's mouth went dry. Mrs. Ruiz's face changed slowly as memory reached her. You said we had until morning. Daniel remembered saying it. Not officially. Not in writing. Just reassurance spoken on a porch while crews withdrew from San Aurelio. Until morning. Mrs. Ruiz looked past him toward the dark window. A crack appeared in the glass. Water did not come through. Instead, from somewhere far above them, a door slammed. Then another. Then hundreds. All through the impossible neighborhood, people began shouting. Daniel turned toward the hallway. One of the doors was gone. A seamless wall stood where it had been. And from inside that wall, someone began pounding to get out. The pounding spread through the walls. Not one room. Hundreds. Daniel ran back through the impossible corridors while voices rose around him in panic. Doors vanished as he passed them. A bedroom became a blank wall. A pantry narrowed until its shelves pressed together. Somewhere behind plaster, a child screamed for his mother. Mrs. Ruiz shouted after Daniel, but he did not turn back. He reached the wooden front door and stumbled into the lower gallery. The concrete passage felt brutally cold after the kitchen. Priya was waiting near the storage chamber with 2 operations officers. Daniel. He stopped. Her face told him everything. They know. One officer held a radio. Management ordered this section sealed immediately. No further access. No recordings leave the facility. Daniel looked at the document boxes behind them. What about San Aurelio? The officer hesitated. That is not our concern right now. Daniel almost laughed. 27 years earlier, that had been the entire problem. Not our concern. People are in there. We don't know what's in there. I do. Priya stepped closer. What happened? Daniel looked back toward the passage. Doors slammed behind the concrete. The reservoir is losing the rooms. She frowned. It's taking new ones because the old ones are collapsing. It's maintaining interior space. The officer said, that doesn't mean anything. Daniel turned on him. It means people have been living beneath this reservoir for 27 years because we never let them leave. Silence. The officer raised his radio. Daniel took the ring of control keys from his belt. Priya saw them. Daniel. The gates. Her expression sharpened. No. If the reservoir is holding them, remove the reservoir. You don't know what happens. I know what happens if we do nothing. He moved past them. The officer grabbed his arm. Daniel twisted free with surprising force. Seal the gallery if you want, he said. But I'm finished sealing people inside things. He ran. The control room was 3 levels above. By the time he reached it, alarms were already sounding across the facility. Priya followed him. You cannot open everything, she said. Downstream release capacity. I know the capacity. You'll flood the river corridor. Daniel reached the emergency control panel, then evacuated. She stared at him. The word hung between them. Evacuate. This time he meant everyone. Priya grabbed the radio and began issuing warnings. Daniel entered the override sequence. The system rejected him. He tried again, using commissioning-level emergency authorization he had not used in decades. A confirmation message appeared. Full spillway and outlet release. He hesitated. For 1 second, he saw Malcolm Vale's office. The revised count. His signature. The sentence he had repeated privately for years. I signed what I was authorized to sign. Daniel pressed the final command. Deep inside Calder Dam, machinery awakened. Valves opened. Hydraulic gates lifted. The concrete beneath his feet shook. Every alarm began at once. Priya ran to the downstream cameras. Nothing. Daniel looked up. What? No discharge. The instruments showed the gates fully open. Reservoir level falling. Downstream flow unchanged. That's impossible. Daniel ran to the observation deck. The water was disappearing. Not draining. Vanishing. The shoreline descended with terrifying speed, leaving bands of wet earth around the valley. Boats settled onto mud. Fish should have appeared. They did not. No water rushed toward the spillway. No torrent filled the river. The reservoir simply ceased to contain water. And as it vanished, the rooms emerged. First hundreds, then thousands. Bedrooms hung 50 feet above the exposed valley. Kitchens floated beside empty doorways. Hallways stretched through open air and ended nowhere. Bathrooms, nurseries, closets, dining rooms. An entire town dismantled into interiors, suspended without walls to support them. Lights burned inside many of them. Daniel could see people standing at windows, looking out. For the first time in 27 years, daylight touched their faces. Priya whispered, "My God." Then her radio erupted. A dispatcher shouted over overlapping voices. Medical emergency on Ridgeway. Another on Alder Creek. Then another. People choking. Collapsing. Unable to breathe. Daniel grabbed the radio. What are they choking on? The answer came through static. Water. Daniel looked toward the empty reservoir. There was not a drop left in it. The dispatcher's voice broke. They're coughing up water inside their houses. Across the hills surrounding Calder, emergency calls multiplied. Dry bedrooms filled with the sounds of drowning. Daniel stared at the thousands of suspended rooms. He had opened the gates. He had released what the reservoir was holding. But not only the people, he had released the drowning with them. The first people stepped out of the rooms before the emergency crews reached the shoreline. Daniel watched them descend through open air. They did not fall. A kitchen door swung outward 50 feet above the exposed reservoir bed, and an elderly man stepped through as though an invisible porch existed beneath his feet. His shoes found something that could not be seen. He descended slowly, one impossible step after another, until he reached the mud. Other doors opened. Women carrying handbags. Children clutching blankets. Men in work clothes. Families who had entered San Aurelio 27 years earlier and never experienced another morning. Some had not aged. Others had. Daniel could find no rule for it. A young woman emerged beside a man old enough to be her father, although Priya recognized them from an archived photograph as brother and sister. A child came through alone, still carrying a school backpack. Behind him appeared a woman Daniel knew had died before Calder Dam was even completed. The reservoir had not preserved time consistently. It had preserved occupancy. Whoever belonged inside had remained inside. Sirens echoed from the hills. Priya's radio had become a wall of overlapping distress calls. No visible flooding. No broken pipes. No water entering homes. Yet residents around Calder were drowning. Paramedics dragged one man onto his lawn while clear water poured from his mouth. A woman on Ridgeway Drive broke her bedroom window and crawled outside, gasping immediately, as if she had surfaced from deep water. The rooms were no longer being stolen. The condition inside them was spreading. Daniel understood. For 27 years, Calder Reservoir had separated two incompatible truths. Above the water, there were houses. Below it, there were people who had never been permitted to leave theirs. The reservoir had carried the contradiction. It had held the water around the rooms without allowing the water inside. Daniel had removed the barrier. Now the drowning had gone somewhere else, into every place that still called itself home. He left the observation deck. "Where are you going?" Priya shouted. Daniel did not answer. He crossed the exposed reservoir bed on foot. Mud cracked beneath his boots, yet overhead thousands of rooms hung in brilliant afternoon light. People passed him heading toward the shore. Some stared at the dam. Some wept. Most simply looked confused. Then Daniel saw Mrs. Ruiz. She stood beneath her floating kitchen with Carlos beside her. For the first time, she looked old. Not gradually. Completely. 27 years seemed to have reached her between one breath and the next. She recognized Daniel. "You opened it," she said. "I thought I was releasing you." Mrs. Ruiz looked toward the hills, where sirens multiplied. "You opened everything." Daniel lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry." She studied him for a long moment. Then she said, "You were sorry before." He looked up. "You just signed anyway." There was nothing he could say to that. Behind her, a doorway hung 20 feet above the mud. Daniel recognized it. Not from the camera. From the plans. San Aurelio Block 12. The first group of homes removed from the certified count. He walked toward it. Priya called his name from far behind. Daniel kept going. An invisible staircase accepted his weight. One step, then another. He climbed into the doorway. Inside, a narrow hall waited. Warm, dry, familiar. At the far end stood the kitchen where Mrs. Ruiz had asked whether morning had come. The rooms were empty now. Everyone who could leave had left. Daniel walked deeper. Door after door opened for him. Bedrooms, closets, passages. Homes erased from budgets and transformed into numbers he had agreed not to question. At last he reached a small office. There had never been an office in the original plans. On a desk lay the revised evacuation roster. His signature waited at the bottom. Beside, it was an empty line. Daniel sat down. Outside, somewhere beyond the walls, people were drowning in dry houses. He understood what the reservoir required. Not another engineer. Not another gate. An occupant. Someone who had helped create the interior and had spent 27 years insisting he lived outside it. Daniel picked up the pen. He wrote his name on the empty line. The door closed behind him. Across Calder County, people began coughing air. Years later, the reservoir had never refilled. The dam remained abandoned above a valley of cracked earth. Thousands of rooms still floated there. No cables held them. No foundations supported them. During the day, they were dark. But every evening, one by one, their lamps switched on. And in the highest room, behind a window facing the old dam, a man sat at a desk beneath warm yellow light, forever reviewing a list that would never contain everyone. Some catastrophes begin long before anything breaks. Daniel spent most of his life believing that responsibility could be divided into signatures, procedures, jurisdictions, and acceptable losses. But Calder Reservoir remembered what the paperwork erased. People still occupied the spaces from which institutions had removed them. The rooms were frightening because they preserved more than homes. They preserved the consequences of deciding that some lives were easier to omit than to protect. Perhaps that is why the reservoir never truly emptied. A place does not need water to remain flooded. Sometimes all it needs is a truth no one was willing to carry. Story 3. The first complaint of the autumn term concerned an empty bed. Alice Wren had been back at St. Aveline's for 11 days when Poppy Harland appeared outside her counseling room with a blanket folded over both arms and said she no longer wanted to sleep in Dormitory 3. The girl was 13, freckled, and trying hard not to cry. Homesickness was common in September. Alice had spent most of the week listening to the same ache in different forms, unfamiliar ceilings, communal showers, mothers who sounded cheerful on the telephone because they were crying after the call ended. "What's wrong with Dormitory 3?" Alice asked. Poppy looked down at the blanket. "The other bed is being used." Alice knew the room. St. Aveline's had been built in pieces over 3 centuries, and its dormitories had never agreed on a single shape. Dormitory 3 belonged to the oldest wing, where the floorboards dipped toward the windows and rain pushed through the stone around the leaded panes. 4 beds stood along each wall, though one was currently empty. Used by whom? I don't know. That answer might have worried Alice more if Poppy had not added, almost apologetically, "She's kind." Outside, afternoon mist pressed against the courtyard and softened the black yew trees into smudges. Somewhere above them, a bell rang for tea. "Did you see someone?" "No." "Then what makes you think the bed is being used?" Poppy finally met her eyes. "Because she sleeps there." Alice waited. Poppy's face reddened. "I know how that sounds." It was a sentence Alice herself had used once, many years earlier, in a different room at St. Aveline's. The memory arrived without permission. A green-shaded desk lamp, rain on glass, a woman opposite her with both hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. Alice lowered her gaze. "Tell me exactly what happened." Poppy had woken 3 nights earlier because someone was humming. The sound seemed to come from the empty bed beside hers, normally kept stripped except for a mattress protector. The tune was a lullaby Poppy's mother used to sing when she was small. "What lullaby?" Poppy shook her head. "It doesn't have a name. Mum made it up." Alice wrote nothing for several seconds. The first night, Poppy assumed another girl was awake. The second, She heard the mattress springs ease down as though someone had sat on the empty bed. On the third, she woke with her hair being stroked away from her forehead. By one of the other girls. They were asleep. You checked? I didn't need to. Poppy, fear can make us very sure of things before we've checked them. I wasn't frightened. The girl said it so quietly that Alice stopped writing. I slept better than I have since I came here. For a moment, the only sound was the radiator ticking itself cool. Alice had once loved St. Aveline's at night. As a pupil, she had thought the school safest after lights out, when the corridors emptied and the old building seemed to gather its stone around the girls like a closed hand. Later, she had learned there were several kinds of safety, and some were only another name for silence. She closed Poppy's file. I'll speak to the house staff. At the door, Poppy hesitated. She knows my mom's voice. Alice felt a small pressure behind her ribs. What do you mean? When she hums, she gets the wrong bit wrong. The wrong bit? Mom always forgets one note. She's forgotten it since I was little. The woman in the other bed forgets the same one. That evening, Alice went to Dormitory 3 with the night matron, Mrs. Vey. The other girls had been sent downstairs. The room smelled of furniture polish, damp wool, and lavender detergent. Poppy's bed was neatly made. The bed beside it was bare. Mrs. Vey gave Alice a tired smile. You see? Alice did. Then she put her palm against the center of the empty mattress. The fabric was warm, not sun-warm. The curtains had been closed all afternoon. Body warm. Alice drew her hand back. Mrs. Vey had already turned away. Near the pillow, on the white mattress protector, lay a single long gray hair. Alice stared at it until the old memory returned. The green-shaded lamp, the rain, the teacher she had accused. And the same gray hair caught on that woman's sleeve. By the end of the week, Poppy Harland had stopped asking to go home. That should have been good news. Alice had spent enough years counseling boarders to know how quickly homesickness could sharpen into refusal. Headaches before breakfast, stomach pains after evening roll call, sudden tears in corridors, desperate negotiations about weekend leave. Poppy had shown nearly all of them during her first 10 days at St. Aveline's. Then, almost overnight, they disappeared. She arrived for her next counseling appointment early, sat with her hands folded neatly in her lap, and smiled when Alice asked how she was sleeping. Very well. And Dormitory 3? It's fine now. No more humming? Poppy considered the question. Sometimes. Alice lowered her pen. And the empty bed? Poppy's smile remained. She doesn't bother me. The phrasing caught at Alice. Not there's nobody there now. Not I imagined it. She doesn't bother me. Alice, for that, Alice asked whether Poppy still wanted her parents to collect her for the weekend. No, thank you. You were very certain about it on Monday. I was being silly. Homesickness isn't silly. Poppy looked toward the window, where rain slid down the old glass in narrow, wavering lines. She says wanting your mother all the time makes things harder for everyone. Alice felt the muscles in her hand tighten around the pen. Who says that? Poppy blinked. Then her expression changed, not to fear, but to mild confusion, as though Alice had asked who had taught her to breathe. I don't know. She left 5 minutes later. Alice watched her cross the quadrangle from the counseling room window. 2 older girls were arguing beneath the cloister arch, their voices sharp enough to carry through the rain. Poppy passed between them, with her head bowed, untouched by the tension around her. At lunch, Alice noticed something else. 3 first-term pupils, who had been frequent visitors to the pastoral office, sat together at the end of a table. Elsie Marsh had cried every morning because her parents lived in Singapore. Rebecca Holt had developed a habit of hiding in the library before evening prep. Nina Bell had written her mother's telephone number on the inside of her wrist because she feared forgetting it. Now all 3 ate in silence. Not unhappy silence. Peaceful silence. When a prefect told Elsie to finish her peas, she obeyed without complaint. When Nina dropped her spoon, she picked it up and apologized to nobody in particular. Rebecca, who had once spent nearly an hour telling Alice how much she hated the school uniform, carefully smoothed the cuff of her blazer and said, "It's nicer when you stop making trouble." Alice looked across the hall. All 3 girls slept in dormitories with at least 1 unoccupied bed. That afternoon, she requested the room allocations. Mrs. Vey raised an eyebrow. Counseling concern? Possibly. You'll have a hard time arguing that improved behavior is a concern. Alice did not answer. The phrase remained with her. Improved behavior. St. Aveline's had always prized it. When Alice had been a pupil, good girls were described in the same language used for well-kept rooms. Orderly, quiet, presentable, no cause for complaint. She remembered Miss Calder once objecting to that. "Children are not furniture," she had said. Alice had forgotten those exact words until now. Or believed she had. The telephone rang just before evening assembly. Reception transferred the call to Alice because Mrs. Harland had specifically asked for the school counselor. Mrs. Harland? A pause. "Yes. Sorry, yes." Her voice sounded distracted. Alice asked whether everything was all right. "I wanted to check on my daughter. Poppy is doing much better." Another pause. Longer this time. "Poppy." Alice sat straighter. "Poppy Harland." Oh. There was a small laugh at the other end, brittle and embarrassed. "Yes, of course." Alice waited. Mrs. Harland breathed out slowly. "I'm sorry. I've had the strangest afternoon." "What happened?" "I was changing the sheets in the spare room." Alice looked toward the window. Rain trembled against the panes. Mrs. Harland continued. "I haven't used that room since my sister stayed last Christmas, but today I suddenly felt I needed to get it ready." "For someone visiting?" "That's the strange part." The woman laughed again, but this time Alice heard fear beneath it. "I don't know who." Alice said nothing. "I put fresh towels out, clean pillowcases, even the blue blanket my mother gave me." Her voice became quieter. "And then I stood in the doorway thinking I should call the school because one of my girls was away." "One of your girls?" "Yes." Mrs. Harland stopped. Alice heard movement on the line, then an uncertain whisper. "I have 2 daughters, don't I?" Alice's throat tightened. You have Poppy and Charlotte. Charlotte, Mrs. Harland repeated immediately. Then silence. And the other one? Alice stood. Poppy. Yes, Poppy. The relief in Mrs. Harland's voice lasted only a second. Then she asked, very softly, why does that name sound like someone I used to know? Alice replayed Mrs. Harland's last sentence several times after the call ended. Not literally. The school telephone system did not record ordinary parental calls. But the words remained intact in her mind with the peculiar clarity of something she wished she had misheard. Why does that name sound like someone I used to know? By morning, Alice had persuaded herself there were reasonable explanations. Exhaustion. Stress. A distracted mother managing two children and a household. Poppy's improvement, meanwhile, could simply be adaptation. Children changed quickly at boarding school. Some cried for 10 days and then, embarrassed by their own distress, became fiercely independent. The gray hair was harder to explain. So Alice did what she had been trained to do whenever memory threatened to become emotion. She looked for evidence. St. Aveline's security system had been installed after a burglary 6 years earlier. Cameras covered entrances, corridors, stairwells, and common areas, though never the interiors of sleeping rooms. Dormitory 3 was an exception. 2 years earlier, after allegations of nighttime bullying, a temporary camera had been mounted high above the door. It showed most of the room without capturing the changing area behind the privacy screens. The complaints had ended, but nobody had bothered removing the camera. Alice asked the bursar for access to the previous week's recordings. What exactly are we looking for? He asked. Qual entry. To a girls' dormitory. Yes. He stopped smiling. The footage from the first night showed nothing remarkable. Girls entered after evening wash, whispered beneath blankets, passed contraband sweets from bed to bed, and eventually became still. The empty bed beside Poppy remained untouched. Alice increased the playback speed. Hours passed. Moonlight shifted across the floor. At some point, well after midnight, Poppy rolled onto her side, facing the empty mattress. Alice slowed the recording. The mattress moved. Not much. A shallow depression appeared near the edge, as though a hand had pressed down. Then another depression formed higher up. The springs lowered gradually. Alice leaned closer to the monitor. There was nobody there. No distortion suggesting a person hidden by poor resolution. No shadow. No shape in the blanketless bed. Only the unmistakable contour of weight settling onto the mattress. She checked the corridor camera. No one had entered. She checked the window. Closed. The depression remained for 17 minutes. Then the mattress rose again. Alice watched the sequence 3 times. On the 4th, she noticed Poppy's face. The girl was smiling in her sleep. The second night was worse. The mattress dipped shortly after the dormitory had gone quiet. This time, the indentation resembled a body lying lengthwise beneath an invisible weight. Shoulders, hips, the slight hollow made by bent knees. Poppy shifted toward it. Alice paused the image. Every other girl in the room was facing away. She continued. Poppy's hair moved. A few strands lifted from her forehead and slid backward. Then they moved again. Slowly. Rhythmically. Like fingers combing them. Alice felt cold move across her scalp. She advanced, frame by frame. At first, there was nothing. Then, between two blurred frames, something appeared beside Poppy's temple. 4 pale fingers. Alice stopped breathing. The hand had no visible wrist. It simply emerged from empty darkness approximately 6 inches above the mattress. The image quality was good enough to show narrow knuckles and a plain gold wedding band. The fingers stroked Poppy's hair once. Twice. On the 3rd stroke, another girl turned toward the empty bed. Then another. Alice watched, unable to touch the controls. One by one, all 7 sleeping pupils rolled onto their sides. Their eyes remained closed. Their faces settled into expressions of extraordinary calm. 7 children, all facing the place where no woman lay. The invisible hand continued stroking Poppy. And then something changed in the audio. The dormitory camera did not normally capture sound clearly. Pipes knocked. Floorboards creaked. Rain hissed against old windows. But beneath those noises, Alice heard humming. A simple descending melody. She knew it before she knew why. Her stomach tightened. Miss Calder used to hum that tune while supervising evening study. Alice turned the volume higher. The hand stopped moving. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then all 7 girls opened their eyes at exactly the same moment. None looked frightened. They stared directly at the camera. And from 7 mouths, perfectly together, came a woman's voice. Alice Wren should not be watching. Alice did not report the recording. She told herself this was because she needed to understand what she had seen before, involving the headmistress, the governors, or the parents. That was the professional explanation. The private one was simpler. The voice had used her full name. By breakfast, she had watched the footage enough times to memorize every movement. The sinking mattress. The pale hand. The wedding ring. 7 girls turning in their sleep. 7 mouths opening together. Alice Wren should not be watching. She copied the relevant footage onto an encrypted drive and returned to the dormitories. The pattern was no longer confined to Dormitory 3. In Dormitory 6, a homesick 12-year-old named Harriet Cole had stopped waking with nightmares after complaining that someone sat beside her until she slept. Harriet described the presence as smelling of Pear's soap and peppermint lozenges. "My gran smells like that," she told Alice. "Grandmother visits the school?" Harriet laughed. "No, she's dead." In another room, Megan Dacre said someone invisible tucked the blanket beneath her feet every night because she always kicked it loose. "My mom does that." "Did you tell anyone here?" "No." Across the corridor, another girl had heard a woman whisper Little Mouse, a childhood nickname used only by her father's second wife. One child knew the precise rhythm of 3 kisses against her forehead. Another heard a lullaby in Polish that none of the staff spoke. The details were too intimate to be coincidence and too varied to belong to one haunting. There were women in the dormitories. Different women. And each one seemed to know how a particular child had once been comforted. Alice began contacting families under the excuse of routine pastoral follow-up. The first conversation was ordinary, until she asked Mrs. Dacre for Megan's date of birth. There was a silence. August, the woman said. Alice waited. Yes? August. Another silence. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. I've filled in enough school forms to know this. She eventually remembered. 2 days later, Megan's father called reception because his wife had bought a second dressing gown. For whom? Alice asked. That's what I want to know. He lowered his voice. She says a woman is coming to stay. Which woman? She doesn't know. By Thursday, Alice had 4 similar reports. Mrs. Cole had stripped her son's old bedroom and remade it for a female guest she could not name. Nina Bell's mother had ordered new curtains for their spare room because, as she explained to her husband, she'll want somewhere quieter. Rebecca Holt's mother had placed a photograph of an empty chair on the bedside table in a freshly prepared room. When asked why, she burst into tears. The parents did not forget everything. That was what troubled Alice most. They remembered their homes, their jobs, their spouses, shopping lists, neighbors, dentist appointments. They forgot around their daughters. A birthday went first, then a nickname, then which foods the child disliked. One mother confused her daughter's handwriting with a stranger's. Another stared at a school photograph and asked why there was an extra girl standing between 2 classmates. Meanwhile, the pupils themselves were becoming easier. Perfectly easier. At St. Evelyn's, complaints dropped. Detentions fell. No one cried after lights out. The youngest boarders stopped requesting weekend leave. Girls who had once argued over showers, stolen biscuits, and missing hairbrushes now apologized immediately and accepted blame with blank little smiles. Mrs. Vey called it a miracle term. Alice found Poppy in the library after supper, copying Latin vocabulary into an exercise book. Have you spoken to your mother recently? Yes. How did she sound? Poppy did not look up. Tired. Did that upset you? No. Alice sat opposite her. Poppy, your mother has been forgetting things. The pencil stopped. For the first time in days, something almost like emotion crossed the girl's face. Not fear. Annoyance. She's allowed to forget me. Alice felt a chill despite the overheated room. Who told you that? Poppy resumed writing. She needs room. For what? Poppy's pencil moved carefully beneath the final Latin word. For someone who can do it properly. Alice stared at her. Behind them, somewhere beyond the library wall, a woman began humming. Not Miss Calder's tune. Another lullaby. Then another joined it from somewhere above. And another. Different melodies, drifting through the old building until they overlapped into something soft and almost beautiful. Poppy smiled at her exercise book. They're coming home now, she said. That evening, Alice received an email from Mrs. Harland containing a photograph of Poppy's bedroom at home. The bed had been stripped. Beside it stood a newly made second bed. And sitting on the pillow was a long gray hair. The photograph from Mrs. Harland stayed open on Alice's screen until the building had gone quiet. Poppy's stripped bed. The second bed beside it. The gray hair on the pillow. Alice zoomed in until the image broke into squares. The hair remained visible. Long, silver gray. Slightly curled at one end. Miss Calder's hair had been darker when Alice knew her, though streaked early around the temples. Alice remembered that now with painful clarity. She remembered the way Calder pushed it behind one ear when irritated. The faint smell of chalk on her sleeves. The habit of humming while marking essays. Memory had become untrustworthy since the dormitories began singing. Alice closed the photograph. Outside her office, St. Avelyn seemed unnaturally still. The girls had settled hours earlier. No whispered conversations traveled beneath doors. No pipes were being struck by illicit hairbrushes. No footsteps hurried toward bathrooms after lights out. The school had achieved the silence generations of headmistresses had demanded. Alice found herself wishing someone would misbehave. She left the office. The corridor lamps cast shallow pools of yellow over the stone. Between them, portraits of former headmistresses disappeared into shadow. As Alice passed the east stairwell, she heard humming. She stopped. One melody. Very soft. Not the tune Miss Calder used to hum. Something older. Alice followed it upstairs. The sound led her past the occupied dormitories and toward the northern wing, closed that term because falling plaster had exposed damp behind the walls. The humming came from dormitory 12. Alice knew the room was empty. A red maintenance notice hung across the handle. She stood outside listening. 3 descending notes. A pause. Then 5 rising ones. Her body recognized the melody before her mind allowed it. Alice touched the door. No. The humming continued. Her mother had sung that song. Not often. Only when Alice was very small and feverish enough to be carried downstairs, wrapped in blankets. Her mother would sit beside the kitchen range and hum while stroking the inside of Alice's wrist with one finger. There had never been words. Alice had once asked what the song was called. Her mother had said she did not know. My mother sang it to me. That was all. Alice tore the maintenance notice free. The door opened easily. Dormitory 12 smelled of plaster dust and cold wood. Moonlight entered through tall windows. 8 bedsteads had been pushed against the walls and covered in white sheets. The humming stopped. Alice remained in the doorway. Is someone here? Nothing answered. She took one step inside. The floorboard creaked. From beneath the nearest sheet came a soft metallic complaint. A bed spring. Alice froze. The covered mattress sank slowly at its center. Someone had sat down. Alice's throat tightened. You know who I am. The indentation deepened. No answer. Alice forced herself closer. The air changed. A smell moved through the room. Rose water. For one impossible second, she was 6 years old again, pressing her face into her mother's dressing gown after waking from a nightmare. Alice's mother had always kept rosewater beside the bathroom mirror. Not perfume. Rosewater. She had dabbed it behind her ears before church. Alice backed away. The humming began again. This time, there were words beneath it. Too faint to understand. Alice moved closer despite herself. The unseen weight shifted on the mattress. The sheet wrinkled as though knees had turned toward her. Then a hand-shaped depression formed beside the pillow. Alice remembered Poppy saying, "She's kind." "Who are you?" The whisper came from directly beside Alice's ear. "Lally." Alice stumbled backward so violently that her shoulder struck a bedpost. The room tilted. Nobody had called her that in more than 30 years. Her father had invented the name because, as a toddler, Alice could not pronounce her own. Her mother had continued using it privately until Alice was 9. Never at St. Eveline's. Never in letters. Never in front of school friends. Alice had not even thought of the name in decades. The unseen woman began humming again. Alice's eyes filled unexpectedly with tears. She hated herself for that. "What do you want?" The mattress rose. For several seconds, the room was completely still. Then another bed sank. Across the dormitory. Then another. And another. One by one, every covered mattress lowered beneath invisible bodies. 8 women sitting upright in the darkness. Alice could hear breathing now. Different rhythms. Different ages. All around her. The voice beside her ear returned. Soft. Patient. Almost loving. "You came back." Alice gripped the doorframe. "To the school?" A pause. Then the voice corrected her. "No, Lally." From beneath all 8 sheets, the bed springs creaked as the unseen women leaned forward. "You came back to us." Alice did not sleep. By morning, she had convinced herself of only one thing. The women in Dormitory 12 had expected her. Not discovered her. Not noticed her. Expected her. "You came back to us." The sentence followed her through breakfast, through 2 canceled counseling appointments, through morning assembly, where rows of perfectly composed girls sang the school hymn without fidgeting. Alice watched Poppy among them. The child did not look toward her once. After assembly, Alice went to the archives. St. Eveline's kept its architectural records in a basement room beneath the administrative wing, where rolled plans stood in metal cabinets, smelling of dust and damp cardboard. Most concerned renovations: fire doors, drainage, rewiring, roof repairs. The oldest plans were stored flat beneath linen sheets. Alice searched for the northern wing. Dormitory 12 had once belonged to something called the convalescent floor. Below it, in drawings dated more than a century earlier, stood the former infirmary. And beneath the infirmary was a corridor absent from every modern plan. Alice leaned closer. The passage ran parallel to the foundations before terminating beneath the chapel. Along one side were narrow, rectangular chambers. No doors were marked. Only openings from the corridor into each room, like sleeping alcoves. Across the bottom margin, someone had written in faded ink, "Maternity accommodation, private." Alice stared at the word. St. Aveline's had never been a maternity hospital. She checked later plans. The corridor disappeared after 1938. Not demolished. Simply omitted. A renovation plan from the 1960s showed solid foundation where it should have been. Alice carried the oldest drawing downstairs. The former infirmary now served as storage for broken desks, old curtains, and unused sports equipment. Its original tiled floor survived beneath rubber matting. She found the anomaly behind stacked gymnastics benches. A section of wall sounded hollow. The plaster there was newer than the stone surrounding it. Alice fetched a torch and a small maintenance hammer. Her first strike exposed brick. The second loosened mortar. By the time the opening was large enough to crawl through, her palms were raw. Cold air touched her face. It smelled faintly of rosewater. Alice entered. The passage beyond was narrow enough that her shoulders almost brushed both walls. Dust lay thick underfoot, undisturbed except for a shallow line running along the center, as though something had been repeatedly dragged there. Her torch beam revealed the first chamber. It was not a cell. That would have been easier. It was a bedroom. A narrow iron bed stood against the wall beneath faded floral paper. Beside it sat a washstand, a wooden chair, and a small chest of drawers. There was no door, no curtain, no privacy. The next chamber was nearly identical. Then another. Each had been furnished with slight differences. A knitted blanket, a cracked hairbrush, a porcelain basin painted with violets, a pair of slippers placed neatly beneath the bed. Alice moved deeper. The corridor seemed longer than the plan allowed. On one bed lay a child's wooden rattle. On another, a folded nightdress. On another, a silver-backed brush containing several long strands of gray hair. Alice stopped touching anything. The air had become warmer. Then she heard humming. One woman at first. Far ahead. Alice switched off the torch. Darkness swallowed everything. The humming remained. Another voice joined it. Then a third. Different lullabies. Different rhythms. Yet after several seconds, Alice realized something impossible. The women were breathing together. Every song rose on the same inhale. Every phrase ended on the same exhale. Dozens of melodies synchronized by one vast invisible body. Alice turned the torch on again. At the end of the corridor stood a plastered wall not shown on the oldest plan. The humming came from behind it. She approached slowly. Names had been scratched into the plaster. Some were nearly erased. Mary, Edith, Louisa, Catherine. Dozens more. Alice lifted the torch higher. Near the center, one name had been carved deeper than the others. Beat Rice Calder. Alice touched the letters. The humming stopped. Instantly. The silence was so complete she could hear dust slipping inside the wall. Then something pressed against the plaster from the other side. Not a hand. A face. Its shape pushed outward slowly. Forehead, nose, lips. Another appeared beside it. Then another. Soon, the entire wall was deforming beneath the pressure of unseen women. Alice backed away. From behind the plaster came Miss Calder's voice. Not singing now. Speaking. Alice. The face nearest her opened its mouth beneath the wall. You told them I wanted to touch you. Alice could not move. A second voice whispered beside it. And because they believed you. The plaster bulged with dozens of mouths. They gave us someone new. Alice left the maternity corridor carrying only one thing. A name. Beatrice Calder. She did not remember climbing back through the broken wall. She remembered scraping her knee on brick. She remembered the smell of dust in the former infirmary. She remembered standing beneath the fluorescent lights afterward, with both hands pressed against the sink while cold water ran over her fingers. But the voices remained clearer than any of it. You told them I wanted to touch you. By afternoon, Alice was in the governor's archive. Unlike the ordinary school records, this room required a key held in the headmistress's office. Alice used the spare set from the pastoral cabinet and told herself she would explain later. The locked drawers contained disciplinary files going back more than a century. At first, nothing seemed connected. A kitchen maid dismissed in 1911. A widowed housemistress removed in 1923. A music instructor in 1947. A nurse in 1962. Then Alice noticed a repeated notation. Maternal unsuitability confirmed. The phrase appeared beside women accused of very different things. One had suffered what the file called hysterical episodes. Another had borne a child outside marriage. Another had refused an arranged engagement. A teacher had been dismissed after expressing no desire to marry. A house cop had lost custody of her children following her husband's death. A matron was described as cold toward infants. Another woman, already a mother of 4, had been judged emotionally excessive. Too little maternal feeling. Too much. Either could qualify. Alice kept reading. The language changed over the decades, but the judgment remained. Unstable. Immoral. Neglectful. Unfit. Barren. Overattached. Sexually inappropriate. Unfeminine. The final page in each file contained no dismissal address. No forwarding information. No pension details. Only a stamped phrase. Transferred for echinal surface. Alice's hands began to shake. She found architectural references next. Maintenance orders for sleeping chambers. Payments for iron bedsteads. Rose water. Hairbrushes. Night dresses. Sedatives. And, repeatedly, an expense category that made no sense. Maternal retention procedures. Alice sat back. The room seemed suddenly too small. She remembered the children becoming obedient. The mothers forgetting. The invisible hands. The bedrooms prepared for unnamed women. St. Aveline's had not created ghosts accidentally. It had maintained them. She searched the index for Calder. The file was thicker than the others. Calder, beat Rice Mary. English literature teacher. 36 years old, unmarried, no children, employed at St. Avelin's for 9 years. Alice opened the folder. The first pages were ordinary evaluations. Excellent classroom discipline. Strong examination results. Unusually protective toward distressed pupils. Then the language changed. Questions institutional traditions. Displays inappropriate curiosity regarding former infirmary. Encourages pupils to challenge authority. Has expressed concern regarding unexplained nighttime behavior. Alice turned another page. A handwritten statement appeared beneath a familiar school crest. Her own name was at the top. Alice Wren, 4th form. She stopped breathing. The handwriting beneath it was hers. Teenage hers. Rounder letters. Heavy pressure. The lowercase g she had later trained herself to write differently. Alice read. She had stated that Miss Calder kept her after evening study. That Calder locked the classroom door. That Calder stood too close. That Calder touched her hair. That Calder said Alice was a girl who needed a better mother. None of it had happened. Not like that. Alice remembered the real evening now. She had been caught stealing examination papers with 2 older girls. Expulsion had been almost certain. Miss Calder had found her first. She had not threatened Alice. She had begged her to tell the truth before the governors became involved. Then Alice learned that Calder herself was already under suspicion. So Alice had given the school something easier to believe. A frightened girl. An unmarried teacher. A locked room. One accusation. She had watched the governors' faces change while she spoke. The file contained their decision. Testimony judged credible. Subject demonstrates fixation upon pupils consistent with unsuitable maternal displacement. Alice swallowed hard. Below that, conversion authorized. The words seemed to move on the paper. Conversion. A later page described Calder being removed from staff housing after midnight. No police. No solicitor. No external inquiry. Only 3 governors and the infirmary matron. Alice turned the final page. A note had been added in different handwriting. Subject resisted integration. Continued vocalization for 19 days. Eventually responsive to designated child anchor. Ran Alice. Alice stared at the sentence. Designated child anchor. Her skin went cold. Beneath it was one final entry. Dormitory placement approved. Subject retained successfully. A photograph had been clipped to the page. Miss Calder stood against a tiled infirmary wall wearing a plain white nightdress. Her hair was almost entirely gray. Her eyes were open. Her mouth was covered with a strip of linen. And behind her, written directly onto the tile in black ink, were 4 words. Do not let them mother. Alice turned the photograph over. On the back, in Miss Calder's handwriting, was a message addressed to her. Not to the governors. Not to the school. To Alice. If you ever come back, it means they kept you for last. Alice read the sentence until the words lost their shape. If you ever come back, it means they kept you for last. There was something beneath the photograph. a folded sheet, brittle at the creases. Unlike the official documents, it carried no school crest, no signature. Only Beatrice Calder's handwriting filling both sides in hurried black ink. Alice began reading. Calder had discovered the maternity corridor during her 7th year at St. Aveline's. At first, she believed it had once housed unmarried pregnant women sent away by respectable families. The records encouraged that interpretation. Shame, secrecy, institutional confinement. Then she found the retention ledgers. The school's founders, Calder wrote, had believed that maternal instinct could be separated from the individual woman who possessed it. Not metaphorically, literally. The earliest experiments had been conducted on servants, widows, unmarried mothers, women confined for melancholia, and women whose families considered them difficult. The body the founders claimed was unreliable. Maternal devotion was not. So they preserved the devotion. Alice's eyes moved faster. The women were confined beneath the infirmary and subjected to rituals Calder described only indirectly. Prolonged isolation, repeated lullabies, objects taken from children, hair, milk teeth, clothing, handwritten names. Eventually, the women stopped responding to their own identities. What remained attached itself to the school, to beds, to frightened children, to need. The result was considered a triumph. Homesick pupils stopped crying. Night terrors diminished. Runaways became rare. Discipline improved. The women below became what the governors called supplementary mothers. Spare mothers. For decades, new women were added whenever the old presences weakened. Then the practice nearly ended. By Calder's time, no new conversion had been performed in more than 30 years. The old mothers were fading. That was why the dormitories had become restless. That was why Calder had begun investigating. Alice turned the page. Calder had planned to release them. Not because she believed they were harmless. The opposite. She believed the system depended upon imprisonment. The women's instincts had been stripped from memory, personality, grief, anger, and choice. They could comfort children, but they could not love them as individual human beings. They could only perform motherhood, endlessly, automatically. And every time they comforted a child, Calder believed something passed in the opposite direction. The biological mother weakened, forgot, made space. Alice stopped reading. Mrs. Harlan's spare bedroom came back to her. The second bed. Fresh towels. The gray hair. Calder had written one final warning. A mother cannot be added without another mother being diminished. Alice's fingers went numb. She turned to the last paragraph. Calder had been preparing to break the seals beneath the infirmary when Alice accused her. The governors had needed only one justification: a woman without children. An unmarried teacher accused of inappropriate affection toward a pupil. An institution already skilled at converting women whose motherhood had been judged defective. Alice closed her eyes. The locked classroom returned to her. But now she remembered what had happened before the governors questioned her. Miss Calder had caught Alice with the stolen examination papers. Alice had cried. Calder had sat beside her, not touching her, not threatening her. Then she had said something Alice had buried beneath the lie for nearly 3 decades. I know what frightened girls will say to survive. I only hope you can survive what you say. Alice opened her eyes. There was one more document in the file. A dormitory incident report dated 3 weeks after Calder disappeared. Alice had been 14. She remembered that winter only in fragments. Snow along the cloisters, examinations, waking from dreams she could never recall. The report described Alice repeatedly claiming someone sat beside her bed at night. Staff had found no intruder. Alice had reported hearing humming. She had told the matron that an invisible woman stroked her hair. Alice's stomach contracted. At the bottom of the page, pupil settled after sustained maternal contact. No further distress observed. She remembered now. Not everything. A hand moving through her hair. A woman sitting in the empty bed. The smell of chalk. A voice telling her she was safe. Night after night, while Alice slept peacefully above the woman she had condemned. Beatrice Calder had been the school's first new spare mother in 34 years. And she had been assigned to Alice. A sound came from the locked cabinet behind her. 3 gentle taps. Alice turned. Another 3. Then Calder's voice whispered through the wood. You thought I was haunting you. The cabinet door slowly opened by itself. Inside hung a single gray hair. No, Lally. A cold hand rested on Alice's head. I was raising you. The hand vanished before Alice could turn. For several seconds, she remained beside the open cabinet, staring at the gray hair suspended from its shelf. I was raising you. The words should have made her recoil. Instead, they produced something worse. Relief. Beatrice Calder had not spent 28 years waiting for revenge. She had watched Alice grow from a frightened liar into a woman who counseled frightened girls. She had comforted the child who destroyed her. Alice could not decide whether that was forgiveness or the final cruelty of the conversion. She returned to Calder's handwritten notes. There were warnings she had skimmed before. She read them now. The seals must not be broken while children remain resident. Another line. They no longer distinguish comfort from possession. And beneath that, underlined twice. After that, if released together, they will answer every child who has ever wanted another mother. Alice closed the folder. She knew exactly what a sensible person would do. Evacuate the school. Call the governors. Call the police. Wait for daylight. But every reasonable procedure would require explaining what she had done. Not merely now. Then, her accusation. Calder's conversion. 28 years of silence. And beneath the shame was another thought, smaller and more poisonous. If Alice freed Calder, perhaps the story could still end differently. Perhaps an adult act could repair a child's lie. By evening, she was beneath the former infirmary again. She carried a crowbar, hammer, bolt cutters, and Calder's notes. The maternity corridor seemed warmer than before. The rooms stood empty. But objects had moved. A brush now rested on a pillow. Slippers had been placed beside another bed. A nightdress hung carefully from a chair. The women were preparing. At the far wall, the scratched names disappeared beneath old plaster. Beet Rice Calder remained deepest. Alice touched it. "I'm going to open this." No answer. "Is that what you want?" Silence. Alice pressed her forehead against the cold wall. I should have told them the truth. Something moved behind the plaster. A soft exhalation. Then Calder whispered, "You should have." Alice struck the wall. The first blow opened a crack. Immediately, humming began. Not one melody. Dozens. Alice stopped. The corridor filled with overlapping lullabies, each sung softly enough to soothe a child, yet together they produced an enormous trembling chord. She remembered Calder's warning. They will answer every child. Alice struck again. Plaster fell. Behind it was brick. Some bricks bore wax seals stamped with the school crest. Others had small objects embedded in mortar, ribbons, baby teeth, buttons, locks of hair tied with thread. Alice hesitated only once. Then she broke the first seal. Every lamp in the corridor went out. Above her, somewhere inside the school, a bell began ringing. Not the chapel bell. Smaller bells. Dormitory bells. One after another. Alice smashed through the remaining seals. The brickwork collapsed inward. Warm air rushed across her face, carrying rosewater, milk, dust, lavender, sweat, and the faint sour smell of old bedrooms. Beyond the opening stood a chamber larger than the school above could possibly contain. Rows of women filled it. Hundreds, perhaps. They wore clothing from different decades. Morning black servants' dresses, nurses' uniforms, plain nightgowns, cardigans, school staff aprons. None had faces. Where eyes, noses, and mouths should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin. Yet they were singing. Alice dropped the hammer. The nearest woman stepped forward. Gray hair fell around her shoulders. "Miss Calder?" The woman raised one hand. Alice saw the gold wedding ring from the security footage, though Calder had never married. Alice understood then. The ring had belonged to no particular woman. It was the school's idea of a mother. Behind Calder, every faceless head lifted. The lullabies stopped being separate. They became one song. Alice heard Poppy's mother's missing note. Harriet's grandmother's tune. The Polish lullaby. Her own mother's song. All of them. From somewhere overhead came a scream. Then another. Alice ran. She climbed through the broken wall and raced upstairs. Dormitory 3 was the first room she reached. Its door stood open. 7 beds were neatly made. Every child was gone. Alice ran to Dormitory 6. Empty. Dormitory 8. Empty. Blankets still held shallow impressions where bodies had been sleeping moments earlier. Across St. Aveline's, doors began opening as staff called names into deserted rooms. Alice reached Poppy's bed. The pillow was warm. At its center lay a folded sheet of school stationery. Alice opened it. The handwriting belonged to Poppy. Only one sentence had been written. "Don't worry, Miss Wren. We all have proper mothers now." The first parent arrived before dawn. Mrs. Harland came through the front doors in slippers, beneath her coat, hair unbrushed, face gray with exhaustion. Alice met her in reception, clutching Poppy's note. Mrs. Harland. The woman looked at her politely. Yes? It's Alice Wren, the school counselor. Mrs. Harland glanced past her toward the staircase. I was told there'd been some sort of emergency. Poppy is missing. The woman frowned. Who? Alice felt something inside her go still. Your daughter. I have a daughter. Yes. Charlotte. And Poppy. Mrs. Harland's expression changed from confusion to irritation. I think you've made a mistake. Alice held out the note. Mrs. Harland read it. Her eyes moved across the handwriting, without recognition. That isn't Charlotte's. No. Then why are you showing it to me? By sunrise, other parents arrived. The same thing happened again. Names meant nothing. Photographs produced puzzled smiles. One father insisted that the girl Alice described sounded lovely, but could not possibly belong to him. Another mother became angry when staff showed her a family photograph containing a child she did not recognize. Who put her there? Within hours, even those photographs began changing. Girls disappeared from Christmas mornings, seaside holidays, birthday tables. Empty spaces closed around them. A mother's arm that had once rested over her daughter's shoulder now lay naturally against her own side. At St. Avelin's, the records changed next. Alice watched it happen. Dormitory registers lost names between one page and the next. Medical files became blank folders. Invoices recalculated themselves. Admissions forms vanished from cabinets. Poppy Harland's entire school history reduced itself to an empty plastic sleeve. Alice ran to the computer system. 712 pupils enrolled. No missing students. She searched Poppy. No result. Harriet Cole. No result. Nina Bell. Nothing. Girls who had eaten breakfast beneath the vaulted ceiling the previous morning had never attended St. Aveline's. Somewhere, Alice knew they were still alive. She could feel that more terribly than death. She imagined Poppy opening her eyes in a bedroom where the sheets always smelled clean, and someone always understood why she was frightened. A mother who never forgot a birthday. Never grew impatient. Never became ill. Never needed rest. Never failed. Perfect families built from stolen gestures. Every lullaby correctly remembered except the mistakes children loved most. Nothing painful would reach them there because nothing real could. By afternoon, the school staff had stopped searching. Mrs. Vey asked Alice why police cars were outside. The headmistress demanded to know who had authorized the disturbance. Alice carried Calder's file into the governor's office. The folder was empty. Every page was gone. She searched the employment archive for Beatrice Calder. Nothing. Then she searched her own name. No result. Alice stared at the screen. She tried again. Wren, Alice. Nothing. Personnel records showed no counselor currently employed at St. Aveline's. Her office key no longer fitted the lock. Her photograph had disappeared from the staff board. When Alice approached the headmistress in the corridor, the woman stepped back. "Can I help you?" "You know me." "I'm afraid I don't." Alice laughed once. It sounded broken. "I went to school here." The headmistress looked uncomfortable. "I think you should leave." Alice did not. She returned to Dormitory 12. The maintenance notice was gone. Inside, 7 beds stood beneath clean white sheets. There had been 8 before. Alice counted again. 7. At the far end of the room, where no bed had previously stood, someone had prepared another. Fresh pillow. Gray blanket. A small wooden bedside table. On it sat a bottle of rose water and the green-shaded lamp from the room where Alice had given her testimony 28 years earlier. She approached slowly. A folded nightdress lay across the blanket. Her size. The mattress sank at the edge. An invisible woman sat beside the pillow. Alice did not ask who it was. From beneath the floor came hundreds of women breathing together. Then Calder began humming Alice's mother's song. Alice stood beside the bed. I tried to fix it. The invisible hand touched her hair. Calder's voice answered gently. "No, Lally." Alice closed her eyes. "You tried to make yourself innocent." Behind her, the dormitory door swung shut. By morning, nobody at St. Avelin's remembered Alice Wren. But the youngest boarders slept unusually well. And in Dormitory 12, one more empty bed had begun to breathe. Some institutions survive not because everyone believes their lies, but because enough people benefit from them to stop asking who paid the cost. Alice returned, believing guilt could be repaired by one decisive act. What she never understood was that confession and absolution are not the same thing. She wanted to free Beatrice Calder, but she also wanted freedom from what she had done. The mothers of St. Avelin's offered something more dangerous than cruelty: perfect care without choice, memory, or humanity. And perhaps that is the final horror. Would you still call something love if it could never choose to leave? Story 4. By the time the old man arrived, Ray Calder had already decided the night would be uneventful. That was how he preferred Thursdays at the Sunline station. 1 refrigerated truck before midnight, 2 long-haul drivers after, maybe a family coming off the interstate, with children asleep against the windows. The station stood alone beside the Trans-Arizona Highway at mile 88, a square of fluorescent lights surrounded by sand, creosote, and black rock. Beyond the pumps, the desert had no depth after dark. It seemed less like empty land than a wall painted black. Ray worked the overnight shift because nobody asked questions at night. He was 46, broad-shouldered, thinning at the temples, and good at repairing things that should have been replaced. People described him as dependable because they did not know how carefully he had built his life around never being needed anywhere else. At a little after 1 in the morning, he was outside sweeping dust from the doorway when he noticed that the highway had gone silent. Not quiet. Silent. The interstate usually carried a distant animal hum even when no headlights were visible. Tires whispered over asphalt. Trucks changed gears somewhere beyond the rise. Now even the flag above Pump 6 hung limp. Ray stopped sweeping. A pair of headlights appeared in the west. They moved slowly, too slowly for the interstate, and an old cream-colored Buick rolled beneath the canopy and stopped at Pump 4. The driver remained inside. Ray waited, then walked over. The Buick was coated in fine reddish dust, including the windshield, as if it had spent years parked somewhere dry and windless. The license plate was Arizona, but the design was one Ray had not seen since childhood. The driver lowered his window. He looked close to 80 with a narrow face and a white shirt buttoned to the throat. Both hands rested on the steering wheel. "You still selling regular?" he asked. "Every pump except 2. The old man glanced toward the numbered signs. "Fourth one working?" "Pump 4? "Yes." The man's fingers tightened on the wheel. "You ought to cover it." Ray gave a small laugh. "Then I'd have to explain that to corporate. I'm not talking about the pump." The old man looked past Ray toward the highway. "The 4th station." Ray waited. None came. "This is the only station for about 60 miles, Ray said. "No, not if you keep going." Something in his tone made Ray stop smiling. "There are 3 you can leave behind," the man said. "The 4th one fills what you've got left." "What does that mean?" "It doesn't sell gasoline." Ray looked at the pump nozzle in the man's side mirror. "It sells distance." The old man turned toward him then, and Ray noticed a crescent-shaped scar beside his left eye. For one unreasonable second, Ray thought of his brother Luke. Not Luke, as Ray remembered him at 22, laughing too loudly in the passenger seat, but Luke after the accident, a shape Ray had never allowed himself to picture clearly. Ray stepped back. "You need fuel or not?" The old man nodded. $10, no more. Ray went inside and activated the pump. Through the window, he watched the digits climb. The Buick took barely 3 gallons. When the nozzle clicked off, the old man stood beside the car, staring at the concrete near his rear tire. Ray came out with the receipt. The old man did not take it. Instead, he pointed toward the ground. A thin line of dust crossed the forecourt behind the Buick. It began at the highway entrance, passed beneath the car, and continued east through the station lot as though a road had been drawn in powder. The old man whispered, "It found me again." Then he looked at Ray with sudden pity. "Whatever you do, son, don't fill the tank at mile 88. He climbed back into the Buick and drove east. Ray watched until the taillights vanished. When he looked down again, the dust line was gone. Inside, the receipt printer began chattering by itself. It printed one line. Remaining distance, 17 years. The receipt remained in Ray's hand until the printer's motor stopped whining. 17 years. He folded the strip twice, reducing the words to a white square no larger than a postage stamp. For several seconds, he considered throwing it away. Instead, he slipped it into his work shirt pocket. He told himself he kept it because the register had malfunctioned. Ray trusted malfunctions. Malfunctions had causes. At 2 a.m, he checked the coffee temperatures, restocked windshield fluid, cleared moths from the fluorescent panel above the counter, and wrote the pump totals in the shift ledger. Routine had always worked like sand poured over something unpleasant. Enough small tasks, enough repetition, and whatever lay underneath became harder to see. Luke had disappeared 17 years ago in August. Ray rarely used the word disappeared. Missing was what newspapers had called him. Presumed dead was what the sheriff's office eventually wrote. Their mother had preferred gone because gone left enough space for miracles. Ray privately thought of Luke as unfinished. The accident happened west of Flagstaff during a summer storm. Luke's truck had gone through a barrier and overturned in a drainage cut below the highway. Ray had been driving the same route that night. That part was known. What Ray had told the deputy was simple. Rain too heavy, visibility poor, never saw the truck. He had repeated it to his mother. Then to Luke's friends. Then so many times to himself that the sentence no longer felt like language. It felt laminated. Never saw it. Around 3, Ray went into the back office and opened the bottom drawer of the metal desk. He had not intended to. Beneath tax forms, spare keys, and an old employee handbook lay a photograph he kept face down. He turned it over. Luke stood beside Ray's first pickup, grinning into Arizona sunlight, one hand raised against the glare. 22 years old. Dark hair. Split front tooth. Faded red shirt. Ray looked at the background instead. A highway shoulder. A guardrail. Clouds building over distant mesas. He put the photograph away. At 3:40, headlights swung abruptly into the station. A silver Honda came fast off the eastbound lane, braked beneath the canopy, and stopped crooked across pumps 5 and 6. The driver got out before the engine died. Ray recognized him. He had come through shortly before midnight, a heavy-set man in khaki shorts, traveling to New Mexico. He had bought coffee, complained about the bitterness, and filled his tank at pump 3. Now, he pushed through the doors holding his keys like evidence. Something's wrong with your fuel. Ray looked past him. Wrong how? My gauge hasn't moved. That doesn't sound wrong. I've been driving for hours. Ray studied him. You came back. The man frowned. Obviously. No, you left eastbound. So? You just came in from the west. The man looked toward the windows. For a moment, neither spoke. Outside, the Honda idled beneath the white canopy lights. I took the interstate east, the driver said slowly. Straight east. How far? I don't know anymore. Ray almost laughed, but the man's face stopped him. The driver said he had passed the same billboard again and again, a sun-bleached advertisement showing a swimming pool under a blue moon. He had never reached the motel. Every time he thought he had put it behind him, the billboard appeared ahead again. Then Sunline appeared. Ray felt the folded receipt against his chest. Let me see your gauge. They walked outside. The Honda's fuel needle rested exactly against full. Ray asked how many miles the trip meter showed. The man reached through the window and stared at the dashboard. His expression changed. What? Ray asked. I reset it when I fueled. And? He stepped aside. The trip meter read 0. A breeze crossed the forecourt, carrying the mineral smell of distant rain. The driver stared at pump 3. I drove at least 200 miles. Ray opened his mouth, but the receipt printer inside began chattering. Both men turned. The machine stopped after a single line. Ray went behind the counter and tore off the paper. This receipt did not show a price. It showed the driver's name. Underneath it were 3 words: distance not spent. The Honda driver leaned over the counter. What does that mean? Nothing. Ray folded the receipt before the man could take it. Register error. You said that machine prints automatically? It does when it glitches. The explanation sounded weak even to him. The driver gave his name as Warren Pike and refused to continue east. He parked beside the ice freezer and slept in his car until dawn. When sunlight reached the forecourt, his fuel gauge still showed full. Ray watched him leave westbound. This time, Warren did not return. Over the next 4 nights, 3 more drivers came back. All had filled their tanks completely. A nurse driving to Albuquerque returned after nearly 6 hours, crying because she had passed the same abandoned rest area 11 times. A college student bound for Amarillo claimed his navigation app had recorded 800 miles of travel, while his odometer had added fewer than 30. A delivery driver said he had followed the highway until sunrise, only to find Sunline appearing ahead of him exactly where the interstate should have continued. Every vehicle showed the same thing. Full tank. No measurable fuel consumed. Ray began writing down license plates. He told himself it was for the incident report he would eventually send corporate. He never sent one. The stranger details only appeared after midnight. The first sign stood half a mile east of Sunline. Ray noticed it while taking trash to the dumpster, a green highway marker caught in the sweep of a passing truck's headlights. Cinder Wells, 24 miles. He had lived in Arizona most of his life. He had never heard of Cinder Wells. By morning, the sign was gone. The next night, another appeared. Marrow, 61 miles. Then, San Victor, 103 miles. And Black Mesa Junction, 9 miles. Ray began photographing them with his phone. Every picture came out wrong. The signs were visible, but the words blurred into green smears as if the camera had moved even when his hands had been steady. He searched the names online. Nothing. No current towns. No businesses. No postal codes. But Cinder Wells bothered him. The name tugged at something older than memory. In the back office, Sunline kept a drawer of obsolete road materials. Paper maps, emergency detour sheets, tourism brochures abandoned by previous managers. Ray pulled them out near the end of his shift and spread them across the desk. A state highway map from 1998 showed no Cinder Wells. Neither did one from 1984. Then Ray unfolded a brittle map printed in 1957. There it was. Cinder Wells. A tiny dot southeast of the highway. Population, 112. He found Marrow on a map from 1949. San Victor appeared in a county route booklet from 1963. Black Mesa Junction was marked on an old freight map, then crossed out in red pencil. Each place vanished from later editions. not relocated, not renamed, simply absent. Ray spent the next afternoon at the county library instead of sleeping. Cinder Wells had been abandoned after its groundwater turned alkaline. Marrow lost its post office following a fire. San Victor had supposedly emptied during a mining collapse, though the article gave no casualty list. Black Mesa Junction was stranger. Ray found only one sentence in a scanned transportation report. Surface discontent after failure of return traffic. He stared at that wording. Return traffic. That night, shortly after midnight, Ray taped the old maps beneath the counter. At 1:40, a pickup pulled into Sunline. The driver filled his tank at pump 5. Ray watched the numbers climb. When the nozzle clicked off, the man came inside for cigarettes. "You heading far?" Ray asked. "Home." "Where's home?" "Tempe." Ray looked at the tank total. Completely full. "Maybe don't take the interstate tonight." The man laughed. "What else am I supposed to take?" Ray almost told him. Instead, he said nothing. The pickup disappeared east. 20 minutes later, a new highway sign became visible beyond the station. Ray walked toward it, carrying his flashlight. The green metal looked old beneath the fresh, reflective lettering. One arrow pointed east. Temp, 146 miles. Below it was another arrow. Ray stopped, breathing. The second destination was not an abandoned town. It was not a place he had found on any map. It was an address. His own childhood address. And beside it, the sign gave a distance of 17 miles. Ray stood beneath the sign until a truck came over the rise and washed the road in white light. For 1 second, the metal shone clearly. His childhood address. 17 miles. Then the truck passed. Darkness returned, and the lower line was blank. Ray went back inside without looking toward the highway again. At dawn, he called Warren Pike. The number Warren had written on a napkin rang twice before a woman answered. "Mrs. Pike?" "Yes?" "My name is Ray Calder. I work at the Sunline station. I'm trying to reach Warren." Silence. Then, "Who?" "Warren Pike." "I think you have the wrong number." Ray checked the napkin. "I don't. He gave me this number himself." The woman's voice hardened. "There's no Warren here." "Your husband." "I'm not married." Ray looked through the glass doors at the empty pumps. "Maybe your brother?" "I don't have a brother named Warren." "He drives a silver Honda, heavyset, mid-50s. He was heading to New Mexico." The woman stopped responding. For several seconds, Ray thought the call had disconnected. Then she said very quietly, "Why are you describing my garage?" Ray's hand tightened around the phone. "What?" "There's a silver Honda in my garage. It's been there for years." "Whose is it?" "I don't know." Ray hung up before she could ask anything else. That afternoon, he searched Warren's name online. Nothing. No social media. No property records. No old company directory. Even the motel receipt Warren had dropped beside the register the first night had changed. The printed name field now showed only a blank line. Ray put the paper beside the earlier receipt. Distance not spent. He did not sleep. When his next shift began, the desert felt different. Not darker. Closer. The black beyond the canopy seemed crowded with something the lights could not quite reach. At 1:30 in the morning, Ray heard footsteps outside. Slow. Dragging. He looked through the windows. No vehicle stood at the pumps. A woman was walking toward the station from the desert. Not from the highway. From between the creosote bushes. Her clothes were gray with dust. Her hair hung stiff against her cheeks, and one shoe was missing. She carried a red plastic gasoline can. Ray unlocked the door before he remembered he had locked it. The woman stepped inside. Dust fell from her sleeves. "You sell fuel?" she asked. "Yes." "How little?" "Yeah." Ray stared at her. "What do you mean?" "I don't need much." She set the can on the counter. "Enough to finish getting home." The phrase made the skin tighten along his arms. "Where's your car?" She pointed east. Ray saw only darkness. How far? Not far anymore. What town? Her expression changed as if he had asked something difficult. "I knew it when I started." Ray did not move. The woman reached into her coat and placed 3 coins on the counter. They were old. One was a state commemorative quarter dulled almost black. Another was a nickel dated 1976. The third coin had been worn nearly smooth. Ray pushed them back. "Keep it." She looked relieved. He followed her outside and put less than half a gallon into the can. She thanked him. Then she walked east along the shoulder. Ray watched until she disappeared beyond the canopy lights. 20 minutes later, another person arrived. A man in a business suit. No tie. No jacket. Shirt collar brown with dust. He carried a metal fuel container. "Just enough to get home," he said. Then came an elderly couple. Then a teenage boy wearing a denim jacket with a style Ray remembered from the early 1990s. None arrived in vehicles. None could clearly name where home was. Every one of them asked for the smallest amount possible. Near 3 in the morning, Ray stopped the boy before he left. "How long have you been walking?" The boy considered the question. "I wasn't walking at first." "What happened to your car?" "Ran out." "How long ago?" "I don't know. Where are you going?" The boy looked east. "My mother said dinner would be waiting." Ray felt something cold move through him. "What year did you leave?" The boy smiled uncertainly. 1993. Ray said nothing. The teenager picked up his fuel can. Then he paused at the door and looked back. "You shouldn't give full tanks to people." "Why?" The boy glanced toward the pumps. "Because then the road thinks they don't need to arrive." He disappeared into the darkness. Ray stood behind the counter, listening to the refrigerator compressors hum. The receipt printer clicked. Another strip emerged. No customer name. No price. Only a destination. Ray tore it free. At the top was Luke Calder's name. Beneath it, home still pending. Ray kept Luke's receipt in his shirt pocket for the rest of the night. By sunrise, the highway had stopped behaving like a highway. Traffic thinned first. At the beginning of Ray's shift, trucks still moved in both directions, though fewer than usual. By midnight, there were long gaps between headlights. By 2 a.m, 10 minutes could pass without a vehicle. After 3, Ray stood beneath the canopy for nearly half an hour and heard nothing except the buzzing lights and the faint ticking of hot metal cooling beneath Pump 4. He checked the traffic app on his phone. The interstate east of Sunline ended 6 miles away. Not closed. Ended. The map showed a gray line running from the west, passing the station, then simply stopping in open desert. Ray refreshed it. Same result. He switched to another navigation service. Sunline itself did not appear. His location marker floated in beige emptiness. He entered Flagstaff. No route available. Phoenix. No route available. Then he typed his childhood address. For several seconds, the screen displayed calculating. The app crashed. Ray placed the phone face down. He had begun keeping a notebook. Warren Pike. Elaine Mercer, the nurse. Theo Glass, the college student. Martin Solano, the delivery driver. He searched what details he could remember about each conversation. Warren had mentioned needing to get to Albuquerque because his daughter was expecting him. Then he had added, almost casually, that they had not spoken since Christmas. Elaine had been driving to see her mother after ignoring 3 hospital calls. Theo had been traveling to Amarillo to apologize to a former roommate after something stupid he refused to explain. Martin had laughed when Ray asked what was in the delivery truck. Birthday furniture, he had said. For a kid who stopped inviting me years ago. Ray had not noticed the pattern then. Now he did. None of them had simply been traveling somewhere. They had been returning, or trying to. The people arriving from the desert were the same. A widow carrying fuel for a car that had failed on her way to a wedding she had opposed. A retired teacher who kept repeating that his son would understand once he got there. A woman in a green dress who said she had promised to pick someone up from a bus station and was only a little late. When Ray asked how late, she began crying. He stopped asking. Just before dawn, the station received its final ordinary customer. A young man in a work van pulled up at Pump 1 and bought $20 of fuel. Ray watched the gauge through the windshield. The driver stopped at 3/4 full. "You're good," Ray said when he came inside. The man gave him a strange look. Wasn't planning on filling it. Good. Ray realized how relieved he sounded. The driver paid. "You always tell customers not to buy more?" "Tonight, I do." "Why?" Ray looked toward the pumps. "Where are you going?" "Kingman." "For work?" The man hesitated. "My dad's there." Ray felt his stomach tighten. "Haven't seen him in a while." The driver's expression closed. "That your business?" No. Ray handed over the change. The man left westbound. His taillights diminished normally. Ray did not see him again. That frightened him more than the ones who returned. After sunrise, Ray walked the property with a flashlight, though the light was unnecessary. He inspected the tanks. No leaks. No broken lines. No unusual pressure readings. According to the station inventory, Sunline had sold more than 400 gallons during the previous week. The underground tanks had lost less than 50. Ray checked the figures 3 times. The fuel was not being consumed. Or not all of it. At pump 4, he crouched to inspect the base plate. Dust had collected thickly around the concrete bolts. There were scratches beneath the metal housing. At first, Ray assumed they were tool marks from maintenance. Then he brushed away the dust. Names. Dozens of them. Some shallow. Some carved deeply enough to expose bright metal. Marjorie Voss. Ben Talbot. Harold Rees. Dates followed several names. 1961. 1987. 2004. Ray lowered himself onto one knee. The oldest scratches were almost smooth with corrosion. Near the bottom, partly hidden beneath the pump casing, someone had carved a name so violently that the letters overlapped. Ray's breath caught. He reached underneath and wiped away the remaining dust with his sleeve. The name was fresh. No rust inside the cuts. No dirt. As though it had been carved minutes ago. Luck Calder. Below it, a second line had been scratched into the steel. He is still driving. Ray did not leave when his shift ended. He sat behind the counter until the desert light turned from black to gray, staring through the glass at pump 4. He is still driving. By full daylight, the words had disappeared. Not faded. Gone. Ray crawled beneath the pump and ran his fingers over smooth metal where Luke's name had been. The older scratches remained. He went home, slept for less than 2 hours, then returned before sunset with a flashlight, bottled water, bolt cutters, and the old 1957 highway map folded beneath the passenger seat of his truck. He had no plan beyond waiting. At 12:15 in the morning, the first sign appeared. Not on the interstate. Beside it, a narrow green marker stood beyond the eastbound shoulder, angled toward a strip of desert where no paved road existed. Cinder Wells, 17 miles. Ray watched from the station doors. At 12:40, another appeared behind it. Morrow, 11 miles. Then a third. Its lettering seemed brighter than the reflective paint around it. Home, 88 miles. Ray locked Sunline. He did not tell corporate. He did not call anyone. There was nobody left whom he wanted to explain himself to. His truck crossed the shoulder and bumped onto bare dirt. For perhaps 50 yards, he followed tire ruts through sand. Then the headlights struck asphalt. Ray stopped. The road had not been there from the station. Now 2 black lanes stretched east beneath his headlights, perfectly painted, without cracks, reflectors, or roadside barriers. His navigation screen showed nothing. Just the location arrow floating over empty desert. Ray drove. For the first few miles, he could still see Sunline in the rearview mirror. Its canopy glowed behind him like a small white ship. He passed the Cinder Wells sign, then Marrow. The distances decreased normally, but Sunline did not. Every time Ray looked back, the station seemed exactly the same size. He drove faster. The lights remained fixed behind him. After 20 miles, he saw the first vehicle. A station wagon sat on the shoulder with its headlights on. Its paint was dull green, its body style decades old. The engine idled smoothly. An elderly woman sat behind the wheel. Ray stopped beside her. She lowered the window. "You know how far Phoenix is?" she asked. Ray stared at the dashboard. The radio had push buttons. The steering wheel was cracked ivory plastic. "How long have you been out here?" She smiled apologetically. "Long enough to miss supper." "What year is it?" Her smile disappeared. Ray regretted asking. "I left Tucson on a Tuesday," she said. He looked at the registration sticker. 1972. Farther along, there were more cars. A rust-colored sedan from the 80s. A pickup with rectangular headlights. A minivan from the early 2000s. Some moved slowly along the highway, idled on the shoulder. None appeared abandoned. At one car, a man stood pouring gasoline from a red can into his tank. Ray recognized him. The dusty businessman who had walked into Sunline 2 nights earlier. "You made it back to your car." The man frowned at Ray. "Back? You came to my station. I haven't stopped anywhere." Ray looked at the fuel can. It was the same one Ray had filled. The man followed his gaze and seemed confused by what he was holding. "I suppose I must had this. How long have you been driving?" The man looked toward the darkness ahead. "My daughter's waiting." "That isn't what I asked." "She'll be angry." "How long?" The man pressed both hands against his face. When he lowered them, he was crying. "I can't remember her age." Ray drove on. The highway widened. Vehicles appeared everywhere now, scattered across both lanes like a procession, moving at different speeds through different decades. Nobody honked. Nobody overtook. Every engine sounded unnaturally healthy. And above them all, suspended in the darkness ahead, road signs multiplied. Cinder Wells, San Victor, Black Mesa Junction. Names Ray had never seen. Names he remembered from maps. Names that had been erased. Then his headlights found a battered pickup traveling perhaps half a mile ahead. Its left taillight was broken. Its tailgate hung crooked. Ray stopped breathing. 17 years vanished. He knew that truck. Luke. Ray accelerated. The pickup remained exactly half a mile away. 60 miles an hour. 70. 80. It never came closer. Then its brake lights came on. Ray slowed. The pickup stopped in the middle of the highway. Its driver's side door opened. A man stepped out. Even at that distance, Ray recognized the faded red shirt. Luke turned toward him. and across half a mile of impossible road, Ray heard his younger brother shout as clearly as if he were standing beside the window. "Why didn't you stop?" Ray slammed the brakes. The truck stopped hard enough to throw the flashlight from the passenger seat. Ahead, Luke stood beside the battered pickup. "Why didn't you stop?" Ray opened his door. The moment his boot touched the road, the distance changed. Luke was gone. The pickup vanished with him. Only black asphalt remained beneath a sky without stars. Ray stood there, listening to engines moving somewhere beyond sight. Then his own truck radio crackled. A voice came through the static. Not Luke's. An old man. "Fourth station takes the unfinished ones." The signal died. Ray drove back toward Sunline. He expected the return trip to take hours. It took 11 minutes. The station lights appeared ahead without warning, and Ray crossed from impossible asphalt directly onto the familiar forecourt. Inside, the receipt printer was running continuously. Papers spilled across the floor. Names. Dates. Destinations. Ray stepped over yards of white strips and shut off the machine. It kept printing. He pulled the plug. The motor continued chattering. So Ray began reading. The oldest receipts looked wrong. Not modern thermal paper, but yellowed slips with faded ink, as if the printer were reproducing records from another machine. Haskell Surface, 1948. Another. Desert Starmont Fuel, 1962. Another. Mile Away Petroleum, 1981. Different station names. Same location. Mile 88. Ray took the receipts into the back office and opened every drawer, every cabinet, every folder corporate had never bothered to remove. Behind a shelf of maintenance binders, he found a rusted metal cash box. Inside were handwritten fuel logs. Some dated back more than 70 years. The station had been rebuilt repeatedly. Owners changed. Brands changed. Even the highway had shifted several hundred yards during reconstruction. But each account contained the same phrase. Fourth stop. One manager had written, "Traveler arrived after passing 3 service points. Filled completely. Failed to reach declared destination." Another entry from 1974. "Do not allow full tank if traveler states intention to return home, reconcile with family, deliver apology, fulfill promise, or make amends." Ray sat very still. The elderly driver had not meant pump 4. He had meant the 4th station a traveler encountered after the journey had already become unfinished. Sunline was not always the 4th station. It became the 4th station for certain people. Ray turned another page. A note had been underlined twice. "The road does not consume fuel. It consumes arrival." He heard his own breathing. Then he found Luke. Not his name at first. The date. 17 years earlier. Ray knew it instantly. The entry had been written on the back of a fuel invoice. Young male. Damaged blue pickup. Arrived from Western Access Road shortly before dawn. Vehicle showed collision damage. Windshield fractured, left rear lamp broken, blood on shirt. Ray's hands began shaking. The next line was harder to read. Driver refused medical assistance. Requested enough gasoline to reach older brother's residence. Ray stopped. For 17 years, he had imagined Luke trapped inside the overturned truck. Or unconscious. Or already dead before Ray passed. Those possibilities had become the architecture of his excuse. But Luke had gotten out. Luke had restarted the truck. Luke had driven. Ray forced himself to continue. Driver stated, brother had seen accident and continued without stopping. Below that, driver angry. Repeated intention to confront brother before doing anything else. Ray pressed a hand against his mouth. A final receipt had been stapled to the page. The fuel amount was enough to fill Luke's tank completely. Across the bottom, someone had written in red pencil, "Do not complete Tuanfromine." But the transaction had been completed. Ray turned the receipt over. There, in handwriting he recognized instantly, were 3 words. Luke's handwriting. The same sharp L, the same crooked K Ray remembered from birthday cards and unpaid bills. Ray knows why. Something scraped beneath the office floor. Ray froze. Again. Slow. Metal against concrete. He followed the sound into the station and stopped beside pump 4. A strip of receipt paper was protruding from beneath its base. Ray pulled. It kept coming. 3 feet. 6. 10. Finally, at the end, one final line appeared. Original destination, Ray Calder home. Below it, another sentence printed itself while he watched. Destination removed after refusal of our arrival. Ray stared at the words. Then the highway outside disappeared. Not into darkness. It simply ceased to exist. And from somewhere beyond the pumps came the sound of Luke's truck engine, still running after 17 years. The engine sound circled the station without ever arriving. Ray stood between the pumps and listened to it move through the dark where the highway had been, a low, steady growl passing from one side of the property to the other. Then behind him, then somewhere out in the desert. Each time he turned, there was nothing to see. Only the canopy lights, the black beyond them, and the empty place where the interstate should have continued east. Then, from the station office, the telephone began to ring. Sunline's landline almost never rang after midnight. Ray went inside and picked up on the 4th ring. He said nothing. For a few seconds, he heard only static, thin and dry as sand moving over paper. Then Luke's voice said, exactly as it had sounded 17 years before, "You picked a bad night not to be home." Ray closed his eyes. The memory came back whole. Not in fragments this time. Not as something blurred by rain. Not as a story he had polished through repetition until all its dangerous edges were gone. Whole. That night had begun with a phone call near dusk. Luke had found the paperwork in the glove compartment of Ray's truck. Insurance forms, a withdrawal slip, and a photocopy of their mother's signature. Ray had told the bank he was consolidating her accounts to pay for care. What he had actually done was drain most of the money and use it to cover debts he had hidden for more than a year. Credit cards, a personal loan, and cash borrowed from men who had stopped asking politely. Their mother had still been alive then, already forgetful, already frightened by numbers she no longer trusted herself to understand. Luke had been the only person who still believed Ray would eventually do the right thing if given time. Then he found the papers. "I'm bringing them over," Luke had said on the phone. "You're going to tell me to my face what you've done." Ray had tried to talk him down. Not because he was sorry, though he would later tell himself that too. He had tried because exposure would ruin him. Their mother would know. The sheriff's office would know. Luke would stop covering for him, stop explaining him, stop treating his failures like temporary weather. He had left his apartment before Luke arrived, intending to avoid him until morning. Rain moved in over the highway as he drove west. The storm was short and violent, one of those desert downpours that made the road shine like oil. Near a drainage cut below the guardrail, he saw the overturned pickup. Blue body. Crooked tailgate. Broken left taillight. Luke's truck. Ray had known it at once. He had slowed. He had even pulled halfway onto the shoulder. Then he saw movement inside the cab. Not a corpse. Not stillness. A hand striking the glass. Luke was alive. Ray remembered gripping the wheel until his forearms trembled. He remembered the sound of rain hammering the roof. He remembered thinking, with a clarity that still made him sick, that if Luke got out, if Luke reached a phone, if Luke arrived at Ray's apartment with those papers, everything would end. So Ray had made his choice. He had looked directly at his brother's overturned truck, and he had driven on. On the phone, Luke breathed once, close and ragged. "You saw me." Ray could not answer. "You looked at me," Luke said. "Then you left." The engine outside passed slowly beneath the windows. "I know," Ray whispered. The line went dead. Ray stood motionless until the receipt printer started again. A single strip emerged. He tore it off. Destination removed after refusal of our arrival. Below that, while he watched, new words printed letter by letter. "He could not reach you, because you chose not to be reached." Ray pressed the paper flat against the counter. The logic of the place unfolded with dreadful simplicity. Sunline did not trap random travelers. It caught people on the edge of unfinished returns, apologies delayed too long, reunions postponed until they had hardened into fear, promises left waiting until they became another kind of grave. A full tank did not provide fuel. It gave the road permission to prolong what should have ended. Luke had reached the 4th station after the crash. Someone there had filled his tank. The road had taken the rest. Not because Luke had failed to arrive. Because Ray had. Ray had denied the destination its completion. He had refused the reckoning waiting at home. And so the highway, whatever old intelligence lived inside it, removed that destination entirely. It fed on the distance between brothers, on the years of silence, on every mile Ray had built between the truth and himself. 17 years of road. 17 years of Luke, driving toward a house the road no longer allowed him to reach, always seeing some version of safety just ahead, never getting closer. Outside, the engine stopped. For the first time, the silence that followed felt inhabited. Ray went to the window. Luke's truck stood beside Pump 4. Rainwater still streamed from its dented body as though the crash had happened moments ago. The windshield was starred with cracks. The driver's door hung open. On the concrete beneath it, fresh letters were being scratched into the dust by no visible hand. Ray watched them form. Bring him home. The words remained in the dust beneath Luke's truck. Ray stepped outside. The truck was still there, but Luke was not inside it. The driver's seat held only darkness. Rainwater slid from the roof and struck the concrete in slow, separate drops, even though the air above Sunline was dry. Ray opened the door. On the passenger seat lay a receipt. Not thermal paper. Old carbon stock, yellow at the edges. At the bottom, beneath Luke's name, someone had written, "Destination, Repure's distance." Ray looked toward the fuel pumps. For the first time, he understood what the underground tanks contained. Not gasoline. Not entirely. Every full tank Sunline had sold to someone with an unfinished journey had left something behind. Miles never consumed. Arrivals postponed. Roads stretched beyond geography. Years converted into distance and stored beneath the concrete. The station had been accumulating them for generations. Ray went into the office and opened the old fuel logs again. A note near the back had been written in a hurried hand. If a destination is lost, distance may be returned only by emptying the reserve. Below it, do not empty the reserve. And beneath that, added later, the road must always have somewhere unfinished to go. Ray read the sentence twice. He thought of Warren's wife forgetting him. The teenager still trying to reach a dinner table from 1993. The woman with the red fuel can. Luke driving for 17 years toward a house that had stopped existing for him. Ray closed the ledger. No. The station lights flickered. Outside, engines began sounding in the dark. Dozens. Then, hundreds. The road was gathering. Ray took the emergency shutoff key from beneath the counter and unlocked the manual controls beside the pumps. He opened pump 1. Then 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Fuel began pouring across the concrete. At first it looked ordinary, shimmering beneath the canopy lights. Then the smell changed. Gasoline became rain. Hot asphalt. Dust. Coffee from roadside diners. Car upholstery warmed by afternoon sun. The faint perfume of houses people had intended to return to. Ray opened every line fully. The underground tanks groaned. Across the forecourt, the spilled fuel began flowing east instead of downhill. It formed a shining ribbon toward the place where the highway had vanished. Ray dragged a road flare from the emergency cabinet. His hands shook as he struck it. Red fire hissed awake. For a moment he hesitated. Burning the station might strand him. Might kill him. Might release something worse. Then he thought of Luke's hand beating against broken glass while Ray watched from the shoulder. He dropped the flare. The fuel ignited. Fire crossed the station in a single bright breath. Ray stumbled backward as flames raced along the shining trail and entered the desert. The The highway returned. Not gradually. All at once. Blacktop erupted from darkness in both directions. Road signs appeared by the hundreds. Cinder Wells, Marrow, San Victor, Black Mesa Junction. Towns erased from maps burned briefly into existence beyond the shoulder. Streetlights glowing, porch lamps switching on, motel signs buzzing, church windows bright beneath impossible dawns. Cars emerged everywhere. Station wagons, sedans, pickups, vehicles from decades that should have rusted away. People stood beside them, staring at places they suddenly remembered. Some began running. Others fell to their knees. Ray's phone started ringing inside Sunline. Then the landline. Then every discarded phone in the lost and found drawer. Names flashed across dead screens. Warren Pike, Elaine Mercer, Theo Glass, Martin Solano. The forgotten were returning to memory. Ray heard voices from nowhere. I remember him. She was coming home. He said he'd call. We waited. The flames reached the underground tanks. The concrete buckled. Pump 4 tore free with a sound like metal screaming. For one instant, Ray saw beneath it. Not tanks. Roads. Thousands of them, layered one beneath another, disappearing into blackness. All burning. The Sunline sign collapsed. The canopy began to fall. Ray ran beyond the pumps and stood on the highway. Far to the east, 2 headlights appeared. He knew immediately whose they were. They did not remain fixed this time. They grew larger. Slowly. Steadily. Coming closer with every second. Behind Ray, the station burned away 17 years of distance. Ahead, Luke was finally approaching. And for the first time since the night of the crash, Ray did not turn away. The headlights came through the fire. Ray stood in the middle of the restored highway while Sunline collapsed behind him in sheets of orange light. The approaching pickup moved slowly now, no longer trapped at the same impossible distance. Its broken left taillight was dark. Rain still glazed the hood, although the desert sky above Ray remained clear. The truck stopped 20 feet away. For a moment, neither door opened. Then Luke stepped out. He looked 22. Not preserved like a corpse. Not translucent. Simply young, exhausted, and covered in the same blood and rain Ray remembered from the roadside 17 years earlier. One sleeve of his red shirt was torn. A cut above his eyebrow had dried almost black. Ray had imagined this meeting thousands of times without admitting it. In every version, Luke shouted. Instead, his brother looked at him and said, "You got old." Ray almost laughed. What came out was a broken sound. "I'm sorry." Luke lowered his eyes toward the burning station. "You had a long time to say that." "I know. You knew I was alive." "Yes." The answer hurt more because it was finally small enough to tell. Luke nodded once. Behind him, the highway was filling with headlights. Vehicles from different years moved past without sound, each taking roads that branched briefly from the darkness. At the end of some roads, porch lights appeared. At others, figures waited beside open doors. Ray looked at Luke. "Can you go home?" Luke glanced toward the western horizon. "I think so. Mom's gone." "I know." Ray stared at him. Luke touched his temple. "Things came back when you burned it." Ray wanted to ask what 17 years had felt like. Whether Luke had been hungry. Whether he had slept. Whether he had hated him through every mile. But the road beneath their feet trembled. The receipt printer, though buried inside the burning station, began chattering. A strip of paper blew from the flames and landed between them. Luke picked it up. His expression changed. "What?" He handed it to Ray. Distance returned. Below it. Distance remaining repures Keverir. The old warning returned to Ray. The road must always have somewhere unfinished to go. Around them, the branching roads began closing. The recovered towns dimmed at their edges. A woman running toward a lit farmhouse slowed as the house flickered. Ray understood. The reserve had been burned, but the distance had not been destroyed. Someone had to inherit what remained. Luke looked at him. No. Ray had not spoken. "No," Luke repeated. "You don't get to make one grand gesture and call it even." "I'm not." "You think staying makes this clean?" "No." "Then come with me." Ray looked west. For the first time in 17 years, he could imagine doing it. Walking into daylight. Telling the truth. Living long enough to carry the shame among ordinary people instead of hiding from it. Then he saw the roads fading again. The forgotten travelers. The destinations beginning to disappear. Ray understood that redemption was not the same thing as escape. He stepped backward. Luke grabbed his arm. "Ray, go home." "Where?" "Anywhere the road lets you stop." For a second, Luke was still the younger brother who had always expected Ray to become better than he was. Then his hand loosened. "You should have stopped the first time." Ray nodded. "I know." Luke climbed into the pickup. The engine started. This time, when he drove west, the truck grew smaller. Then smaller still, until it disappeared normally. Dawn arrived without sunrise. One moment, the sky was black. The next, it was pale gray. Sunline was gone. No ruins. No pumps. No scorched concrete. Ray stood alone on a narrow highway, stretching perfectly straight in both directions. His phone had no signal. The old maps were gone. Even his truck was gone. He began walking west. After several miles, a green road sign appeared ahead. There was only one destination printed on it. Home. Ray stopped beneath the sign. Below the word was a distance. Not miles. Not kilometers. A number followed by the word years. Ray stared at it for a long time. He was 46. The sign read, "Home, 31 years." Somewhere far behind him, an engine approached. Ray did not turn around. He started walking. Some roads are measured in miles. Others are measured by the time we spend avoiding what waits at the end of them. Ray could not undo the moment he abandoned Luke, and his final choice does not erase 17 years of cowardice. It only ends the lie that allowed that moment to keep growing. Perhaps that is why the road gives him years instead of miles. Punishment is not simply being lost. It is having enough time to understand exactly why you are still walking. If home required you to face the one truth you had spent your life avoiding, how far would you be willing to travel? Story 5. By the time Dr. Evelyn Say reached the extinct birds gallery, the museum had been closed for nearly 3 hours, and the glass cases had begun to collect her reflection. That was normal. What was not normal was the condensation. A crescent of mist had formed inside the case containing the St. Lawrence night rail, clouding the lower glass as though something warm had breathed against it. Evelyn stopped with her clipboard pressed to her ribs. The gallery was kept cool to slow insect damage, and the humidity monitors showed nothing unusual. Stable temperature. Stable moisture. No conservation alarm. Inside the case, the bird remained as it had for 11 years. Brown-black plumage, narrow beak, pale throat, one glass eye angled toward the artificial reeds beneath its feet. The label beside it read, St. Lawrence Night Rail. Rallus noctivagus. Last verified observation, 2015. Extinction step confirmed, 2024. Evelyn had written the final line herself. She looked away before she realized she was doing it. The museum at night had always felt less empty than unfinished. In daylight, school children and tourists filled the galleries with the noises of recognition. Lion, mammoth, dinosaur, whale. After closing, the labels seemed to belong to another language. Names without mouths. Dates without witnesses. Her task was ordinary, a late inventory before the winter collections audit. 43 cases in the Hall of Lost Species, each specimen checked against its accession record, mount condition, pest traps, and environmental notes. She had volunteered. That was what she told herself. The truth was that volunteering meant no junior curator would be assigned to the rail. Evelyn stepped closer. The condensation had begun to fade. Seal failure, she murmured. Her voice sounded indecently loud. A brass plaque near the entrance asked visitors to please speak softly near the exnix animals. It had been installed decades earlier, when the museum still treated the gallery almost like a chapel. Evelyn disliked the sentimentality. Extinction was not death in the human sense. A species did not hear condolences. It did not know it was gone. She noted the gasket for inspection. From above the ceiling came a soft metallic tick. Then another. The ventilation system, she thought. Toronto was deep into a dry November cold, and the old ductwork complained whenever the heating load changed. She moved to the next case, a Caribbean monk seal. Tick. This time directly overhead. Evelyn looked up. The ceiling vents were dark slots between acoustic panels. Nothing moved behind them. At the far end of the gallery, the motion-sensitive lights dimmed. For several seconds, the extinct animals stood in partial shadow. Passenger pigeon, great auk, thylacine, Pyrenean ibex, Baiji river dolphin. Their glass eyes caught the emergency strips along the floor. Evelyn waved one hand. The lights brightened. Then she heard the breath. Not a sigh. Not air moving through a register. A single inhalation. Wet, shallow, close. She turned toward the night rail. The bird had not moved. Condensation bloomed again inside its case, directly in front of the beak. Her training supplied explanations faster than fear could form. Moisture trapped in plumage. Microclimate fluctuation. Expansion of mounting material. There were always mechanisms. The world was made of mechanisms. She approached until her face was inches from the glass. The rail's plumage looked unusually soft beneath the display light. She saw the overlap of feathers along its neck, the dry scaling of its feet, the tiny stitch beneath one wing. Then a tremor passed through the feathers at its throat. Evelyn's hand tightened around the clipboard. "No," she whispered. The bird's glass eye shifted. Only enough for the black pupil to meet hers. Its beak opened with the brittle delicacy of old hinges. What came out was not birdsong. It was a man's voice, faint and breathless, speaking from inside the sealed case. "Don't cut the last cedar." Evelyn recognized the sentence. She had heard it 9 years earlier, through a satellite phone full of static, spoken by field biologist Thomas Weil less than an hour before she deleted his data. For several seconds, Evelyn did not move. The voice from the display case had been weak, almost swallowed by the thickness of the glass. But there was no mistaking Thomas Valle's cadence. After that, he had always spoken as if every sentence were an argument he had already lost patience with explaining. "Don't cut the last cedar." The night rail's beak remained open. Evelyn stepped back. Her clipboard slipped from her hand and struck the floor. The sound seemed to wake the gallery. Somewhere behind her, a refrigeration unit clicked on. Air began moving through the ceiling vents with a low mechanical sigh. The rail's glass eye no longer appeared to be looking at her. She retrieved the clipboard and wrote nothing. Tomas had said those words during the final field season in the St. Lawrence marshes. 9 years earlier, the museum had funded a survey of a shrinking coastal wetland east of the city, where development pressure had intensified after the provincial government approved a new freight corridor. The St. Lawrence Night Rail had not been reliably documented for years. Evelyn had led the museum's extinction assessment. At the time, she was 38 and tired of being introduced at conferences as a promising zoologist. Promising meant unfinished. Promising meant other people still expected proof. Then Tomas found the nest. 3 pale eggs hidden beneath sedge roots inside a cedar marsh that the development maps classified as biologically depleted. He photographed the adult bird twice. He recorded its call. He collected droppings for genetic analysis. And then he called Evelyn. She could still remember the wind tearing at the satellite connection. "There's a breeding pair," he had said. Evelyn had been sitting in her office beneath a framed draft of the museum's proposed Lost Habitats initiative. The program depended on the rail being extinct. Its extinction would allow the museum, through a partnership with several conservation donors, to acquire the remaining wetland as a permanent memorial reserve. A surviving population would trigger years of regulatory challenges, private ownership disputes, environmental appeals, and political negotiation. Evelyn had told herself she was thinking beyond one bird. the entire marsh could be protected. The cedars, the amphibians, the insect populations, everything. Tomas disagreed. Send the data tonight, she had told him. Instead, he sent photographs first. Then he called again. He had discovered survey markers hammered into the outer cedar stands. Workers were scheduled to begin clearing access routes within days. Don't cut the last cedar, he said. Evelyn promised she would stop it. She never forwarded his evidence. She removed his provisional observations from the internal report, classified the photographs as unverified, and later described his recordings as too contaminated by wind noise to constitute identification. When the Extinction Declaration became official, the publicity was enormous. The museum acquired the marsh. The freight route was redirected. No cedars were cut. That was the part Evelyn preserved in memory. Not Tomas resigning 6 months later. Not the unanswered emails. Not the final message in which he accused her of turning extinction into a funding mechanism. The marsh survived. That was the sentence she had used whenever another sentence tried to form beneath it. The marsh survived. Evelyn looked again at the mounted rail. Its beak was closed now. She approached the case and examined the glass for speakers, seams, tampering, anything that would restore sequence and cause to the world. Nothing. She considered calling security. Then she imagined explaining why the words mattered. She left the gallery instead. The staff corridors felt excessively bright after the darkness among the specimens. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead. Her shoes made dry, professional clicks against polished concrete. At the collections office, she pulled up the environmental control logs. No pressure fluctuation. No humidity spike. No maintenance activity near the extinct birds gallery. She checked the access records. No one else had entered the floor since the evening cleaning crew left. Evelyn leaned closer to the monitor. A sound came from the wall behind her. Scratch. She froze. Scratch, scratch. Too irregular for duct vibration. Something small seemed to be moving inside the ventilation shaft. She stood slowly. The nearest vent was above a filing cabinet. Dust clung to its grill. Another scratching sound traveled through the metal, receding upward. Evelyn followed it into the corridor. It moved ahead of her. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Then silence. She found herself beneath a ceiling vent outside the mammalogy archive, staring into darkness between the slats. For a moment, she heard only forced air. Then something gave a soft, descending whistle. 3 notes. A pause. 2 more. Evelyn's mouth went dry. She knew that pattern. She had listened to Tomas's field, recording dozens of times before declaring it unusable. From somewhere above the ceiling, alive and impossibly close, a St. Lawrence night rail began to sing. The song stopped when Evelyn removed the ventilation grill. She stood on a rolling archive ladder with one hand inside the duct, feeling nothing but cold air and the rough lip of galvanized metal. Her phone flashlight reached perhaps 2 meters before the shaft bent upward into darkness. No feathers, No droppings. No nest. She lowered herself carefully. The obvious explanation was a surviving rail. That should have been good news. Instead, the possibility frightened her more than the speaking specimen. A living bird could be documented. A living bird could be photographed. A living bird could prove what she had done. Evelyn returned to the extinct species gallery, carrying a portable recorder and an infrared inspection camera. She intended to document everything before fatigue turned memory into something convenient. The night rail was motionless. She placed the recorder beside its case. "Dr. Sy." The voice came from behind her. Evelyn turned so sharply that the camera cable struck the glass. The passenger pigeon was breathing. Its preserved breast rose perhaps half a centimeter, paused, then fell. The movement was mechanically small and biologically perfect. Evelyn approached. The pigeon opened its beak. A woman spoke through it. "Fauternize the northern disposal basin. We can mitigate the downstream loss." The voice was calm, professional, impatient. Then the bird became still. Across the gallery, something inhaled. The Pyrenean ibex lifted its rib cage beneath preserved hide. A man's voice emerged from its slightly parted mouth. "The population model supports removal. Sign it." The Baiji dolphin followed. Then the Caribbean monk seal. Human sentences moved through the dark gallery, one after another, stripped of context, but carrying the unmistakable grammar of meetings, permits, budgets, and decisions. Evelyn recorded everything. By morning, she had identified the first voice. Deputy Minister Allison Greaves had spoken at an environmental policy conference 2 months earlier. Evelyn found a publicly available recording and compared the phrase structure, cadence, and vowel patterns. The match was extraordinary. Greaves was alive. More importantly, the northern disposal basin she had mentioned did not exist. Evelyn searched planning databases. Nothing. The second voice belonged to Nathan Weller, executive director of a Western Forestry Consortium. Also alive. No public record contained the sentence the ibex had spoken. By afternoon, Evelyn had identified 4 voices. A fisheries consultant. A provincial bureaucrat. A geneticist working on agricultural pest resistance. A mining company hydrologist. Different industries. Different regions. No obvious relationship. Except that each person occupied a position where a recommendation could alter an ecosystem. Evelyn listened again to the recordings. Not confessions, she realized. Forecasts. That evening she returned to the gallery before security completed its final round. She stood among the cases without turning on the overhead lights. Nothing happened for almost 20 minutes. Then the great auk breathed. A young man's voice said, "There are fewer than 30, but the variance makes that statistically uncertain." Evelyn wrote the sentence down. The thylacine inhaled next. "We can delay the survey until after construction." Then the monk's seal. No one has formally described it, so legally there is nothing to protect. Evelyn stopped writing. The sentences were too familiar in structure. Not because she knew the speakers. Because she knew the reasoning. Classification before protection. Proof before restraint. Absence of evidence transformed into permission. She had used variations of every argument herself. From somewhere overhead came a faint scratching. Evelyn looked toward the vents. The specimens continued breathing. She moved slowly past the cases, listening. Passenger pigeon. Great auk. Ibex. Dolphin. Each dead animal speaking with the voice of someone still alive. Someone who had not yet done whatever the specimen remembered them for. Evelyn reached the final case in the row. The Carolina parakeet. Its chest expanded. She raised the recorder. The bird's beak opened. Evelyn heard her own voice. Not similar. Not approximate. Her voice exactly. The slight dryness she developed after lecturing. The measured pace she used when dictating reports. We cannot preserve both systems, the parakeet said. Evelyn could not breathe. The bird continued in her voice. One extinction prevents the other. A pause. Then it spoke a name. Anthropomorpus borealis. Evelyn stared at the specimen. She knew thousands of taxonomic names. She had never heard that one. The parakeet's glass eyes remained fixed ahead. In Evelyn's voice, it whispered, "Last confirmed specimen destroyed by Dr. Evelyn Sy." Evelyn listened to the recording 17 times before sunrise. The phrase did not change. Her voice. Her cadence. Her name attached to the destruction of something called Anthropomorpus borealis. By morning, she had assembled 4 explanations. Hidden speakers. Audio contamination. An elaborate fraud. Stress. The 4th explanation required the fewest people. She preferred it. At 9, Evelyn asked Maya Chen to meet her in the Hall of Lost Species. Maya was 32, a conservation technician whose work involved the unromantic realities of preserving dead things. Dermestid beetles, loose stitching, fungal blooms, warped mounts, adhesive failures. She trusted materials more than stories, which was why Evelyn had chosen her. "You said there's movement?" Maya asked. "Possible mechanical deformation." "That is not what your message said." Evelyn unlocked the night rails case. Cold preserved air escaped, carrying the faint smells of dust, arsenical soap, and old feathers. Maya inspected the mount with a magnifier. No motor. I know. No speaker. I know. No recent opening of the base. I checked that too. Maya looked at her. "So what am I looking for?" Evelyn did not answer immediately. Instead, she played the recordings. Maya listened without interrupting. When Evelyn's own voice came from the Carolina parakeet, Maya stopped the file. "You made this?" "No." "Someone did." "Yes." "You sound uncertain." "I'm not uncertain." Maya restarted the recording. "Then you're frightened." Evelyn hated her for noticing. They spent the afternoon examining 12 cases. They found no microphones, transmitters, vibration devices, concealed wiring, fresh tool marks, or modifications to the mounts. Every case was mechanically innocent. That made the problem worse. Evelyn shifted to archival explanations. Perhaps phrases had been embedded in educational recordings decades earlier. Perhaps some forgotten installation had used directional audio. Perhaps old equipment remained in the walls. The museum archives occupied 3 climate-controlled rooms beneath the research library. Evelyn and Maya pulled exhibition files dating back almost a century. The Hall of Lost Species had been renamed 4 times. The strange voices had apparently existed under every name. Maya found the first reference in a maintenance report from 1968. A technician had complained of speech-like resonance from the passenger pigeon display after public hours. Another note from 1977 described a night guard hearing a woman say, "Permit the river diversion," from the extinct Caribbean monk seal. The woman's identity had been handwritten in the margin decades later. Evelyn searched the name. Margaret Lowry. Born in 1981. Evelyn read the date again. The report had been written 4 years before Lowry was born. "That can't be right," she said. Maya found another. In 1954, a curator recorded the great auk producing the sentence, "Approve the offshore test despite uncertainty." The voice was unidentified at the time. A later annotation named petroleum engineer Curtis Bainbridge. Born in 1962, 8 years after the report. More records followed. Unknown voices captured decades before their owners existed. A forestry minister, a chemical manufacturer, a marine biologist, a municipal planner. Each later became associated with an environmental decision, followed by the documented disappearance of a species. Not mass extinctions, small ones. A cave beetle, a freshwater snail, an orchid pollinator, a fish found in one tributary and nowhere else. Species that disappeared quietly enough for most people never to learn their names. Maya sat back from the files. These aren't warnings. Evelyn understood before Maya finished. They're records of things that haven't happened yet. The archives seemed colder. Evelyn thought of the specimens breathing in darkness. Not predicting extinction. Remembering it. Her phone vibrated. Museum security. They had reviewed the previous night's footage after Evelyn reported possible tampering. The guard sent a video clip. Evelyn opened it. The overhead camera showed the Hall of Lost Species shortly after closing. Evelyn appeared between the cases, recorder in hand. Nothing unusual happened at first. Then she walked past the passenger pigeon. Its breast expanded. The great auk inhaled. Then the ibex. The dolphin. The monk seal. The thylacine. Every extinct specimen in view drew breath at precisely the same moment. Dozens of preserved bodies expanding together. Evelyn stood motionless at the center of them. Maya leaned closer to the screen. "Play it again." Evelyn did. This time she noticed something worse. The specimens did not inhale when she entered. They waited until she stopped walking, until she was surrounded. Then every extinct animal breathed in together, as though the entire gallery had been waiting for Evelyn Saye to provide the air. By the next evening, the air in the museum had changed. Evelyn noticed it first in the vertebrate preparation room, where she had spent enough years among formalin, ethanol, bone dust, and old refrigeration units to recognize when a room smelled wrong. This was not rot. It was greener than rot. Wet soil after lightning, crushed fern. Something mineral beneath both. She checked the environmental panel. Temperature normal. Humidity normal. Carbon dioxide slightly elevated, but nowhere near dangerous. Still, breathing felt harder. Not difficult exactly. Denser. As though each inhalation contained more substance than air should carry. Maya found the first spores in the prehistoric botany gallery. They had appeared on artificial cycads. The plants were resin replicas, cleaned monthly and incapable of producing anything. Yet clusters of pale gray sacs had formed beneath several fabricated leaves. Maya collected one with sterile forceps. It burst before reaching the sample vial. A cloud of dust rose between them. Evelyn stepped back. Maya swore and pulled on her respirator. What species? They're fake plants. I know. No, the spores. Maya stared through her magnifier. I don't know. That answer unsettled Evelyn more than it should have. Maya knew fungal contamination. She knew museum pests down to larvae most curators never saw. But under magnification, the spores had structures neither of them recognized, small radial hooks surrounding hollow centers, arranged with mathematical regularity. They sent the sample to microscopy. Evelyn did not wait for results. The scratching in the ventilation system had become more frequent. It followed her now. Not constantly. Only when she passed collections associated with disappearance. A faint movement above the marine gallery. 3 quick scrapes outside paleontology. A soft fluttering over the archive corridor. And sometimes, between those sounds, the rail sang. 3 descending notes. Pause. 2 more. Each time Evelyn heard it, something happened to her skin. The first patch appeared beneath her left wrist. At first, she thought the fluorescent lights were making her veins unusually visible. Then she pressed a fingertip against the area. The skin had become faintly translucent. Not thin. Clear. Beneath it, she could see capillaries branching through tissue with an intimacy that made her nauseous. By the 3rd night, another patch had appeared along her ribs. She told herself it was dermatitis. She told herself stress-altered circulation. She told herself sleep deprivation distorted perception. She did not show Maya. Instead, she returned to the Carolina parakeet. The specimen that had spoken in Evelyn's voice waited beneath low gallery lighting. She placed the recorder on the floor. Nothing happened. I'm here, Evelyn said. She felt ridiculous immediately. Then the parakeet breathed. Her own voice emerged. Specimen viability exceeded expected tolerance. Evelyn gripped the edge of the case. What specimen? The bird continued as though reading from a report. Containment failure began in the lower collection. Lower collection. Evelyn had never heard that term used at the museum. Where? The parakeet's throat moved. Adaptive exposure occurred through ventilation. Her wrist began to itch. Evelyn looked down. The translucent patch had spread almost to her palm, Exposure to what? The bird went still. Evelyn waited. Then the beak opened again. Extinction event initiated by release. Her own recorded voice sounded tired now. Older. Release of Anthropomomus borealis resulted in irreversible ecological succession. Evelyn felt the museum around her in a new way. The ducts, the sealed exhibits, the breathing cases, the strange spores. Something was not entering the building. Something inside it was changing the conditions necessary for everything else. She left the gallery and went directly to facilities. Modern architectural files showed nothing unusual below the public basement. Storage, mechanical rooms, electrical distribution, loading access. She pulled older renovation plans. Nothing. Then she found a brittle blueprint from 1936, folded inside a conservation ledger. The museum footprint was familiar. Public galleries. Service corridors. Freight elevator. But beside the elevator shaft, beneath the lowest marked basement, a small rectangle had been drawn in faded blue ink. No room number. No function. Only a letter beside the elevator doors. L. Evelyn compared it with the modern lift controls. Ground. 1 through 4. Basement. No L. She turned the blueprint over. On the reverse, someone had written a single instruction in pencil. Do not allow extinction staff below the collection line. Above her, somewhere inside the ceiling, the night rail began to sing. And from the elevator shaft behind the wall came the sound of machinery descending to a floor that no longer existed. The elevator descended after Evelyn pressed nothing. For several seconds, the control panel remained unchanged. Then the basement indicator went dark. The car continued downward. Evelyn felt it in her knees before she heard the machinery, a slow mechanical lowering beneath the museum's documented foundations. She should have stopped it. There was an emergency switch beside the doors. Instead, she watched the seam between them as the air grew warmer. The scent returned. Wet soil, crushed fern, ozone, and beneath it, something faintly animal. The elevator stopped with a softness that felt deliberate. The doors opened. No alarm sounded. Beyond them stretched a corridor illuminated by low amber fixtures set into the walls. The architecture was older than the public museum above. Glazed brick, black iron piping, stone flooring worn smooth at the center. Dust lay everywhere except in one narrow path. Something had been using the corridor. Evelyn stepped out. The elevator doors remained open behind her. Ahead, a brass sign had darkened almost to brown. Wong, Coction. No department name. No accession number. No staff designation. She followed the corridor until it widened into a gallery. Then she stopped. There were hundreds of cases. They stood in rows extending farther than the amber lights revealed. Glass cabinets of every size containing animals Evelyn could not classify. At first, her mind attempted to force them into familiar groups. Mammal. Bird. Reptile. Arthropod. The categories failed. One creature stood on 4 narrow limbs ending in 6 jointed digits, but its skin was covered with structures halfway between feathers and transparent leaves. Another hung, suspended in fluid, its elongated body lined with rows of closed eyes beneath translucent cartilage. A third resembled a small deer until Evelyn saw the rib cage. The ribs opened outward. Between them rested two pale lungs exposed to the air like folded flowers. Evelyn moved closer despite herself. The plaque read, Glass ribbed bromo. Vitricerva pulmonata. First record 2189. Last observed 2264. She stared at the dates. Future dates. Not projections. The wording was identical to the museum labels upstairs. First recorded. Last observed. She moved to the next case. A bird-like animal with no visible beak. Its mouth opened beneath the throat instead, bordered by small, blunt teeth disturbingly similar to human molars. Boreal thrat finch. Odontavus septentrionalis. X. Nix 2311. Another specimen possessed two long forelimbs with delicate five-fingered hands folded against its chest. The fingers had nails. Not claws. Nails. Evelyn felt something tighten beneath the translucent skin of her wrist. She covered it with her sleeve. These were not grotesque hybrids assembled for some forgotten exhibition. The skeletal proportions were coherent. Muscle attachment points made sense. The dentition showed wear. Several specimens carried scars, healed fractures, signs of age. They had lived. Or would live. She continued deeper. The dates advanced. 22nd century. 23rd. 25th. Then later, creatures from an Earth no zoologist had seen, preserved with the same clinical confidence the museum used for animals already lost. Some anatomical details became increasingly difficult to look at. A marsh-dwelling quadruped with a vestigial structure resembling an external human ear. A blind burrower whose forelimbs contained an opposable thumb. A long-necked scavenger whose opened chest cavity displayed a four-chambered organ shaped almost exactly like a human heart, except that three smaller hearts clustered around it. On several labels, Evelyn found handwritten conservation notes. Lung collapse after transfer. Dental structures continue replacing themselves. Avoid prolonged vocal exposure. Then, specimen responds to human proximity. Evelyn stepped away from that case. Something scratched inside the ventilation duct above her. 3 quick movements. Pause. The rail. The song followed, faint but unmistakable. 3 descending notes. 2 more. Every specimen in the lower gallery seemed to become stiller. Evelyn walked faster. At the end of one row stood a case smaller than the others. Inside was a creature no larger than a fox. Its body was hairless and gray, with folded membranes along its sides. Its hind legs ended in narrow pads. The front limbs were almost entirely human in structure, though each finger contained one additional joint. The face had no eyes, only smooth skin. Its mouth was closed. Evelyn approached the plaque. Northern mimic. Anthropomimus borealis. Her stomach tightened. The name the Carolina parakeet had spoken. Below it were 2 dates. Evelyn read them once. Then again. Projected Evolutionary Emergence, 2473. Beneath that. Extinction confirmed, 2026. For several seconds, she could not understand what she was seeing. The dates were reversed. The species had been declared extinct 447 years before it was supposed to evolve. Then the creature inside the case opened its eyeless face toward Evelyn, and one of its almost human hands pressed slowly against the glass. The hand remained against the glass. Evelyn did not. She stepped back so quickly that her shoulder struck the neighboring case. The northern mimic made no attempt to follow. Its eyeless face stayed turned toward her, one pale palm flattened against the barrier, as though feeling heat through it. Then the ventilation system clicked overhead. The creature withdrew its hand. Evelyn forced herself to look away. Behind the case stood a narrow metal door she had not noticed before. Unlike the gallery entrance, it carried no museum signage. Only a brass plate, Directorate Archive. The lock had already been opened. Inside, rows of filing cabinets occupied a room barely large enough for a desk. Paper records filled shelves from floor to ceiling. Some were bound in leather. Others were stored in archival boxes bearing directors' names Evelyn recognized from portraits upstairs. She opened the nearest file. The first page was dated 1941. These specimens are neither speculative constructions nor anticipatory taxidermy. Evelyn read the sentence twice. The memorandum had been written by Director Malcolm Ferris, a zoologist whose public work concerned wartime specimen protection. His private work was something else. According to Ferris, the lower collection had existed before the current museum building. Earlier institutions had inherited portions of it from private naturalists, geological societies, and collections whose records had been deliberately destroyed. The specimens appeared, whenever a lineage became possible, only after humanity's disappearance. Not mutation. Not prediction. Possibility. Ferris called them post-human evolutionary forms. A later director used a different phrase. Unborn species. Evelyn turned the page. The mechanism described in the records made little biological sense and yet corresponded perfectly with what she had already seen. Extinction created vacancies. Ecological systems, given centuries or millennia, filled them. New niches opened. Bodies changed. Selection continued. But there existed futures in which human pressure ended so completely that evolution moved into forms incompatible with the present biosphere. The creatures downstairs belonged to those futures. The museum did not imagine them. It removed them. Evelyn found another memorandum. The collection functions as restraint. Preservation is not retrospective. Preservation is preventative. She sat down. The word struck differently now. Preservation. The museum had always presented itself as a place where humanity preserved what nature had lost. The truth was inverted. The museum was preserving humanity by preventing nature from continuing without it. Every specimen in the lower gallery represented a future biological pathway held in suspension. Every case was a locked door. Every extinct animal upstairs marked the edge of another. Evelyn found handwritten correspondence between directors arguing over the ethics. One insisted that removing future organisms was equivalent to killing beings that had never lived. Another replied, "A species without an origin cannot suffer extinction. Humanity can." A third note had been underlined heavily. The upper collection stabilizes the historical boundary. The lower collection stabilizes the possible boundary. Neither should be allowed to communicate. Evelyn thought of the breathing specimens, the voices, the ventilation shafts, the night rail singing above the ceiling. Communicate. She searched faster. Files slid across the desk. A report from 1987 described a minor boundary contamination after an extinct amphibian was incorrectly catalogued before surviving individuals were discovered. For 9 days, spores from unidentified future plants appeared in storage rooms. 2 employees developed transparent patches of skin. The phenomenon ended only when the amphibian's classification was corrected. Evelyn looked at her wrist. The translucent area had reached the base of her thumb. She kept reading. Another case occurred in 1963. Another in 1912. Each involved the same error. Not simply scientific uncertainty. A living species formally placed among the dead. The final folder contained recent documentation. Her documentation. Rallus noctivagus. The St. Lawrence Night Rail. Evelyn opened it. Copies of her extinction assessment had been annotated in red ink by someone in the Directorate Archive. Status declaration, unsupported by surviving evidence. Below it, boundary breach initiated upon institutional acceptance. Her heartbeat became painful. Another note. A species falsely entered into extinction creates overlap between historical loss and unrealized succession. The collection can no longer distinguish what has ended from what is waiting to begin. Evelyn heard scratching inside the wall. Closer now. She turned the page. A final handwritten line waited beneath her signature. If living members remain, the breach will continue until the declaration is corrected, or the species is made truly extinct. Evelyn stared at the sentence. Above her, the night rail began to sing through the ventilation system. This time, the lower collection answered. Hundreds of unborn animals drew breath behind the glass. And Evelyn finally understood what her lie had opened between them. The lower collection breathed in waves. Evelyn stood in the Directorate Archive doorway as hundreds of impossible chests expanded behind glass, each specimen drawing air from a future that had never been allowed to arrive. Above them, the night rail sang again. 3 descending notes. Pause. 2 more. The response was immediate. A transparent membrane opened along the flank of a 6-limbed animal 2 rows away. The glass rib browser unfolded its exposed lungs. Something eyeless struck one finger gently against its case. Not panic. Recognition. Evelyn returned to the archive. There had to be more. She searched the oldest cabinets until she found a box marked Acoustic Boundary Protols. Inside lay reports spanning more than a century. The language changed with each generation, but the warning remained the same. Extinct specimens were not merely preserved remains. They were thresholds. A species that had genuinely disappeared created a closed biological history. Its preserved body marked the point where one evolutionary path ended and another became possible. Silence kept those paths separate. That was why the old gallery rules mattered. Why early curators discouraged music. Why maintenance crews were forbidden to install loudspeakers near extinct specimens. Why the brass sign upstairs did not ask visitors to show respect. Please speak softly near the Exnix animals. It was an instruction. Sound crossed the boundary. Evelyn found a report written after an incident in 1972. An extinct bat specimen had been exposed to repeated ultrasonic equipment tests. For several weeks afterward, employees working nearby developed changes in night vision, temperature regulation, and inner ear sensitivity. The report called the process adaptive instruction. Evelyn touched the translucent skin beneath her sleeve. The rail's song was not harming her. It was teaching her. She read faster. The lower collection existed under artificial evolutionary suspension, but its organisms retained what the documents called environmental memory, one information about the atmospheric chemistry, pathogens, food webs, temperatures, and ecological conditions under which they would eventually live. Ordinarily, that information remained sealed. But the St. Lawrence night rail was different. Because Evelyn had declared it extinct while living members survived, the species occupied both categories at once. Lost above. Living inside the walls. A bridge. The surviving rails had nested in the museum's ventilation network sometime after the wetland acquisition. For years, air from the lower collection had moved through those ducts. The birds had heard the unborn animals, and the unborn animals had heard them. The night rail's song had changed. Not in pitch alone, in function. A handwritten memorandum described the phenomenon with terrible simplicity. Organisms repeatedly exposed to boundary song begin expressing traits suited to the ecological conditions represented below. Evelyn thought of the spores. Her skin. The dense air. The song was preparing existing life for the world that came after humans. The extinct animals upstairs spoke with the voices of future extinction causers because they stood at the opposite edge of the same mechanism. They remembered the human decisions that would push species out. The unborn animals remembered what would replace them. Evelyn was standing between the two forms of memory. A telephone rang. She nearly screamed. An old desk phone sat beneath a stack of ledgers. Its cord entered the wall. Evelyn stared at it through 3 rings before lifting the receiver. No one spoke. Then she heard breathing. Not human breathing. Dozens of small lungs. Behind it came the faint rustle of wings. Who is this? A mechanical click answered. Then a recorded voice. A man she did not recognize. Bound stabilization protocol has been authorized. The message continued. Living members of the falsely extinct taxon must be removed before adaptive transmission reaches population scale. Evelyn gripped the receiver. Removed. A pause. Then another recording began. This voice she knew. Director Elaine Morkan, the museum's current executive director. Evelyn had spoken to her that morning The declaration must become biologically accurate. Evelyn closed her eyes. No. The recording continued without hearing her. Locate all surviving Rallus noctivagus specimens within the ventilation system. Prevent escape. Euthanize the remaining population. Confirm 0 viable individuals. The rails sang somewhere directly above the archive. Softly. Almost gently. Evelyn looked through the doorway at the rows of unborn creatures waiting behind glass. The museum had given her 2 ways to close the breach. Tell the truth and restore the night rail to the living world. Or protect the institution, her career, and the present ecological order by completing what her lie had begun. The telephone clicked once more. Director Morcant's recorded voice delivered the final instruction. Dr. Sy, make the extinction true. Evelyn left the telephone hanging from its cord. For the first time in 9 years, the decision in front of her felt simpler than the explanation she wanted to build around it. She could kill the birds. The museum would call it containment. The directorate would call it stabilization. Her colleagues, if they were ever told anything at all, might call it an unfortunate conservation necessity. Evelyn knew the language because she had spent her career learning how language could make an irreversible act sound procedural. She would not use it again. The night rail sang above her. 3 descending notes. Pause. 2 more. Evelyn left the lower collection and entered the elevator. As the doors closed, hundreds of unborn creatures turned toward her cases. The northern mimic raised one almost human hand. This time, Evelyn did not look away. The elevator climbed. By the time it opened into the basement service corridor, the translucent patches had spread over both her hands. Fine structures were forming beneath them. Not veins. Something branching beside the veins. The museum's environmental alarms began sounding. Air pressure fault. Ventilation irregularity. Biological contamination warning. Evelyn ignored them. Maya met her outside facilities, wearing a respirator. What happened to you? Evelyn pulled down her sleeves. I found the lower collection. Maya stared at her. There is a lower collection? There won't be for much longer if I'm right. She took the master maintenance keys. Maya caught her arm. Evelyn. For a moment, Evelyn considered telling her everything. Instead, she said, leave the building. What are you going to do? Correct a record. That was close enough to the truth. The ventilation control room occupied a narrow chamber behind the dinosaur galleries. From there, dampers divided the museum's airflow into public, collections, laboratory, and restricted systems. One schematic had been painted over. Evelyn scraped at the paint with a key. Beneath it was another duct line descending toward the undocumented level. The lower collection had its own sealed circulation loop, except it was no longer sealed. A pressure warning flashed above the main exhaust controls. Something had opened between the systems years ago. Something small enough to move through ducts. Evelyn thought of rails nesting in darkness, generation after generation, listening through metal walls to animals that belonged centuries ahead. She opened every damper. The museum inhaled. A deep movement passed through the building. Display banners shifted. Dust lifted from cabinets. Doors slammed somewhere in distant galleries. Then came wings. At first, only one pair. A rapid flutter inside the ducts. Then another. Another. Evelyn opened the exterior exhaust shutters. Cold Toronto air rushed inward. The rail began to sing. The sound entered every gallery at once. Not loud. Clear. 3 descending notes. Pause. 2 more. Evelyn's knees buckled. Pain spread through her ribs. She pulled open her shirt collar and saw the skin across her chest turning translucent. Beneath it, her lungs were changing. Thin secondary folds opened along their edges like unfamiliar petals. She inhaled. The heavy museum air suddenly felt clean. Suitable. Below her, something struck glass. Then hundreds of impacts answered. Evelyn staggered into the Hall of Lost Species. The specimens were breathing violently now. Passenger pigeon. Great auk. Thylacine. Monk seal. Their mouths opened. Human voices poured from them in overlapping fragments. Approve the permit. Delay the survey. Projected losses remain acceptable. No protected population has been verified. Her own voice rose among them. Containment failure. A crack sounded beneath the floor. The unborn collection. Through the ventilation grills came noises no museum had ever recorded. Whistles produced by unfamiliar throats, clicking lungs, wet percussion, sounds made by bodies designed for an earth beyond human hearing. Evelyn ran toward the central atrium. Above, the exhaust louvers were opening. A brown-black bird dropped from one vent. It struck the railing, recovered, and flew. Then a second appeared. Then 6. Then dozens. St. Lawrence night rails poured from the museum's ventilation system. Living. Smaller than memory had made them. They circled beneath the glass atrium roof while alarms flashed around them. Evelyn reached the emergency smoke release panel and broke the cover. She pulled the lever. High above, roof vents opened to the night. Cold air descended. The rails climbed through it. One after another, they disappeared into the Toronto sky. Their song spread over the museum roof, toward streets, apartment towers, parks, and the black water of the lake. Evelyn stood among the extinct animals and listened. The passenger pigeon stopped speaking. Then the auk. The dolphin. The ibex. One human voice after another cut off mid-sentence. Within seconds, every dead specimen was silent. And somewhere beyond the open roof, the living birds kept singing. Morning entered the museum as if nothing had happened. That was the first thing Evelyn noticed. No alarms. No broken glass. No feathers drifting through the atrium. The emergency roof vents had closed automatically sometime before dawn, and the Hall of Lost Species stood beneath ordinary white lighting with every specimen restored to perfect stillness. The passenger pigeon did not breathe. The great auk did not speak. The Carolina parakeet stared ahead with its painted eye, its beak shut around whatever future words it had been carrying. Evelyn stood among them with both hands exposed. The translucent patches were gone. Almost. When she held her fingers against the light, she could still see faint, branching structures beneath the skin, finer than veins and arranged with an unfamiliar symmetry. She inhaled. The air felt thin now. Not dangerously thin. Primitive. She walked to the service elevator. The button-marked basement worked. Nothing else did. She pressed her palm against the wall where the hidden control should have been. No movement. No machinery descended beneath her. When the doors opened downstairs, the corridor ended at a concrete wall. The lower collection had disappeared. Evelyn struck the wall once with her fist. Solid. Maya found her there. She looked exhausted but unharmed. "The police are outside," Maya said. "Security says there was an electrical malfunction." Evelyn looked at her. "You saw the birds." Maya hesitated. "I saw something leave through the roof." "Night rails." "Maybe." "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Make uncertainty convenient." Maya went quiet. Evelyn understood then that she had heard those words because they were hers, even though she had never spoken them before. They left the basement together. Outside the staff entrance, Toronto continued. Streetcars moved. Office windows brightened. People carried coffee beneath winter coats. No crowds were running. No emergency broadcast sounded from phones. No one looked toward the sky. Yet something had changed. A flock of pigeons stood perfectly still along the roof of a nearby building, all facing north. Moss had appeared between cracks in the pavement, despite the cold. A tree planted beside the museum had pushed several pale new buds through branches that should have remained dormant for months. Near the loading bay, Maya bent toward a patch of gray growth emerging from salt-stained concrete. Those looked like the spores. Evelyn did not answer. High above the city, something sang. 3 descending notes. Pause. 2 more. So faint that Maya did not appear to hear it. Evelyn did. Her lungs opened slightly deeper inside her chest. She left Maya near the entrance and returned to the galleries alone. The museum would open soon. Children would arrive. Teachers would count heads. Visitors would photograph bones and read plaques and believe that everything behind glass belonged safely to either the past or the present. Evelyn walked through mammals, dinosaurs, early vertebrates. The building felt calm. Not defeated. Finished. She entered the Human Evolution Gallery. The Homo sapiens skeleton stood where it always had, suspended upright beside reconstructed ancestors. One hand hung slightly forward. The skull faced the visitor with its permanent dental exposure. Evelyn had passed it hundreds of times. That morning, there was a plaque beneath it. She stopped. The brass was new. No dust. No fingerprints. The formatting matched the labels in the Hall of Lost Species. Human. Homo sapiens. Evelyn looked toward the nearest security camera. Its indicator light was dark. She stepped closer. There were no dates of origin. No geographic range. No conservation status. Only one line. Behind her, somewhere inside the museum, something scratched softly within the ventilation system. Evelyn did not turn. Outside, the rail sang again. This time, another sound answered from somewhere over the lake. Then another. Evelyn placed her translucent fingertips against the glass beside the human skeleton and finally understood the cruelty hidden inside the museum's idea of preservation. Humanity had spent centuries deciding which species belonged to the past. The museum had merely been waiting for nature to make the same decision about humanity. She lowered her eyes to the plaque. Last observed alive yesterday. Extinction feels abstract when it belongs to creatures behind glass. We give them names, dates, and plaques, then continue walking, as though disappearance were something that happens only to others. Evelyn's horror begins when she discovers that humanity is not standing outside nature, documenting its losses. We're inside the same system, subject to the same judgment, and perhaps far less permanent than we imagine. If protecting our world required deciding which forms of life were allowed to have a future, would we recognize the moment preservation became control? Or would we notice only when our own label was written? Story 6. Elaine Voss noticed the 8th floor button because it was lit before anyone touched it. There were 6 people in the lift with her that Monday morning, all wearing the same expression Canary Wharf seemed to issue with every security pass. Awake enough to function, too tired to object. Rain silvered the glass towers outside the lobby. The revolving doors admitted wet coats, folded umbrellas, takeaway coffee, and the faint electrical smell of damp wool warming under office lights. Elaine stood nearest the control panel, holding a cardboard cup while she searched her bag for her access badge. The button marked 8 glowed amber. No one had pressed it. She looked at the others. A junior actuary was reading his phone. 2 claims handlers discussed train delays. A woman from legal had her eyes closed. Nobody seemed to notice. Elaine pressed 14. The door shut. The lift rose with the smooth silence of machinery maintained before it had the opportunity to fail. 3, 4, 5. Elaine glanced again at 8. Still lit. That was unusual, because the company did not use the 8th floor. At least, not anymore. She had been with Halcyon Mutual for 11 years, long enough to remember when human resources had occupied part of it, before a restructuring moved them elsewhere, and facilities marked the level as reserved plant and storage. The directory and reception skipped from 7 to 9. New employees sometimes joked about it during induction. The lift stopped. The display read 8. The doors opened. Warm air entered first. Not the chilled, filtered air of the tower, but something softer, carrying coffee, printer toner, and the faint vanilla sweetness of supermarket birthday cake. Beyond the doors was an office. Not storage. Not plant equipment. An open-plan office stretched beneath fluorescent lights. Gray desks. Blue partitions. Filing cabinets. Windows facing the pale Thames. People were working. Elaine did not recognize most of them, but the scene produced an odd physical certainty in her, like entering a childhood house after the furniture had been replaced. Someone laughed near the photocopier. A radio played quietly. A man in a loosened tie carried paper cups between desks while a woman taped silver streamers around a monitor. "Happy birthday, Carol," somebody called. A small cheer followed. The lift doors remained open. Nobody inside the office looked toward them. Elaine's colleagues did not react either. The junior actuary stepped past her. "Sorry," she said, catching his sleeve. "This isn't 14. He turned, startled. "What do you mean?" 8. He looked at the display. It now read 9. Elaine released his sleeve. The office beyond the doors had not changed. The woman with the streamers laughed as someone smeared icing onto her cheek. A desk phone rang twice. The radio announcer mentioned sunshine expected later in the week. Then a man walked past the lift carrying a green folder. Elaine knew him. His name arrived before she could stop it. Martin Keene. Claims Operations. Croydon Office. Occupational trauma case. She had seen his photograph attached to a file 18 months earlier. Thinner face, graying beard, eyes reddened from sleeplessness. He had submitted statements after witnessing a fatal incident during a client site visit. Elaine had reviewed the medical evidence, policy language, and projected liability, and she had recommended rejection. The memory brought the familiar tightening she felt whenever an old decision threatened to become emotional instead of procedural. Martin passed 3 meters from her. He looked younger, rested, smiling. "Morning, Elaine," he said. Her coffee shifted in her hand. Martin kept walking. The lift chimed. The doors began to close. Elaine thrust out her arm, stopping them. Martin turned at the sound. His smile disappeared. For the first time, every person on the 8th floor stopped moving. The radio continued playing. The printer continued feeding paper. But all the employees were looking at her. Martin's green folder fell open. Inside, it was a single sheet. From the lift, Elaine could read the heading. Claim decision. Final. Below it was her own name. And beneath her signature, in handwriting she did not recognize, someone had written, "You left this here yesterday." The lift doors closed before Elaine could decide whether to step out. For several seconds, she saw only her own reflection in the brushed steel. Pale face, dark coat, coffee held too tightly in one hand. Then the lift moved. When it opened on 14, the others stepped out without comment. No one mentioned the 8th floor. By the time Elaine reached her desk, she had almost convinced herself there had been a fault in the display. Almost. Halcyon Mutual's claims division occupied 2 long floors of glass meeting rooms, gray carpet, and desks arranged in clean mathematical rows. From Elaine's office, she could see the river bending around the towers and construction cranes disappearing into low cloud. Her job was to make uncertainty expensive enough to measure. At 9 o'clock, she reviewed a warehouse injury involving nerve damage to a forklift operator's hand. At 9:30, a bereavement-related absence claim from a branch manager whose daughter had died unexpectedly. Just before 10, a case involving panic attacks after an armed robbery. Elaine did what she had always done. Duration multiplied by probability, probability modified by supporting evidence. Supporting evidence discounted according to inconsistency, previous absence history, treatment compliance, and projected litigation risk. The robbery case received a yellow flag because the employee had described the attacker's clothing differently in 2 interviews. Leanh wrote, "Trauma response may account for memory variance. However, inconsistency limits evidential reliability." She paused after typing it. Something about the sentence bothered her. Not the meaning, the familiarity. She reread it. Trauma response may account for memory variance. For reasons she could not place, she thought of a green folder falling open onto gray carpet. Martin Keene. Leanh opened the internal claims database. His name appeared before she finished typing it. Keene, Martin A. The case had been closed 18 months earlier. She clicked. The file loaded slowly. There were medical reports, occupational health notes, correspondence with management, and a formal claim for psychological injury arising from a workplace incident. Leanh scrolled. She remembered the structure of the case. She remembered thinking the psychiatric evidence was too dependent on Martin's own testimony. She remembered legal, asking whether the claim could establish broader liability. She remembered her manager, Sebastian Crowther, tapping the projected exposure column with one finger during a meeting and saying, "We cannot price grief." But she could not remember what had happened to Martin. Leanh leaned closer to the screen. The incident summary should have answered that immediately. Instead, she found herself reading the same paragraph 3 times. The claimant reports persistent intrusive recollection, sleep disturbance, dissociative episodes, and significant occupational impairment following the event described in Appendix C. Appendix C. She opened it. Access restricted. That was strange. Her clearance level exceeded almost everyone in claims. Leanh searched the correspondence instead. There were references to the incident, the affected party, and the deceased individual. Nothing named the person who had died. Nothing described how. She remembered knowing. That was the unsettling part. The knowledge had not been withheld from her at the time. She had discussed it, assessed it, reduced it into a percentage. But when she tried to retrieve the event now, there was nothing. Not darkness. Not confusion. Nothing. A perfectly clean absence. Leanh pressed 2 fingers against her temple. She pictured Martin's photograph. Gray beard. Exhausted eyes. Then the man on the 8th floor. Younger. Smiling. Mourning Leanh. She opened her archived emails. Search. Martin Keene. 73 results. She clicked one she had sent to Sebastian. Given the absence of independently verifiable recollection and inconspicuous interventions following intervention, I recommend denial. Leanh stared at the phrase. Continuance intervention. She knew continuance. Halcyon offered it through the corporate health program. Counseling, occupational therapy, resilience treatment, accelerated return-to-work support. She had referred dozens of employees to it. She could not remember referring Martin. A soft sound came from somewhere beyond her office. Laughter. Leanh looked through the glass wall. Someone in claims had brought in a birthday cake. For one irrational second, she expected silver streamers. There were none. She closed Martin's email file and returned to the main record. Something had changed. A new tab had appeared beneath the claim status. EMP on record. Elaine clicked it. A photograph loaded. Martin Keene. The older version. Below it were his employment dates. Then, Stappy, deceased aide. Elaine stopped breathing. She read the next line once. Then again. Martin Keene had died 17 months ago. Martin Keene had been dead for 17 months. Elaine kept the employee record open until the words stopped looking like language. She checked the dates against his claim file. No error. His death had occurred less than 4 weeks after she recommended denial. There should have been something else in the record. A cause, an incident report, correspondence with his manager. But each link she opened led either to restricted documents or pages stripped of meaningful detail. By 11, Elaine had stopped pretending she was working. At 20 past, she left her office. She did not tell Sebastian where she was going. The lift was empty. Elaine pressed 8. Nothing happened. The button remained dark. She pressed it again. Then 7. Then 9. As the doors began to close, the 8th floor button illuminated by itself. The lift descended. When the doors opened, warm air touched her face. The birthday celebration was exactly as she remembered it. Not similar. Exactly. The same woman stood beside the same desk, fastening the same strip of silver streamer around the same monitor. "Happy birthday, Carol," someone called. The cheer that followed had the same rhythm. A man carrying paper cups stepped around a chair. One cup tilted. A brown drop of coffee landed on his cuff. He looked at it and said, "Every bloody year." Elaine remembered that line. She had heard it on Monday. The radio played the same song. Beyond the windows, however, London was wrong. Upstairs, rain still covered Canary Wharf. Here, sunlight lay across the Thames. Elaine stepped out. The lift doors remained open behind her. Nobody reacted. The office contained perhaps 40 people. Some typed. Some talked across partitions. 2 stood near the windows, sharing something from a paper bag. They looked relaxed in a way Elaine rarely saw at Halcyon. Not happy exactly. Unburdened. Martin sat at a desk near the center. This time Elaine noticed the absence before she reached him. No gray in his beard. No hollows beneath his eyes. No tension in his shoulders. This was Martin before whatever had happened to him. He looked up. His expression changed. "You came back." Elaine stopped beside his desk. "You're dead." Martin glanced toward the others. "Not here." "What is this floor?" His fingers tightened around a green folder. "Keep your voice down. I saw your employee record." "I know." "How?" Martin looked toward the birthday table. Carol was opening a card. Someone behind her said, "Read the rude one first." Elaine felt cold despite the warmth of the room. She remembered that sentence, too. Every word, every pause. "You're repeating this," she whispered. Martin nodded once. "What day is it?" His answer came after too long. "The best one." "That doesn't mean anything." "It will." A knife appeared beside the birthday cake. Martin stood abruptly. "Go." Elaine did not move. Across the office, another woman had turned toward her. Late 50s. Short auburn hair. Heavy black glasses. Elaine knew that face. Patricia Morrow. Compliance. Years earlier, Patricia had developed severe anxiety after being trapped during a fire alarm malfunction in a regional office. Halcyon had approved her treatment and compensation because security footage supported the claim. After, Elaine herself had signed the settlement recommendation. Patricia had resigned months later. Yet here she was. Younger. Laughing. Alive inside a day that had happened years ago. Patricia raised a champagne flute containing orange juice. To surviving another audit. The people around her laughed. Elaine remembered reading those exact words in an old witness statement about an office celebration, shortly before Patricia's breakdown. Martin stepped closer. "You need to leave before they cut the cake." "Why?" His voice dropped. "Because that's when the day finishes. And then, for them, it starts again." Carol lifted the knife. Martin looked suddenly frightened. "For you, it takes something." The first cut went through the icing. The fluorescent lights flickered. Every employee inhaled at once. Elaine ran. The lift doors began closing as she reached them. She forced herself through and struck 14 repeatedly until the doors shut. The lift rose. Elaine pressed both hands against the wall. Something hurt inside her chest. Not physically. An absence forming. A sensation like reaching for a familiar stair in darkness and finding empty air. The doors opened on 14. Rain covered the windows again. Elaine returned to her office, locked the door, and sat down. She needed something ordinary. Something unquestionably hers. She opened the bottom drawer and took out the photograph she had kept there for 6 years. Her mother stood beside a hospital bed, smiling weakly. Elaine stared at the photograph. She knew her mother was dead. She knew she had loved her. She knew there had been one night, the worst night, after which Elaine had become someone capable of entering work the following morning and functioning as though numbers could protect her from anything. But the night itself was gone. Elaine could not remember how her mother had died. Elaine spent the rest of Monday trying to recover the missing night. She called up photographs, emails, hospital invoices, the message thread with her sister, Fiona. She found references to waiting rooms, morphine, discharge planning, a consultant named Dr. Holloway. The facts existed. The memory did not. She could remember buying her mother a blue scarf during the final winter. She could remember the cracked ceramic bowl beside her bed. She could remember the smell of lavender hand cream on her mother's fingers. But whenever she approached the death itself, her mind slid sideways. By Tuesday morning, Elaine had stopped believing this was stress. She began with continuance. The program had been introduced 6 years earlier as part of Halcyon's employee well-being strategy. Its public materials were aggressively ordinary: confidential counseling, trauma support, resilience coaching, guided memory processing, phased return-to-work assistance. Elaine had seen the brochures hundreds of times. She had never read the internal outcome reports. Accessing them required permissions she technically possessed, but rarely used. The numbers were strange. Employees who entered continuance after traumatic incidents showed unusually rapid reductions in reported symptoms. That looked positive. Until Elaine compared the treatment records with subsequent insurance claims. More than 70% of participants withdrew their psychological injury claims within 3 months of beginning treatment. Not settled. Withdrawn. Many included nearly identical explanations. Claimant no longer wishes to pursue due to uncertainty regarding recollection. Insufficient confidence in sequence of events. Unable to provide consistent account. Elaine read 30 files. Then 50. The same pattern repeated. An employee witnessed a fatal machinery accident. Continuance. Claim withdrawn. A receptionist survived an assault by a client. Continuance. Claim withdrawn. A manager discovered a colleague after suicide. Continuance. Claim withdrawn. The more Elaine searched, the more familiar the language became. She had used it herself. No clinical evidence supporting continued traumatic recollection. That sentence appeared beneath her name 11 times. At lunchtime, she returned to the lift. She told herself she needed evidence. That was the professional version. The truth was less comfortable. She wanted the 8th floor again. The warmth. The sunlight. The sound of people laughing as though nothing irreparable had happened yet. The button illuminated before she pressed it. When the doors opened, Carol was fastening silver streamers around her monitor. Happy birthday, Carol. The cheer followed. Elaine stepped into the office. Immediately, something inside her loosened. Her shoulders dropped. The faint headache she had carried all morning disappeared. Sunlight lay across the carpet. Someone had opened a window, though Elaine knew the tower's windows could not open. Fresh air moved through the room. Martin watched her approach. You shouldn't keep coming. I'm investigating continuance. His face tightened. Then investigate upstairs. What does treatment remove? Martin did not answer. Elaine looked around. Patricia Morrow was laughing beside the windows. The man with the coffee cup stained his cuff. Every bloody year. Elaine knew the words before he spoke them. For several seconds, she experienced something almost shameful. Peace. No hospital room waited inside her memory. No frightened claimants. No meetings where human suffering became projected liability. Nothing hurt here unless she deliberately searched for it. Martin seemed to understand. That's why people stay. Elaine turned to him. Do they choose to? Sometimes. And the others. His eyes moved toward the birthday cake. Leave before you find out. Elaine did. This time she returned upstairs before the knife appeared. For most of the afternoon, she felt better than she had in months. Then Fiona called. Elaine answered automatically. "Hello?" Silence. Then her sister said, "You forgot." Elaine sat upright. "Forgot what?" Another silence. "Mum's birthday." Elaine looked at the calendar. A sharp sensation passed through her, followed by emptiness. She knew her mother had been born in autumn. Or spring. No. She could not remember. "I've been busy," Elaine said. Fiona's voice hardened. "You never forget." After the call, Elaine opened her mother's photograph again. The woman in it seemed familiar in the abstract, like someone Elaine had once worked with. She closed the drawer quickly. Wednesday morning, she went back to 8. She did not even pretend it was investigation. The floor welcomed her with sunshine. Carol laughed. The radio played. Martin stood before she reached him. Leanh. Something in his tone stopped her. He pointed beside his desk. There had been empty carpet there before. Now there was another workstation. A chair. A monitor. A green claim folder placed neatly beside the keyboard. On the desk stood a plastic nameplate. Elaine read it. Simon Vale. Her stomach contracted. She knew that name immediately. And unlike Martin's case, she still remembered exactly how Simon Vale had died. Because the decision that put him in danger had carried Elaine's signature. Simon Vale's desk had not been there the day before. Elaine knew that, with the same certainty, she had once reserved for audited numbers. The workstation stood beside Martin's as though facilities had installed it overnight. Gray partition, black monitor, 2 drawers, green folder, nameplate. Simon Vale. The office continued around it. Happy birthday, Carol. The same cheer. The same coffee staining the same cuff. The same sunlight falling across the carpet. But Simon's chair was empty. Elaine could see him anyway. Not here. In another building, years earlier. Simon had been a regional loss control inspector assigned to warehouses with repeated safety violations. After reporting panic attacks following a fatal loading bay collapse, he requested reassignment away from high-risk sites. Halcyon delayed the request. Elaine had approved that delay. The company needed independent documentation before changing his duties. The risk team considered his symptoms subjective. His manager argued that removing him might imply corporate liability. 2 weeks later, Simon was sent to another site. A forklift struck him. Elaine remembered the email announcing his death. She remembered staring at it for several seconds before opening the next claim. Why is his desk here? Martin did not answer immediately. Because you remember him. Elaine looked at him. That makes no sense. It will. Behind them, Carol laughed. Elaine suddenly hated the sound. She left before the cake was cut. Upstairs, she searched Simon's file. Her authorization was still there. Temporary continuation of duties pending independent assessment. Below it, in her own handwriting on a scanned meeting note, reassignment before evidential review creates undesirable precedent. Elaine stared at the sentence. She remembered writing it. She remembered Simon. But when she tried to picture the loading bay accident that had supposedly caused his trauma, the memory vanished. She had read the investigation, seen photographs, discussed the fatality with legal. Now there was only a blank space around the word collapse. She opened another old claim. Margaret Hales. A payroll administrator assaulted in an underground car park. Elaine recognized her name instantly. But not the assault. Another. Nathaniel Briggs. Electrical fire. Nothing. Joanna Pike. Fatal workplace incident involving a colleague. Nothing. The names remained. The suffering attached to them did not. Elaine began pulling physical files from archive storage. Her handwriting was everywhere. Margin notes. Underlined contradictions. Exposure estimates. Questions about causation. On Joanna Pike's psychiatric report, she had written, "Memory appears unstable. Consider whether claimant can meet evidentiary threshold." Elaine pressed her thumb against the ink. She had written those words. She could not remember Joanna's face. By Thursday afternoon, fear had changed into compulsion. She returned to the 8th floor. There were 3 new desks. Margaret Hales, Nathaniel Briggs, Joanna Pike. All empty. Martin stood between them. "You're building it faster." "I'm not building anything. You keep coming back. I need to understand what Halcyon did." Martin gave her a tired look. "No, you need to understand what you did." The sentence struck harder than it should have. Elaine walked away from him. The repeating office felt different now. Still warm. Still bright. But the empty desks interrupted the happiness like missing teeth. She passed Patricia Morrow. "To surviving another audit," Patricia said. The same laughter followed. Elaine paused. She knew Patricia had suffered after the fire alarm malfunction. She knew Halcyon had paid her claim. But she could no longer remember what Patricia had been afraid of. Smoke? Darkness? Being trapped? The details had dissolved. Elaine felt an unexpected relief. It was horrifying and soothing. Pain disappeared here so cleanly. No therapy. No forgiveness. No consequence. Just subtraction. For one dangerous moment, Elaine understood why someone might willingly surrender everything that hurt. Then she noticed another desk. At the far end of the aisle. It had not been there when she entered. Unlike the others, no employee sat near it. The fluorescent light directly above it flickered. A green folder rested unopened beside the keyboard. Elaine walked toward it. Martin followed. "Don't." She ignored him. There was no monitor. No telephone. Only the folder and a plastic nameplate turned face down. Elaine reached for it. Martin caught her wrist. His hand was warm. Real. "If you read that," he said, "you won't be able to pretend you're visiting anymore." Elaine pulled free. She turned the nameplate over. Her own name was printed across it. Elaine Voss. The chair beneath the desk slowly rolled backward, as though making room for her. Elaine did not sit in the chair. She backed away from her own desk until her shoulder struck the partition behind her. Martin released a breath. Good. Elaine looked at him. What happens if I do? I don't know. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be. Behind them, Carol laughed again. The birthday continued. Elaine stared at the nameplate carrying her own name and understood that returning to the 8th floor would no longer give her answers. It was taking them. So she went looking underneath it. Facilities records listed the 8th floor as mechanical reserve, but the maintenance history contradicted that designation. For 6 years, contractors had serviced cooling systems drawing nearly 4 times the expected power. Replacement parts referenced server racks, medical-grade backup batteries, and something repeatedly abbreviated as NMR interface arrays. Elaine printed the records before access could disappear. One invoice contained a location code. 8B Service Access, South Core. The public stairwell had no entrance between 7 and 9. The service stairwell did. Friday evening, after most of claims had left, Elaine used an old risk management override card to enter the South Maintenance corridor. The air changed immediately. No carpet. No glass. Concrete walls painted institutional white. Pipes ran overhead, sweating condensation. The corridor descended rather than continuing level, a shallow slope hidden inside the tower's structure. At the end stood a security door with no room number. Her card failed. Then the lock clicked anyway. Elaine stepped inside. The smell reached her first. Warm plastic. Dust. Something faintly medicinal. Rows of obsolete server cabinets filled the room, their indicator lights blinking through metal grills. Thick cable bundles crossed the floor beneath raised panels. Some machines looked decades old. Others were newer, sealed inside white housings bearing continuance logos. Beyond them stood equipment that did not belong in an office building. Reclining clinical chairs, electrode caps, head restraints, pulse monitors, a narrow observation booth with mirrored glass. Elaine stopped. There were 12 chairs. Each faced a blank wall. Beside every chair hung headphones and a microphone. On a nearby trolley sat plastic bags labeled with employee numbers. She opened one. Inside was an ID badge. Patricia Morrow. Another contained Nathaniel Briggs's badge. Another, Joanna Pike. Elaine dropped it. A bank of terminals occupied the rear wall. One monitor was still active. She touched the keyboard. A directory opened. Continuance Memory Archive. Thousands of names appeared. Not patients. Employees. Beside each name were dates and classifications. Traumatic event. Stabilization window. Ancor Perian. Retention Pia. Elaine searched Patricia Morrow. Her profile opened. The fire alarm incident appeared as a sequence of neurological graphs and interview transcripts. Below it was something labeled Encore experience. Office celebration, positive social cohesion. Elaine's mouth went dry. She opened the file. A video filled the screen. Patricia stood beside a window, holding orange juice. To surviving another audit. Laughter. The 8th floor. Elaine opened Carol's profile. Encore experience. Birthday pre-incident baseline. Another video. Silver streamers. Cake. Sunlight. The same day. The people upstairs were not ghosts. Not exactly. They were preserved experiences. Happy periods extracted, indexed, maintained. Repeated. Elaine scrolled through technical notes she only partly understood. Traumatic memories were described as high-friction autobiographical nodes. Continuance reduced distress by isolating those nodes from normal recall. But the removal destabilized adjacent memory. To prevent collapse, the system retained emotionally coherent, positive experiences as anchors. The 8th floor was full of them. Good days playing forever to hold bad days somewhere else. Elaine heard Martin's warning again. For you, it takes something. A folder marked Keen, Martin A. appeared near the bottom of the archive. She opened it. There were dozens of recordings. Interview sessions. Clinical assessments. Internal meetings. One file had no visual component. Only audio. Elaine clicked it. Static. Then a man's voice. Martin, I don't consent to memory separation. A second voice answered. Calm. Professional. Familiar. Elaine froze. The recording continued. The continuance intervention is medically indicated, the woman said. Your current recollection patterns are compromising both your recovery and the reliability of your claim. Elaine gripped the desk. She knew that voice. Her own. Martin said, You haven't even met me. A pause. Then Elaine's recorded voice replied, I have reviewed your case personally, Mr. Keen. I'm authorizing treatment effective immediately. Elaine stared at the waveform moving across the screen. She had always believed the rejection 18 months ago was the first time Martin Keen's name had ever crossed her desk. The recording proved she had spoken to him before that. Long before she remembered ever meeting him. Elaine played the recording again. Then a third time. Her own voice remained unchanged. Calm, certain, administrative. I'm authorizing treatment effective immediately. There was no hesitation in it. No suggestion that she had been pressured. Elaine stopped the audio. For a few seconds, only the cooling fans filled the archive room. Then she searched Martin's profile for the earliest available document. The system produced a file marked Original Claim, Supersetted. Elaine opened it. Unlike the version she remembered reviewing, this one was enormous. Photographs. Internal correspondence. Clinical notes. Security reports. Handwritten statements. Martin had not simply claimed psychological injury after witnessing a death. He had been investigating continuance. His first complaint described memory loss among employees who had completed treatment. Not ordinary forgetfulness. Specific absence. A warehouse supervisor could remember attending a colleague's funeral, but not the machinery accident that killed him. A receptionist remembered changing jobs after an assault, but no longer remembered being attacked. Patricia Morrow could describe every procedural failure surrounding the fire alarm incident, yet could not recall experiencing fear inside the building. Martin had noticed the same pattern while assisting claims operations with return-to-work reviews. He began interviewing employees privately. Then he entered continuance himself. Not because he wanted treatment, because he wanted proof. Leanh found the transcript. Keene, you are not reducing traumatic response. You are breaking autobiographical continuity. Clinician, that is not an accurate description. Keene, then why do people withdraw claims after they stop remembering what happened? The clinician ended the session. Another document followed. Martin had copied technical material showing that continuance isolated memories associated with trauma from ordinary retrieval pathways. Employees retained enough factual knowledge to function, but lost the sensory and emotional continuity required to provide consistent testimony. The result was predictable. Claims became weaker. Accounts became contradictory. Medical evidence looked subjective. Halcyon's liability fell. Leanh scrolled faster. Martin had tried to send the material to regulators. He had tried to contact journalists. He had filed an internal protected disclosure. Then his own memories began disappearing. His claim came afterward. Leanh found her assessment. Every page carried her initials. Martin's descriptions of stolen memory had been categorized as persecutory thinking. His claims about continuance were described as evidence of worsening psychological instability. One paragraph was highlighted. Her handwriting filled the margin. Claimant's inability to provide stable recollection materially undermines allegation. No independent basis for asserted memory interference. Leanh stared at the sentence until nausea rose into her throat. The system had erased Martin's evidence from his mind. Then she had used the resulting gaps to prove he was unreliable. She opened the final recommendation. Denny. Her signature appeared beneath it. The date was familiar. She remembered that day now. Not Martin, not the details. Only Sebastian standing beside her office window, saying the department's payout ratio had finally returned below target. She had felt proud. A sound came from one of the nearby terminals. A file had opened automatically. Security footage. The South Service corridor. Martin appeared on screen wearing a dark coat and carrying a green folder. The timestamp was written beneath the recording in words. 11:47 p.m. He moved toward the restricted door she had entered that evening. A security guard intercepted him. There was no audio. Martin pointed repeatedly toward the stairwell. The guard spoke into a radio. The footage cut. Leanh opened the attached incident report. Unauthorized access attempt. Employee exhibiting distressed and disoriented behavior. Access credentials revoked pending clinical review. Authorization. Elaine Voss, Senior Risk Assessment. Her hands went cold. She did not remember signing it. Below the authorization was another document. An email from Martin sent that same night. Elaine, please don't let them lock me out. The 8th floor is where they keep what they take from us. If I can reach it, I can prove everything. Elaine had never seen the message. Or she had forgotten seeing it. The next record was a Metropolitan Police notification. Martin Keene had been found dead the following morning at the base of a service access structure adjoining the tower. The report classified the death as a fall. Elaine stared at the final security note. Martin's disabled badge had registered 17 failed attempts at the 8th floor service entrance before he died. 17. She remembered the empty desk beside him. The green folder. His warning not to stay until the cake was cut. And now she understood why he had been waiting there. Martin had died trying to reach the 8th floor. And the last locked door between him and it had been locked by Elaine. Elaine stood in the archive until the security footage ended. The screen returned to Martin's employee profile. For several seconds, she could see her reflection in the black portions of the monitor, face washed pale by fluorescent light, one hand resting beside the keyboard that had shown her exactly what she had spent years training herself not to see. She closed the file. Behind her, one of the clinical monitors turned on. A diagram appeared. 2 overlapping circles. One labeled Trauma Node. The other, Anchor Continuity. Elaine opened the associated technical report. At first, the language was almost meaningless. Neural reinforcement, autobiographical coherence, emotional isolation thresholds. But the conclusion was written plainly enough. A traumatic memory could not simply be removed. The mind attempted to reconnect to it. Continuance prevented that by taking something else. A stable, positive memory. A birthday. A promotion. A holiday. A quiet morning before a death. A dinner before a marriage collapsed. A child still alive at breakfast. The memory was extracted as an anchor and replayed continuously inside the system. Not stored. Active. Elaine felt a chill spread across her arms. The 8th floor was not preserving happiness for the employees. It was using happiness as a lock. The good day had to keep happening so the bad one could remain inaccessible. If the anchor stopped, Elaine read the next line. Suppressed autobiographical material may reintegrate rapidly and without standard protective sequencing. She thought of thousands of employees suddenly remembering everything they had been made to forget. A door clicked behind her. Martin stood in the archive entrance. He looked wrong here. Too young for the machinery surrounding him. Too alive for his employee record. "You finally found it," he said. Elaine stepped back. "You can leave the floor?" "No. You're here." "You are." She understood. The archive had become part of the 8th floor. Or perhaps it always had been. Martin approached the terminal. "You asked why I stayed. You died. That isn't the same answer." He looked at the list of archived names. "I kept enough." "Enough of what?" "My last weeks. The treatment didn't finish before I understood what they were doing. They took pieces, but not all of them." "That's why you remember me?" "That's why I remember what you can do." Elaine frowned. Martin selected another directory. system authority. Names appeared beside clearance levels. Most were inactive. Executive officers, clinical directors, legal administrators. Several were marked deceased. Then, Voss Leanh, continuance risk authority. Leanh stared. I'm a claims assessor. You became more useful than that. I don't remember this. Of course you don't. He opened her authorization history. Years of decisions appeared. Treatment approvals. Claim interventions. Memory risk classifications. Anchor retention extensions. Leanh had signed them. Hundreds. Her breathing became shallow. Why would they erase me too? Martin looked almost sympathetic. Because knowing how the machine works makes you dangerous to it. Leanh remembered her mother's photograph. Or tried to. The face was already becoming difficult. Martin touched the screen. A single command appeared. Terminate active anchorali. Authorization required one surviving senior risk officer and one continuance administrator. The administrator field already contained a name. Martin Keene. Leanh looked at him. You've been waiting for me. 17 months. Why me? Because everyone above you either completed treatment or had their authority removed. And mine? You kept coming back before they could take enough. Leanh thought of the empty desk bearing her name. Every visit had damaged her. But every visit had also kept her connected to the mechanism. What happens if we terminate it? Martin did not answer. Martin. He opened another screen. A map of London filled the monitor. Thousands of small points appeared across it. Employee residences. Halcyon offices. Former staff. People who had left the company years earlier. People who might believe they had recovered. Leanh saw the number at the bottom of the display. More than she could comfortably comprehend. These are all continuance patients? Everyone still attached to an active anchor. And if the 8th floor stops, the good days stop repeating. She understood before he finished. The suppressed memories would no longer have anything holding them away. Deaths, accidents, assaults, suicides, failures. Every frightened minute, Halcyon had converted into an evidentiary weakness. All of it would return. Not gradually. Not through counseling. At once. Across London, Martin looked at her. You wanted evidence. The birthday music began somewhere above them. Faint through the ceiling. Carol's celebration was starting again. Martin placed Elaine's hand over the terminal. This is the evidence. On the screen, thousands of archived lives waited behind a single command. And Leanh understood that freeing them would mean forcing every one of those people to remember what Halcyon had taught them to survive by forgetting. Leanh kept her hand on the terminal. The command waited beneath her palm. Terminate active anchorali. For years, Halcyon had taught her that every decision became safer once divided into measurable consequences. Probability. Exposure. liability. Now the numbers were impossible. Thousands of employees. Thousands of memories. Thousands of people who had built marriages, returned to work, raised children, changed cities, and convinced themselves they had recovered. One command could give them back the truth. One command could also destroy whatever lives they had managed to construct without it. The terminal chimed. A new window opened. Remote Executive Session Request. Martin stepped away from the screen. Don't answer. Elaine accepted it. 3 faces appeared. Sebastian Crowther was first. Beside him sat Miriam Holt, Halcyon's general counsel, and a man Elaine recognized from annual reports, Dr. Adrian Weller, Continuance's clinical director. None of them looked surprised to see her. Sebastian spoke first. Elaine, remove your hand from the console. She almost obeyed. The instinct embarrassed her. What did you do to me? Sebastian's expression barely changed. What we did for everyone else. You removed my memories. We reduced harmful recollection. You erased evidence. Weller leaned toward his camera. That is an inaccurate simplification. Elaine laughed once. The sound did not belong in the room. You made people unable to remember the events they were claiming for. We separated destabilizing autobiographical material from functional cognition, so they couldn't testify. Miriam interrupted. You need to understand the consequences of disabling continuance. Elaine looked at the map. Thousands of points remained lit. We estimate severe acute psychological destabilization in a significant percentage of active subjects, Weller said. Panic episodes, dissociation, medical emergencies, possible self-harm. The reintegration was never designed to occur simultaneously. And Halcyon? Miriam answered this time. Would likely cease to exist. There it was. The sentence Elaine understood best. Exposure. Martin stood beside her. They're still pricing it. Sebastian heard him. His face changed. Not much. Enough. Elaine, he said. Martin Keene is not a reliable source. Elaine looked at him. He's dead. Yes. And somehow, that still makes him more reliable than you. She selected the authorization field. Her name appeared. Martin entered his credentials. The system hesitated. Sebastian's voice sharpened. If you do this, you are not helping these people. You are forcing trauma back into minds that have adapted without it. Elaine thought of her mother. The blue scarf. Lavender hand cream. A hospital bed surrounded by nothing. She finally understood the cruelty of an empty space that looked like healing. They didn't adapt, she said. You took away the part that could accuse you. She pressed confirm. The 8th floor screamed. Not metaphorically. Every server emitted the same rising tone. Lights flashed red. Across the map, the points changed from green to white, then went dark. The effect outside began almost immediately. News alerts appeared across one monitor. A Halcyon office in Croydon called emergency services after 12 employees collapsed during a meeting. A woman in Greenwich began shouting the name of a colleague who had died 6 years earlier. A former manager in Camden remembered finding blood beneath an office door. A man on a train near London Bridge suddenly remembered why he had stopped using elevators. Then came more. Workers remembering assaults they had described as confusing incidents. Families hearing, for the first time, what their relatives had actually witnessed. Employees remembering that managers had pressured them into continuance after deaths, injuries, harassment, and breakdowns. Others remembered Elaine, her meetings, her questions, her signatures. The archive room began to distort. Walls stretched. Server cabinets flickered between metal racks and office partitions. Above them, the birthday celebration stuttered. Happy birthday, Carol. Happy birth. Happy? The same voices overlapped until they became a crowd. Elaine ran toward the 8th floor with Martin behind her. The office was collapsing into repetitions. Carol cut the cake, then uncut it. Coffee fell upward from a stained cuff. Patricia raised her glass again and again. The empty desks multiplied faster than Elaine could count. Each carried a name. Then the windows shattered without breaking, sunlight alternating with rain, morning with evening, yesterday with years Elaine no longer recognized. Martin stopped beside his desk. His face was changing. Older. Younger. Dead. Alive. Elaine reached for him. Come with me. He smiled sadly. I already tried. The floor buckled. The lift doors opened beyond them. Elaine ran toward them. Behind her, Martin called her name. She turned. For the first time, he looked frightened. Not of the collapsing floor. Of her. Elaine, he said, do you remember what you did the first time you reached this moment? Elaine opened her eyes to the sound of a printer starting somewhere behind her. For several seconds, she did not move. Her head rested against the back of her office chair. Gray morning light filled the windows. Rain moved sideways across Canary Wharf, turning the towers beyond the glass into pale vertical smears. Her computer was awake. A spreadsheet covered the screen. Projected quarterly exposure. Elaine straightened slowly. She had fallen asleep at her desk. That was unusual. More unusual was the feeling that she had been dreaming of something enormous and terrible, a dream already collapsing under the ordinary weight of fluorescent lights and unread emails. There had been a man. Martin. No. The name disappeared before she could attach a face to it. Elaine rubbed her eyes. Across the office, people arrived carrying umbrellas and coffee. Someone complained about the Jubilee line. Sebastian Crowther stood inside a meeting room speaking into his phone, one hand tucked neatly into his trouser pocket. Everything was normal. Her calendar showed Monday. A date 18 months earlier than the one Elaine believed it should have been. She stared at it. The sensation was not shock. Shock required certainty. Instead, she experienced a faint pressure behind her ribs, like remembering that something had been forgotten, without knowing what it was. Her desk phone rang. Elaine Voss. Morning, said Claire from Claims Operations. I've just sent over a new psychological injury referral. Bit complicated. Sebastian wants your preliminary view today. Who is it? Martin Keene. Elaine's fingers tightened around the receiver. The name disturbed something. Green. Sunlight. A door she should not close. Elaine? Yes, send it. It's already in your queue. The line disconnected. Elaine opened the case. Martin Keene's photograph appeared. Gray beginning in his beard. Exhausted eyes. Claims operations employee. Persistent, intrusive recollection following a workplace fatality. The incident description was complete. A contractor had been killed during a site inspection when a temporary platform failed. Martin had been standing close enough to hear the man calling for help beneath the collapsed structure. Elaine read every line. Something about the clarity of the account made her uneasy. She expected gaps. There were none. Not yet. A message from Sebastian appeared. Need firm evidential threshold on Keene. Payout ratio already under pressure. Elaine opened the standard rejection template. The document populated automatically. Insufficient independent corroboration. Reliance on subjective recollection. Causation not established to required standard. The language was familiar enough that she barely needed to read it. Her hand moved toward the mouse. Then she stopped. For no reason she could explain, she pictured a woman holding a piece of blue cloth. Her mother. Elaine knew immediately who she was. She remembered the hospital. The final night. Her mother waking just before dawn and asking Elaine not to go to work. Elaine had gone anyway. There had been a departmental review that morning. Her mother died before lunch. The memory struck with such force that Elaine pressed a hand against her mouth. She had not thought of that morning in years. Or perhaps she had. She could not tell. Her phone rang again. This time she did not answer. Across the office, the elevator indicator moved downward. 14. 13. 12. Elaine watched without understanding why. 11. 10. 9. The number changed. 8. The lift stopped. Elaine stood. The rejection template remained open behind her. Nobody else seemed interested in the elevator. After several seconds, the doors opened. From where Elaine stood, she could see only the brushed steel interior. Empty. Then warm air reached her. Coffee. Printer toner. Vanilla. Her stomach tightened. Somewhere beyond the lift, though there was no office visible from this floor, people began singing Happy Birthday. Elaine heard laughter. A man said something she almost recognized. Then the lift doors closed. The indicator returned to 9. Elaine looked back at Martin Keene's file. At the bottom of the page was the treatment recommendation. Continuance, intervention eligible. Her cursor hovered over the authorization field. For a moment, she felt certain that she had already made this decision. Not once. Many times. Perhaps every possible version of Monday had eventually reached this desk. Perhaps the 8th floor had never been destroyed. Perhaps it simply kept the day before every unforgivable decision somewhere safe, replaying it until someone finally chose differently. Elaine closed the rejection template. She reached for Martin's file, then noticed something beside her keyboard. A white paper plate. She was certain it had not been there before. On it rested a fresh slice of birthday cake. Silver icing clung to one edge. Beside the plate lay a green folder. And written across its cover, in Elaine's own handwriting, were 3 words. Try again tomorrow. Perhaps memory does not only preserve suffering, perhaps it preserves responsibility. Elaine spent years believing that pain became manageable when converted into evidence, percentages, and procedural language. Continuance simply perfected that instinct, removing the memory until there was no longer anyone capable of proving what had happened. But forgetting cruelty does not undo it. And remembering does not automatically redeem the person who caused it. If Elaine has truly been given another chance, the frightening question is not whether she can escape the loop. It is whether she will make a different decision when nobody remembers forcing her to... Story 7. By late October, the Minch stopped looking like water. At night, it became a field of black slate, broken only by the ferry's wake, which unrolled behind the MV Cormorant in a long, pale wound. Captain Fergus Muir had crossed the route between Skye and the Outer Hebrides for 27 years, and he trusted the sea most when he could not see it clearly. Fog was different. Fog made distances dishonest. That evening, it came down soon after the last vehicles were chained in the lower deck, and the Cormorant cleared the harbor lights. By 9:30, the bridge windows reflected more of the bridge than the world outside. Instrument glow, a steel coffee mug, the tired profile of First Officer Catriona Vale at the radar console. Visibility under half a mile, she said. Fergus nodded. A slow swell lifted the ferry, as if something beneath them were breathing. He adjusted the heading and watched the green radar sweep turn across the screen. Nothing unusual. A fishing boat east. A cargo vessel farther north. Rain clutter beginning to form along the edge of the display. Then, for 11 seconds, a return appeared directly behind them. Fergus leaned closer. The blip vanished. Did you see that? Catriona glanced over. See what? Probably wake interference. Probably. He disliked the word. At sea, something either was there or it was not. He lifted his binoculars. Behind the ferry, the wake narrowed into fog. For a moment, there was only black water, white churn, and the red pulse of the stern light reflecting against mist. Then Fergus saw a window. He lowered the binoculars, raised them again. A square of yellow light floated low behind the ship. Not a vessel's lamp. Not a buoy. A window. It had curtains. A second appeared beside it, dimmer, with what looked like a hanging plant pressed against the glass. Above them, a roofline emerged from the fog, pitched and black with rain. The building was following the ferry. His first thought was that it had to be a house on shore, displaced by mist. The Hebrides were full of strange optical tricks, headlands seeming to detach from land, lights appearing where no road existed. His second thought was that there was no shore there, Not for miles. Catriona. Something in his voice made her stand. He passed her the binoculars. She looked astern. Well? She lowered them slowly. I don't see anything. Fergus took them back. The house was gone. Only fog. Catriona studied him. You all right? Fine. You've been on since midday. I said I'm fine. The sharpness surprised them both. Fergus turned toward the forward windows. There were things he had trained himself not to think about when visibility dropped. Coast Guard calls, missed lights, voices made thin by static. One night 17 years earlier had become a sealed compartment in his mind. He knew where it was. He simply no longer opened it. A small island. Bad weather. A distress transmission broken by interference. A timetable already slipping. He had told himself another vessel was closer. By dawn, no one had been left alive to contradict him. The bridge printer clicked. Both officers looked toward it. The weather terminal had been silent for nearly an hour. A narrow strip of paper emerged by itself. Catriona frowned. Did you request something? No. Fergus tore off the sheet. The Ferry logo appeared at the top, followed by the voyage number and his own name. Below that was a single line. Passenger, Fergus Muir. He read the next line twice. Destination, kitchen, 14 Craft Road. His mouth went dry. That was the room in his childhood home where his mother had waited for him the night his father died. The house had been demolished 12 years ago. At the bottom of the paper, beneath the blank fare, was one final instruction. Room must be vacated before landfall. Behind them, from somewhere far below the bridge, a door slammed. The sound from below did not repeat. That made it worse. Fergus stood with the ticket between two fingers while the cormorant continued through the fog, engines humming steadily beneath his boots. The paper was warm from the printer. Catriona looked toward the bridge door. That came from the vehicle deck. Probably one of the access doors. They're secured. Then someone hasn't secured one properly. He folded the ticket once and pushed it into his breast pocket. Catriona watched him do it. What did it say? Nothing useful. Your name was on it. System error. She gave him the look junior officers learned to give captains when disagreement was technically permitted but practically unwise. Fergus picked up the internal phone. Bridge to deck crew. Static answered. Then a man's voice. Deck here. Check the aft access doors. We heard one move. A pause. All secured, Captain. Check again. Another pause, longer this time. Yes, Captain. Fergus replaced the handset. Through the windows, fog pressed against the bridge like damp wool. He could feel the ticket through his jacket. 14 Croft Road. The kitchen. His mother had sat there beneath the yellow pendant lamp the night his father collapsed aboard a trawler west of Harris. Fergus had been 23 and drinking with 2 deckhands in Portree when she telephoned him. She had asked him to come home. he had said he would. Instead, he had stayed until closing, because there was nothing he could do, and because seeing her grief felt, at the time, like another obligation placed upon him. His father died before morning. For years, Fergus remembered only that he had been too late. That was easier than remembering he had chosen to be. He pressed 2 fingers against the folded ticket until the paper edge bit him. Behind that memory waited another one. 17 years ago. Wind over the radio. A voice repeatedly breaking apart. Dune Mara calling Coast Guard traffic. Fluting near the western cottages. Generator failure. 11 residents gathered near the jetty. The cormorant had already been 43 minutes behind schedule. Fergus had listened. Then he had changed frequency. "Captain?" Catriona was looking at him. "What?" "You've been staring at the radar." The sweep passed again. Nothing behind them. Fergus cleared his throat. "Call the purser. Ask if passengers are moving around." Catriona made the call. The answer came quickly. Several were. Not because of the door. Because of tickets. The first passenger arrived at the bridge entrance 10 minutes later, despite instructions to remain in the lounge. Her name was Moira Lennox, traveling home after visiting her daughter in Glasgow. She held a ferry ticket in one shaking hand. "I didn't buy this," she said. Fergus examined it. Destination, bedroom, 6 Turn Street. "What is Turn Street?" he asked. Moira's expression closed. "Nothing." "It must mean something." "My sister's house." Catriona asked gently, "Why the bedroom?" Moira looked toward the floor. "My sister was dying." The engine seemed suddenly louder. "She wanted me to stay overnight," Moira continued. "I told her I had work in the morning." Nobody spoke. She died before breakfast. The ticket printer clicked behind Fergus. Another strip emerged. Then another. By the time the purser called again, 12 passengers had received them. A workshop where a son had left his father working alone after an argument. A hospital room where a woman had stopped visiting her husband during his final week because she could no longer bear the smell. A child's bedroom belonging to a boy whose older brother had walked out during their parents' divorce and never returned. Nobody had been told what the others' tickets said. Yet each room carried the same meaning. A place someone had left while another person still needed them there. Fergus stopped calling it a system error. He ordered the printers disconnected. 5 minutes later, tickets began sliding from the machine anyway. The paper gathered on the bridge floor in pale curls. Then someone shouted from the passenger lounge. Fergus and Catriona hurried down. Passengers stood against the windows, staring into the fog. An elderly man named Alistair Keene held his ticket against his chest. Outside, perhaps 30 yards from the ferry, a house moved across the black water. It was a narrow stone cottage, with a chimney, a sloping roof, and 2 yellow windows glowing above the waves. No raft supported it. No foundation lay beneath it. It simply traveled beside them. Alasdair raised his ticket. His voice broke when he read the destination. Front bedroom, Rowan Cottage. Then he looked through the glass again. "That's it," he whispered. In the drifting house, one of the upstairs curtains slowly opened. The curtain did not move like fabric in wind. It drew aside slowly, deliberately, from within. Alasdair Keene made a sound through his teeth and took one step back from the glass. Fergus moved closer. Rowan Cottage floated beside the cormorant, as though the sea had become solid beneath it. Water slapped against the stone walls at the height where garden grass should have been. The front door was submerged to its brass handle, yet the upstairs windows remained dry and warmly lit. Behind the open curtain stood a woman. She was too far away for Fergus to see her face clearly. Alasdair did not seem to have that problem. "My mother," he said. Catriona turned toward him. Alasdair's hand tightened around the ticket. "She died in that room." The house began falling behind. Within seconds, fog swallowed it. Nobody in the lounge spoke until another passenger pointed toward the opposite windows. "There's another one." This house was larger. Whitewashed walls. Green trim. A conservatory tilted slightly toward the water. Through the glass roof, Fergus could see a dining table set for 4. A woman stood beside it. Motionless. Then came another house. Then 3. They emerged wherever the fog thinned, drifting among the waves with impossible steadiness. Chimneys breathed pale smoke despite the rain. Lamps burned behind curtains. In one kitchen, dishes stood drying beside a sink. In another window, a television flickered soundlessly. Every house looked inhabited. No one inside waved. They only watched. Fergus ordered everyone away from the windows. Few obeyed. "What are they standing on?" Catriona whispered. Fergus had no answer. The depth beneath them was more than 60 meters. There could be no foundations. The tide, however, was approaching its lowest point. The thought came unwanted. Low tide reveals what high water hides. He dismissed it immediately. A commotion broke out near the stairwell. A man named Ewan Strath was pushing past the purser toward the lower decks. "Sir, you can't go down there." "She's calling me." Fergus intercepted him. "Who is?" Ewan held up his ticket. "Destination, back bedroom, 22 Mariner, close." "My daughter." His face had gone gray. "She's at university," he said quickly, as though correcting himself. "She's alive. She's in Aberdeen." "Then she isn't calling you from below." Ewan looked toward the stairwell. A faint voice rose from somewhere beneath the passenger deck. "Dad?" Several people heard it. Fergus knew because they all stopped breathing at once. "Dad, come back." Ewan shoved past him. Fergus caught his arm, but Ewan twisted free and ran down the stairs. "Stop him." Catriona and the purser followed. Fergus went after them. The voice came again. Closer. "Dad?" They found Ewan at the locked entrance to the vehicle deck, pulling at the handle. Beyond the door came 3 soft knocks. Then Ewan's phone rang. He froze. The screen showed home. He answered on speaker. A woman was crying. "Ewan?" His wife. "What's wrong?" "There's something wrong with the house." He stared at the metal door. "What do you mean?" "Huh?" I went upstairs. Her breathing shook. "Mary's old room is gone." Nobody moved. Ewan whispered, "What?" "The doorway." His wife began crying harder. "There isn't a door anymore, just wall. Ewan, there's wallpaper over it. It looks like there was never a room there." 3 knocks sounded again from the other side of the vehicle deck door. Ewan dropped the phone. Fergus stepped backward. The implications arrived slowly, one after another. The tickets were not invitations. They were claims. Something below them was not merely remembering rooms. It was taking them. Fergus ordered the stairwell sealed and passengers confined to the upper lounge. He returned to the bridge alone. The ticket printer had stopped. The fog had thickened. For several minutes, he stood without touching the controls, listening to the familiar vibration of the ship. Then he heard dripping. Behind him, Fergus turned. A dark, wet footprint marked the bridge floor. Another lay beyond it. Then another. They crossed the threshold from the corridor and continued toward the navigation console. Fergus followed them with his eyes. Seawater glistened inside each print. They led back through the corridor, down the stairwell, and toward the lower deck. Toward the sealed sea door. But the final footprint was directly behind the captain's chair. Fergus did not touch the footprint. It lay behind his chair with the clean shape of a bare heel and 5 narrow toes, water shining inside it beneath the bridge lights. There were no prints leading away. He called Catriona back to the bridge. By the time she arrived, the water had begun spreading into an irregular dark stain. She crouched beside it. Someone came up here. From the sea door. You don't know that. Fergus looked toward the corridor. I followed them. Catriona stood. The sea door alarm never triggered. That was the contradiction Fergus had been trying not to examine. Every exterior access point on the Cormorant was monitored. If the lower sea door had opened, even briefly, the bridge should have received an alarm. Instead, the system showed it locked. It had shown locked all night. Fergus contacted company operations. Malcolm Sy answered from the mainland control office, his voice carrying the mild irritation of a man disturbed by something he considered procedural rather than dangerous. "Start again," Malcolm said. Fergus described the unexplained radar returns. The houses. The passenger tickets. He did not mention 14 Croft Road. There were limits to what he could make himself say aloud. Malcolm remained silent for several seconds. Then he asked, "What's your position?" Catriona read the coordinates. Another pause. "Maintain approved channel." Fergus frowned. "Malcolm, we may have unidentified structures inside navigable water." "Maintain the channel." "I'm considering reducing speed and moving east until visibility improves." "No." The answer came too quickly. Fergus looked at Catriona. "Say again." "Do not alter course." There was something beneath Malcolm's professional calm now. Not disbelief. Fear. Why? Because that route is surveyed. So is the water east of us. Not tonight. Fergus felt the folded ticket in his pocket. What does that mean? It means remain precisely inside the approved channel. The connection ended. Fergus stared at the handset. Catriona said, he knew. Fergus did not answer. He opened the navigation cabinet and removed the paper charts kept as backup to the digital system. The current route had been amended repeatedly over the years. Most changes were small, buoys repositioned, shoals resurveyed, navigational hazards corrected. But when Fergus laid older charts beside newer ones, another pattern emerged. The safe channel curved around several places, marked on current charts as submerged reefs. One was called Skier Ban. Fergus remembered Skier Ban. Not as a reef, as an island. There had been 6 houses there when he was young, along with a schoolroom and a stone pier. The residents were relocated after repeated winter flooding. Another marked obstruction was Cowlus Moor, that had once held a crofting settlement. Fergus remembered delivering mail there during his first season as a deck officer. He found 3 more. Each place had once been inhabited. Each had later disappeared beneath revised terminology. Settlement became hazard. Island became reef. Home became something ships were instructed to avoid. Catriona traced the route with one finger. The channel doesn't avoid them. Fergus saw it then. The approved route passed between the sites with extraordinary precision, almost as though they formed markers. Anchors. The radio crackled. Bridge, passenger lounge. Fergus answered. The purser sounded breathless. Captain, there are more houses. How many? I don't know. Fergus went to the aft bridge window. The fog had opened behind them. For perhaps half a mile, the sea was visible beneath a moonless sky. Houses covered it. Dozens. Stone cottages, council homes, farmhouses, small bungalows with sheds attached. Some leaned at impossible angles. Others stood perfectly upright while waves moved through gardens that were no longer there. Their windows glowed yellow. Silent figures watched from inside. And every house stood close to one of the places marked as a submerged hazard on the charts. Fergus looked down at the old paper route. The cormorant was passing directly through the center of them. Captain, Catriona whispered. A deep horn sounded through the fog. One long note. Fergus turned toward the forward windows. No vessel on radar. The horn sounded again. Closer. The bridge floor trembled beneath their feet. Fergus knew the tone of the cormorant's foghorn. This was the same note. Exactly the same. He moved to the console and sounded their horn once. The blast rolled across the black water. For 3 seconds there was silence. Then an answering horn rose from directly beneath the ferry's hull. The answering horn faded through the hull like a sound traveling up through deep water. Nobody on the bridge spoke. Fergus kept one hand against the console because he could feel a second vibration beneath the engines. A slower pulse, too deep to belong to machinery. Catriona checked the depth sounder. Her face changed. What? It's reading 12 meters. That's impossible. She tapped the display. The charted depth beneath them was more than 5 times that. The reading dropped again. 10 meters. Then 8. Fergus looked through the forward glass. The fog was thinning. Not lifting. Separating. Long white corridors opened across the sea, and within them appeared strips of land. Shorelines. One ran beside the ferry for several hundred yards, covered in wet grass and black rocks. A stone wall climbed from the water, crossed nothing, and descended again beneath the waves. Another appeared ahead. A narrow road ran along it. A red post box stood beside the road. There were no islands marked there. Yet Fergus remembered the post box. He had delivered parcels to it as a junior officer when Ferry still stopped at communities too small to justify a proper pier. The road vanished beneath the bow. The ferry passed over it. Passengers crowded the windows despite repeated announcements to remain seated. The tickets had changed them. People who had initially hidden the slips now held them openly, turning them over in their hands as though confession might be printed on the reverse. Moira Lennox sat near the aft glass. "My sister asked me 3 times," she said. No one had asked what she meant. I told everyone afterward that she wanted to be alone. Across from her, a broad-shouldered man named Colin Reeve stared at a ticket-marked workshop, rear bench. "My father wasn't trapped," he said quietly. I always say, trapped makes it sound like there was nothing I could do. His wife touched his arm. He pulled away. He called because the press had jammed. I was angry with him. I let the phone ring. Throughout the lounge, similar fragments surfaced. Not crimes. Not exactly. Smaller failures. The kind that could be polished over years until they resembled necessity. A daughter who stopped answering because caring for her mother had become exhausting. A nurse who exchanged shifts to avoid sitting with a frightened patient. A man who left his brother outside a pub after an argument and learned the next morning that he had never made it home. Each had a reason. Work. Children. Fatigue. Distance. Fear. Pride. Fergus listened until every explanation began sounding like the same sentence. Someone else would do it. The ferry shuddered. Outside, another shoreline surfaced. This one carried houses. Not drifting houses. Houses fixed to drowned land. Their gardens lay beneath a skin of black seawater. Fence posts rose like ribs. A washing line hung between 2 poles, shirts moving gently despite the absence of wind. Fergus felt something inside him recoil before he consciously recognized the place. "No," he whispered. Catriona heard him. "What is it?" He stepped closer to the window. A small harbor wall appeared through the mist. Beyond it stood the roofless remains of a chapel. Then a row of crofts climbing a low hill. Fergus knew the shape of that hill. He knew where the jetty should be. He knew the narrow cut between the rocks where vessels approached in rough weather. Dún Mara. The name had disappeared from company schedules 17 years ago. Official reports said a storm surge had overwhelmed the island after communications failed. Fergus had repeated that wording at the inquiry. Communications failed. Not I heard them. Not. They asked if we could turn back. Not? I calculated the delay. His hands began to shake. The old transmission returned with brutal clarity. A woman's voice beneath static. 11 of us at the pier. Water through the western houses. Please confirm you're coming. He had never confirmed. He had reduced speed briefly. He had looked at the clock. Then he had continued. Fergus. Catriona was staring beyond him. One house stood farther up the drowned slope. White walls. Blue door. A kitchen facing the sea. Fergus had seen photographs of it at the inquiry. The home of Morag Venn, school secretary, 51 years old, one of those who had kept transmitting after the island generator began failing. Water reached halfway up the ground floor windows now. Yet the kitchen light was on. A woman stood inside. Gray cardigan. Dark hair tied back. One hand resting on the table. Fergus stopped breathing. 17 years had not touched her. Morag Venn lifted her face. Through the kitchen window, beneath the black Hebridean water, she looked directly up at Fergus. Morag Venn did not wave. She simply watched Fergus from beneath the water until Dún Mara slipped behind the ferry, and the fog closed over it. Then the bridge radio came alive. Cormorant, maintain channel. Malcolm sigh. Fergus stared at the handset. You can see us? A pause. Maintain your present heading. You knew Dún Mara was here. Captain, this is not a conversation to have over an open frequency. Then give me one reason not to turn this ship around. Malcolm's voice hardened. If you leave the channel, people will die. Fergus looked at Catriona. They already did. He switched off the radio. For several minutes, neither of them moved. Then Catriona unfolded one of the vessel plans across the chart table. The footprints. Fergus understood. They followed the prints again. Down from the bridge. Through the crew stairwell. Past the passenger deck, where people sat holding their impossible tickets like summonses. At the vehicle deck entrance, the trail resumed beyond the locked door. Fergus overrode it. Cold air struck them immediately. Cars stood chained beneath fluorescent lights. Every windscreen was filmed with condensation, although the deck ventilation was running. Not. The footprints crossed between the vehicles. Bare. Wet. Heading aft. They should have ended at the sea door. They did not. Instead, they turned toward a section of painted bulkhead Fergus had passed thousands of times. There was no door there. According to the vessel plans, there was nothing behind it except ballast space and structural framing. Catriona touched the wall. Her fingers came away wet. A vertical seam had appeared in the paint. Then another. Fergus found a recessed handle beneath a metal plate that should have been solid. Captain, Catriona said quietly. He pulled. The wall opened inward. Cold darkness breathed out. A staircase descended below the vehicle deck. That isn't on the plans, Catriona whispered. Fergus took an emergency torch from the cabinet. Stay here. No. Catriona. You're not going below an unlisted deck alone? They descended together. The air changed first. It smelled of seawater, old paper, paraffin, and something domestic beneath all of it. Damp wool, coal smoke, furniture shut inside abandoned houses. At the bottom waited a narrow compartment stretching farther than the dimensions of the ferry should have allowed. Shelves filled both walls. Thousands of ferry tickets sat bundled with string. House keys hung from labeled hooks. Some were modern Yale keys. Others were black iron, green with age. Rolled navigation charts filled wooden racks. Fergus opened one and found coastlines he remembered from childhood beside islands, no longer appearing on modern maps. Names had been crossed out. Beside each erased settlement, someone had written the same phrase. Memory anchoring point active. Catriona read it aloud. What does that mean? Fergus moved deeper into the compartment. There were files arranged by community. Skier Ban. Cowlus Moor. Leanh Frauch. Places officially evacuated, abandoned, or lost to storms. Inside each file were passenger manifests, weather reports, property lists, and handwritten inventories of rooms. Kitchen. Front bedroom. Children's room. Workshop. Beside some were names. Beside others, oscupant memory retake-named. Fergus felt his stomach tighten. They catalogued the houses. No, Catriona said. She had opened another folder. They catalogued who remembered them. A typed memorandum lay inside. Fergus read only fragments at first. Routes remain stable, while displaced domestic memory remains geographically attached. Another paragraph referred to emotional occupancy. Another to continuity of expectation. Then one sentence made him stop. A home whose occupants continue waiting constitutes a stronger maritime anchor than an uninhabited structure. The ferry groaned around them. Somewhere beyond the steel walls came the faint sound of crockery being placed on a table. Fergus backed away. There were ledgers at the far end, older than everything else. He opened the most recent. Routes. Storms. Settlements. Decisions. Each entry documented a vessel ordered to continue rather than divert toward a threatened community. Beside every decision was the name of the officer whose compliance had completed the designation. Fergus turned pages faster, then stopped. Dune Mara. 17 years earlier. Storm surge. Generator failure. 11 residents awaiting evacuation. Below it, Diversion de Leanh. Muti continuation confirmed. Fergus knew the signature beneath those words before he finished looking at it. His own handwriting. His own initials. His own name. Fergus Moore, Master, M.V. Cormorant. Catriona stared at him. Fergus could not tell her the worst part. He remembered signing it. Fergus kept staring at his signature. For 17 years, he had remembered the inquiry form as routine paperwork completed afterward. Weather conditions. Course maintained. Diversion impractical. Communications uncertain. Necessary language for a necessary decision. But the legend placed his signature somewhere else entirely. Not beneath a report. Beneath an authorization. Catriona turned the page. The next document was stamped with the company's seal and marked Maritime Continuity Program, Restricted. Fergus felt the compartment tilt, though the ferry itself remained steady. Catriona read silently for several seconds. Then she stopped. Oh, God. What? She handed him the page. The language was bureaucratic, almost bloodless. Certain Hebridean passages, it explained, possessed a history of navigational instability during severe weather. Conventional markers failed. Magnetic readings shifted. Lights vanished. Familiar channels appeared displaced by miles. Then, decades earlier, company surveyors had noticed something. After an inhabited island was abandoned during a winter storm, nearby ferry routes became unusually stable. Not physically calmer. Navigationally certain. Captains reported that even in complete fog, they felt inexplicably aware of where the safe water lay. The company investigated. What they discovered was recorded in a phrase Fergus had already seen. Domestic memory persistence. Homes did not entirely disappear when violently separated from the people who belonged to them, especially when those people had expected to return. A house abandoned willingly faded. A house left in panic persisted longer. A house whose occupants died believing rescue was still coming persisted longest of all. The company had learned to use them. Catriona opened another file. Inside were maps showing safe routes drawn not around the drowned communities but between them, like lines stretched between pins. Anchors, she said. Fergus felt cold spread through him. The old islands had become something more reliable than buoys. The memory of kitchens, beds, front doors, people waiting beside windows. All of it fixed the sea in place. He turned another page. The terminology became worse. Anchor acquisition catechins. Storm risk. Reduced evacuation viability. Limited population. High structural attachment. Strong expectation of maritime assistance. Fergus read the final line twice. Rescue intervention may compromise long-term route stability. He understood. They let them drown. Catriona said nothing. No? His own voice sounded unfamiliar. They selected them. A faint knocking came from somewhere beyond the compartment wall. Not pipes. 3 measured taps. Then silence. Fergus opened file after file. Skier Ban had requested additional transport when winter flooding became permanent. The company delayed. Koalas Moore had been told evacuation would begin after the next scheduled service. That service had never arrived. Another settlement had lost radio contact during a storm after a company operator deliberately redirected emergency traffic. Every tragedy had become a navigational improvement. Every inquiry had blamed weather. Infrastructure. Bad communications. Unavoidable circumstances. Fergus found photographs clipped to several reports. Families beside stone houses. Children standing at piers. Old men holding ropes. People smiling because the photographs had been taken before anyone understood that their homes would eventually be more useful without them. Catriona opened a narrow metal drawer. Inside were hundreds of house keys. Each carried a small paper label. Some labels listed names. Others listed rooms. One read, Rowan Cottage, front bedroom. Alasdair Keene's ticket. Fergus pushed the drawer shut. What happens when passengers go below? Catriona searched the reports. She found the answer in a handwritten operational note. Secondary domestic transfer may occur when active memory responds to compatible abandonment. Fergus thought of Ewan's vanished doorway. The houses are taking replacements. Or making room, Catriona said. For what? She looked toward the ceiling. Above them were passengers carrying memories of all the people they had walked away from. The knocking came again. This time from several directions. Soft. Patient. As if occupants throughout the submerged houses were testing doors. Fergus returned to the Dún Mara ledger. There were pages after his signature. He had never seen them. One recorded the deaths as presumed. Another recorded the island as submerged. Another declared the site operational. Then came 17 years of route assessments. Angkor responds, strong. Domestic coherence, maintained. Occupant expectation, unresolved. His throat tightened. On the final page, someone had added a note in red ink. Fergus read it once. Then again. Catriona moved beside him. What does it say? He could barely make himself answer. The entry was dated only 3 weeks earlier. Dún Mara Remonds active. Residents continue to expand evacuation. Below it was one final sentence. They are still waiting for the cormorant to complete the crossing refused 17 years ago. The sentence in red ink changed the room. Until then, Fergus had thought of Dún Mara as a place in the past. A failed rescue. A storm report. An inquiry closed 17 years ago. But nothing in the ledger described it as finished. The island was waiting. Not haunting. Waiting. Catriona leaned over the page. They don't know they're dead. Fergus looked at the shelves of tickets, keys, and route charts. No, he said. They know the ferry hasn't arrived. A sound passed through the compartment. At first, Fergus mistook it for the engines. Then he heard words inside it. A woman calling from very far away. Cormorant, confirm approach. His stomach tightened. The voice was thin with static. Exactly as it had been 17 years earlier. Catriona heard it too. Is that a recording? Fergus shook his head. The transmission continued. Water at the pier now. A burst of static. We can see your light. Fergus closed his eyes. He remembered that sentence. Not from the inquiry. From the night itself. He had been standing on the bridge while rain struck the windows so hard the glass seemed to shiver. The company dispatcher had warned that diverting would add almost 2 hours and might trap the cormorant outside the morning berth window. Passengers had connections. Freight had deadlines. the weather was worsening. There had been reasons. So many reasons. He had built 17 years out of them. On the radio, Maragven said, "Please confirm you're coming." Fergus opened his eyes. The compartment walls were wet. Not leaking. Sweating. Drops ran down the shelves and over the labels tied to the house keys. Catriona picked up one of the unexplained passenger tickets. These aren't punishments either. Fergus looked at her. They're the same thing. She placed Moira Lennox's ticket beside the Dune Mara ledger. A bedroom left before a sister died. A workshop abandoned while a father called for help. A hospital room someone could no longer bear to enter. Each place had been reduced afterward to an excuse. Work. Fear. Exhaustion. Distance. Procedure. The details changed. The act did not. Someone had needed another person to stay. And someone had decided leaving was easier. Fergus understood why the tickets had appeared now. The drowned houses were not choosing sinners. They were recognizing departures. People who understood, however privately, what it meant to make another human being wait. Above them came a deep groan. The ferry listed slightly. Catriona grabbed the shelf. What was that? Fergus looked at the route chart. The Cormorant was still inside the approved channel. But the paper had changed. A thin black line now extended away from the marked route. It curved west, toward Dune Mara. There was writing beside it. Not printed. Handwritten in ink that looked fresh. Evacuation Muti. Catriona stared. That wasn't there. No. Another note appeared slowly beneath it, the letters darkening as though written by an invisible pen. Vessel must complete breach. Fergus followed the line with his finger. It did not stop at the drowned island. It continued from Dune Mara toward the mainland. Toward harbor. Toward shore. The radio in his pocket crackled. Malcolm Say's voice burst through. "Fergus, whatever you found, do not alter heading." Fergus lifted the radio. "What happens if I do?" Silence. "Malcolm?" When the answer came, the fear was no longer hidden. "The anchors will move." Fergus looked at the map. "What does that mean?" "You bring one home, you disturb the chain." "One?" Dune Mara is not one house. It's the whole settlement. Behind the walls came another sound. Doors opening. Hundreds of them. Malcolm continued. "The route works because they remain where they were abandoned." Fergus stared at the black line leading toward land. "And if they don't, the sea will have to put the displacement somewhere else." Catriona whispered. "Fergus." A final sentence was forming at the bottom of the chart. He watched each word appear. "To release the waiting, carry their homes to shore." Above them, the ferry horn sounded by itself. Out in the fog, dozens of horns answered. And one by one, the drowned houses began to follow. The houses followed without wake. That was the first thing Fergus noticed when he returned to the bridge. Dozens of them moved through the fog behind the Cormorant, windows lit, chimneys breathing thin smoke into the cold night. Water broke around their walls, but no white trails formed behind them. They were not being pulled. They were coming. And Catriona took the helm, while Fergus opened the ship-wide radio channel. Malcolm's voice cut across it immediately. "Do not transmit this to passengers." Fergus ignored him. He selected the emergency frequency. "This is Captain Fergus Muir of the MV Cormorant." His voice sounded unnaturally calm. Passengers heard him through the lounge speakers. Coast Guard stations would hear him. Other vessels might hear him through the weather interference. So would the company. 17 years ago, during severe weather near Dun Mara, this vessel received a distress transmission requesting evacuation. Catriona looked at him once, then back toward the fog. "I was captain that night." His throat tightened. "I heard the request." Static hissed. I did not answer it. The words were smaller than the thing they contained. Fergus continued. "I was concerned about the schedule, weather exposure, berth restrictions, and the consequences of delaying the crossing." He stopped. Those phrases sounded obscene now. I told myself another vessel would respond. Behind the ferry, a house rose higher from the water. Its front steps emerged. Then a garden wall. I was wrong. The radio remained silent. Fergus looked at the route display. The approved channel curved north. The black line on the impossible chart led west, toward Dun Mara. "I continued the voyage," he said. 11 people waited for a ferry that did not come. Malcolm broke in. Fergus stopped transmitting. Fergus switched frequencies. Malcolm followed. "You have no idea what happens if you break the chain." "You do." "Yes." "Then tell everyone." Silence. Fergus looked at the houses. "Tell them what kept this route safe." Malcolm's answer came quietly. "You know enough." Fergus turned toward Catriona. "Bring us west." "Huh." She hesitated only once. Then she moved the helm. The Cormorant left the approved channel. Every alarm on the navigation console began at once. Route deviation. Unsafe waters. Unverified depth. Catriona silenced them one by one. The first channel marker vanished less than a minute later. Not its light. The entire buoy. One moment it flashed red through the fog. The next there was open water where it had been. Then another disappeared. And a green marker ahead. The electronic chart lost them too. The safe corridor was being erased behind the ship. Malcolm's voice became desperate. "Turn back now. The settlements are linked. You move Dun Mara and the others will lose position." Fergus stared at the approaching outline of the drowned island. Position for what? To hold the route. For whom? Whom? No answer. The sea around Dun Mara began to rise. Not in a wave. In shapes. Roofs surfaced first. Then chimneys. Stone walls climbed from the black water, as if the island were remembering itself upward. The Cormorant slowed beside the submerged jetty. Figures stood there. 11. Fergus could not see their faces clearly, but he recognized Morag Venn by the gray cardigan. Nobody boarded. They did not need to. The houses behind them lifted. One by one, foundations emerged from the sea. Gardens streamed water. Fences surfaced. A bicycle appeared leaning against a wall, seaweed hanging from its handlebars. The entire settlement began moving after the ferry. Fergus turned the ship toward the mainland. Behind Dunmara, other drowned shorelines stirred. Skier, Ban. Kaulas, more. Places erased from charts for decades. The chain was breaking. The return crossing took place through a sea without markers. No buoys. No familiar lights. Only the drowned houses following in silence. Near dawn, the harbor appeared. Fergus could see the town climbing the shoreline. Rows of homes. A church. Warehouses. Street lights glowing in the mist. People had gathered along the waterfront. The first house from Dunmara approached the beach. A small, white cottage. Blue door. Morag's kitchen. Its foundation touched the stones. For one impossible second, nothing happened. Then every light in the harbor town flickered. The church tower shifted against the sky. A row of waterfront buildings moved several inches toward the sea. Catriona gripped the console. Fergus. A crack opened along the road above the harbor. Cars began rolling sideways. People screamed and ran uphill. But the hill was moving too. Fergus watched the entire town separate from the mainland. Not collapse. Not flood. Drift. Slowly, silently, the streets, houses, gardens, and harbor walls began sliding together out into the sea. The town moved with impossible gentleness. That was what Fergus remembered afterward. Not collapse, not ruin, but a slow unfastening, as if the harbor had always only been resting lightly on the land and some hidden tide had finally reclaimed it. Roads, gardens, lamp posts, the church, the terraced row above the waterfront, everything slid outward together in one vast, soundless departure. Only the people made noise. Shouts carried over the water. Car doors slammed. A dog barked once and then vanished behind a line of moving houses. Fergus could see figures running uphill, but the hill itself was no longer fixed. Stone walls sheared apart. A parked van rolled backward until its rear wheels crossed the harbor edge, and it dropped from sight without a splash, swallowed by the mist between pier and drifting shore. Behind the cormorant, the houses of Dunmara kept coming. They did not hurry. They rose from the sea and settled against the land above the beach as though returning to remembered positions. Morag Venn's White House came first, blue door facing the water. Then the chapel remains. Then the Crofts climbing a low, damp slope where no slope had existed an hour earlier. Grass appeared beneath them, flattened and gray, as if uncovered after a long pressure. The ferry shuddered once and fell still. Every monitor on the bridge had gone blank. Catriona whispered, "It's over." Fergus looked at the drifting town. "No," he said. "It's finished." He went ashore in the launch with 2 deckhands and did not notice until his shoes touched the stones that he was carrying the Dunmara ledger under one arm. He left it on the beach beside a bollard half buried in fresh silt and climbed toward the first of the restored houses. The morning had begun to lighten in the east. Color returned slowly. Pewter sea, white mist, the bruised purple of receding cloud. Around him stood the homes of people who had been denied a landing for 17 years. Their windows no longer glowed yellow. They reflected dawn like ordinary glass. At Morag Ven's house, Fergus stopped before the blue door. He could hear nothing inside. Not footsteps. Not voices. Not the creak of floorboards adjusting after a long journey. For a moment, he feared the rescue had come too late even for this, that all he had done was return empty houses to shore while the cost floated away behind him. Then the latch turned. Morag opened the door. She looked exactly as she had through the kitchen window, beneath the water. Gray cardigan, dark hair tied back, one hand still marked by age and work. Yet on land she seemed less like an apparition than a woman interrupted in the middle of a long wait. Fergus could think of nothing to say, except the one thing he should have said 17 years ago. I came back. Morag studied him quietly. Behind her, he saw a table laid for tea. 2 cups. A loaf beneath a cloth. A radio on the sill. Normal things. Waiting things. You were expected sooner, she said. There was no anger in her voice. That was harder to bear. I know. She nodded once, as though confirming an arrival written down somewhere long ago, and stepped aside. In the neighboring houses, other doors were opening now. Men and women emerged into the pale morning and stood looking toward the sea. Their expressions held not triumph, not relief, but the stillness of people who had spent too long preparing for a moment and now did not know what came after it. Fergus turned with them. The mainland town was half a mile offshore. It had not broken apart. That was the horror of it. It remained whole, streets intact, church upright, windows gleaming faintly in dawn. It drifted westward into the Atlantic like a second island, cut cleanly from the country that had assumed it was permanent. No screams came from it now. At this distance, it moved in complete silence. Catriona joined Fergus on the slope. Coast guards trying to raise anyone, she said. No response. Fergus watched the town glide farther out. In the windows nearest the waterline, shapes were appearing. At first, he thought they were the harbor residents staring back toward shore. Then he understood something colder. The figures were too still. They stood in kitchens, hallways, bedrooms, upstairs landings, each framed by the exact rectangles the tickets had named all night long. Rooms left behind. Rooms someone had once abandoned. Rooms the sea, given the chance, had learned to keep. Displacement could not be undone. Only moved. Morag came to stand beside him. The wind lifted a strand of her hair. Will they come back? Fergus asked, though he already knew the answer. She looked at the drifting town, then at the line of restored houses behind them. Only if someone goes for them, she said. The town had reached deeper water now. Dawn widened. Hundreds of windows caught the growing light, then began to glow from within, one by one, as if evening were falling there instead of morning. Far offshore, the severed town drifted into the Atlantic. And behind every pane, a silent figure stood watching Fergus from the rooms the living had now left behind. Some horrors do not begin with malice. They begin with delay excuse, procedure, and the small, ruinous hope that someone else will carry the weight of our refusal. In this story, the sea does not invent guilt. It preserves it, room by room, until the unfinished act returns asking to be completed. Fergus does come back, but the cost of coming back late is that harm is not erased. It is transferred. Perhaps that is the question left behind here. When we abandon a person, a promise, or a place, do we ever truly leave it behind? Or do we only choose where its silence will wait for us? And now, my dear friends, our time together for tonight has come to an end. Thank you for being here and for sharing these stories with me. I hope they gave you the kind of atmosphere, mystery, and quiet escape you were hoping to find. Before you go, I'd really like to know what you thought. Did these stories feel right for you? Were they the kind of tales you would like to hear more often here at chilly midnight? And if you enjoyed spending this time with me, perhaps you could share these stories with a friend or family member who might enjoy them too. It would mean a great deal and help more people discover our little late-night corner. Thank you once again for staying until the very end. Until we meet again, take care of yourself, rest well, and have a peaceful night. Good night, my dear friends.